Some tips and strategies and ideas, suggestions on how to do classroom management.
Trying to educate parents on what it is all about and how to take care of their children and themselves.
The Minister of Health, Professor Isaac Adewale, said it was in line with the Buhari administration's resolve to make life easy for Nigerians.
My administration will launch a consultation on a new enhanced national strategy for neurodevelopmental disorders. This will lead to a delivery plan that states clearly and in details specific actions to be taken, including how they will be measured and monitored.
It's a worthwhile book. Most homes, if you don't have a child that has it, you have a friend that has it or a friend's friends that have it. So with this book, you'll be able to know how to take care of them and how to manage them properly.
The 376-page book is expected to provide support for people living with neurodevelopmental disorder and also enlighten them on preventive measures. In Abuja, Kehinde Olaleye, NTA News.
Well, let's take a short break now. We'll bring you more stories when we return. Stay with us.
Go to my son's room and get pregnant.
Countless women suffer under the misconception that when a woman is childless or fails to conceive within the clock time set for her by family and society, then it must be the woman's fault.
Enough is enough. She must leave my son's house.
So childless women suffer the pains of childlessness, and they also suffer the rejection of family and blame of society. This problem is placed side by side with the issue of those who sell their babies.
You did what?
I don't sell my picking.
In this episode, titled Childless Wives, join us this week as your rib-cracking comedy takes a semi-comic look at issues of childlessness and child harvesting.
I want to get pregnant as easily as you do it. And I swear by my life, I will die for my child.
Over and out.
Brought to you by Glow.
The largest data network, Glow Unlimited.
Our Anchor Borrowers program has created an agricultural revolution. In September 2015, we imported 644,000 tons of rice, costing more than $5 million per day. By September 2017, rice imports dropped by 95% to 22,000 tons. Our maize crop has exceeded 10 million tons this year, and through our rice and maize program, we now have 12.2 million farmers. We are now the world's second largest producer of sorghum after the United States, third in millet after India, and we lead the world's production of yam and cassava. We've created numerous plantations solely for the export market, and our plan is to increase the agricultural sector from 25 to 49% of our GDP, thereby reducing poverty and increasing food security.
Nationwide continues now. Labour unions have described the passage of the Petroleum Industry Governance Bill as desirable, but however point out that the contents should be re-examined to avoid running into deeper problems than ones the bill seeks to address. The unions were discussing matters arising from the passage of the PIGB on NTA's program Good Morning Nigeria. Timothy Yusuf reports.
While Nigerians heaved a sigh of relief, especially from players in the oil and gas sector, when the National Assembly finally passed the Petroleum Industry Governance Bill, PIGB, after many years, the experts believed that it came with some contents that seem to be threats that will weigh down the bill even before it takes off. Issues of regulation in the downstream that differ from that in the upstream are some of their observations.
We therefore think that what this bill has done would create a situation in which the environment of stakeholder discussion that then governs the downstream would be completely lost. And to that extent, we think that there is really a problem. We're going to create a new problem which will lead to instability and tension, particularly relating to issues that need to be regulated.
And it's high time that we have that kind of law, legal framework that will regulate the operations of the industry.
While re-emphasizing that the PIGB's essence was to ensure effectiveness and efficiency in the oil and gas sector, they cautioned that having a single regulator for both up and down streams will breed corruption, inefficiency and dictatorship. Timothy Yusuf, NTA News.
Moving on, determined to ensure credible, free and fair election come 2019, electoral stakeholders across the country have converged on Calabar for a leadership and conflict management training. The 5-day training seeks to improve the leadership capacity of INEC management at all levels and equip them on mitigating conflict situations during elections. Umar Basiedet reports.
The Leadership and Conflict Management for Electoral Stakeholders Lead Training is one of the first to be conducted in Nigeria. National Chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, represented by the Resident Electoral Commissioner of Cross River State, Dr. Brian Frankland, harped on the importance of the training as elections draw closer.
We've gone through the planning process and we're in the almost implementation process now, and from the look of things, the very moment the election project budget is approved, all that we need in terms of equipment and other things is going to be actualized.
Director of Voter Education and Publicity, Mr. Oluwole Osaze-Usi, as well as other stakeholders, said effective communication remains critical in every electoral process.
It's in line with the Commission's commitment to training and generally improving the capacity of its staff.
To have credible election, you need to have a lot of explanation, a lot of communication, and we hopefully, with this heads of voter education of the 36 states, we can target more the message that INEC is trying to deliver.
At the end of the training, the INEC heads of voter education and publicity reps from the 36 states of the country are expected to acquire extensive skills and techniques on conflict management through effective voter education. In Calabar, Umar Basiedet, NTA News.
Meanwhile, as a way of curbing the use of light arms during the 2019 general elections, a roundtable discourse has been held in Abuja to provide solution to the menace. Ahmed Ondas Ahmed reports that the West African Action Network on Small Arms, WASAN, is the brain behind the roundtable.
The infiltration of small arms and light weapons through Nigeria's border is a source of concern to government at all levels, especially now that 2019 general elections draw near. Security reports have it that youth are at times used by politicians to cause mayhem during political campaigns, as well as disrupting elections with the use of small arms. The new trend of armed robbery and kidnapping has been added to the negative impact of light weapons in the nation's polity. Therefore, the consensus of discussants at the roundtable is to introduce the new policy of whistleblowing into the mop-up of light weapons in the country in order to have violent-free 2019 polls.
We want them to do more in mopping up this and before general election, because we need peace in the country. If there is no peace, there is no election.
Every sector of this country has been affected by the proliferation and use or misuse of small arms. You cannot underscore what is happening with the security sector today.
A child who is well trained in that regard will be reluctant to use weapons the way it's been used.
Even though the Nigeria border is so large, stakeholders say if it is properly secured, it will greatly reduce the proliferation of small arms in the country and West Africa region. The roundtable has representatives from the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. In Abuja, Ahmed Ondas Ahmed, NTA News.
And away from Nigeria, gender-based violence took center stage at the global financial meetings of the International Monetary Fund and World Bank Group 2018 Spring Summit in Washington, D.C. Bosede Abel reports that delegates believe the issue is a global problem that needs coordinated effort to tackle.
Since 2013, a World Health Organization data reveals that 1 in every 3 women has been beaten, coerced into sex or abused, and 1 in 5 women are sexually abused as a child. These delegates at the spring meeting say must be addressed.
Almost 1/3 of women around the world who've been in a relationship have experienced violence by their intimate partner. WHO, the World Health Organization, estimates that the prevalence of intimate partner violence is as high as 43%.
The latest World Health Organization report indicates that women who have been physically or sexually abused are 16% more likely to have a low birth weight baby and are twice as likely to have an abortion, while a UNAIDS report puts it that such women and girls are 50% more likely to acquire HIV in some regions of the world.
It's really important to involve men and boys, because without that, it's very difficult to have real change.
There's lots of social harms. Children are vulnerable to rape, to murder.
The United Nations Population Fund is currently working in about 135 countries to address violence against women and has invested more than $93 million 2 years ago to eliminating gender-based violence and harmful practices.
It is hoped that this will reduce the 38% of women said to be murdered around the world by their partner, compared to just 6% of men, and also address unequal earnings, overworking, underpaid, and others. From Washington, D.C., I am Bosode Ebu.
Well, the Queen of England has opened the Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit with an appeal on leaders to appoint her son, Prince Charles, to lead them. For these and other stories trending on the global scene, let's join Ado Adamu also.
Welcome and thank you for joining us. The Queen of England has opened the Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit with an appeal to leaders to appoint her son, Prince Charles, their head. She made the appeal while hosting the 53 leaders gathered at Buckingham Palace. Addressing the gathering of dignitaries, royals and Prime Minister, the Queen said it was great pleasure and honor serving as their leader. Issues under discussion at the two-day summit include oceans conservation, cybersecurity, and trade between the countries. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump has threatened to cancel planned talks with North Korea's leader if they are not fruitful. Speaking alongside Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe at a media conference, the U.S. president was optimistic over a planned meeting with Kim Jong-un, but said he would respectfully leave if the summit will turn out unproductive. Abe implored the international community and the U.S. not to reward Kim just for showing up for talks. And NASA's test spacecraft has blasted off from Earth in a search for a new planet that could support life. Tests lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida Wednesday evening, local time, riding a SpaceX Falconet rocket. The transiting exoplanet survey satellite will spend 2 years scoring 85% of the sky and hundreds of thousands of its brightest stars. The Chief of Staff of Renegade General Khalifa Haftar's army in Libya have survived assassination attempt outside the eastern city of Benghazi, according to a military source. General Abdulrazak Nuteri and his convoy were heading to a military base in Al-Marash on Wednesday when they were targeted by a car bombing. A spokesperson of the Haftar self-styled Libyan National Army said in a statement on Twitter that the army general survived an assassination attempt. Notri is believed to be one of the two contenders in line to replace Haftar, who is currently receiving medical treatment in France following the report of stroke. And that is it from here. The news continues.
Sports update is next with Tamara Ebiwe.
Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu, has reiterated the ministry's commitment towards embarking on the production of sports equipment in a bid to boost the nation's economy. Dr. Onu was speaking in Abuja Thursday while receiving organizers of the 2019 Nigeria Building and Research Institute Games Festival, who visited him with the hosting rights flag.
Many of our research institutes do a lot of research in finding out ways we can develop equipment, sporting equipment, that are cheaper than even the best that you find anywhere in the world.
Team Nigeria athletes who returned to the country midweek have expressed satisfaction with the country's performance in the just concluded Commonwealth Games in Gold Coast, Australia. Some of them who spoke to Oche Ngbede on arrival at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, said they will not relent but up their games ahead of subsequent competitions.
All what I have to tell the youth and sports is for them to help us to do what they need to do at the right time so that we can be able to do well at the 2020 Olympics.
And in wrestling, President, Nigeria Wrestling Federation, Daniel Igali, has been elected Vice President of the Commonwealth Wrestling Board. Igali, former world and Olympic champion, polled 19 out of the available 22 votes at a meeting of the General Assembly of the Commonwealth Wrestling Committee at the just concluded 2018 Commonwealth Games in Australia to emerge one of the 3 vice presidents of the body. With sports updates, Tamara Ebiwe, NTA News.
Well, let's take a quick look at the weather forecast. So that's our package on Nationwide. Thank you for watching. I am Ogwa Vivian Onyedide.
The Motivator Challenge, fueled by Malta Guinness. The Motivator Challenge is a high-energy, exciting Pan-African game show where 30 contestants representing 4 different African countries compete for the ultimate prize of $20,000. There can only be one winner. The Motivator Challenge is fueled by Malta Guinness. Catch the passion, the drama, the excitement on the Motivator Challenge. Tune into this channel at this times, not to be missed.
Yes.
My name is Jane, and I am 18, and this is where I hang out with my friends. We are deeply concerned about the problems facing Nigeria, but when it comes to doing something about it, we would rather sit on the fence.
Hold up. Dab. Yes. Dab. Yes.
This is the network service of the NTA.
You are welcome on the show. This is Young Hearts, and where we're celebrating the young people right there, out there. And I'm sure for those of you who have, talent, skills, ideas, but having challenges in funding these ideas, we have an NGO who's going to tell you about what you can do and how they can support. The program is Young Hearts, showing on the NTA network service. We'll be right back.
It's Darren Donnelly. Yeah, gospel on the beat. Gospel on the beat. Kill on sorrow. You say make I give up, but make it to lose.
Ojuro Bobo. Hey, all you guys there that is talking to you, behave yourself. Behave. That was a beautiful video and done by the new girl on the block. Don't worry, she might be new, but she holds a lot of promise. And I can tell you this music is gonna be trending for quite some time, so enjoy. And also, we have the artist behind the music with us today, so it's time to get to know more about her. So, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm Doreen Donnelly, an Abuja-based artist, a graduate of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University Music. I live with my parents in Abuja. I'm the second child. I'm from Edo State. I love music. I play the keyboard and the guitar instruments.
Now, tell us about your encounter with music. You know, we heard you play the keyboard, so tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, like I said before, I had the passion for music. So when I got into the university, I was given music as a course to study. So when I got it, I was like, oh, I could sing, I could do all that. Was I study it? So my parents supported that idea and I went into it. They taught us a lot of things about the instrument, the keyboard, the guitar, the violin, and so on. They practically taught us how to, you know, sing. They worked on our vocals. Seriously, that school was really great. So that practically helped me, you know, it built me, and even till now, I use the keyboard, that particular instrument, to help in my vocal aspect, my tempo, the key of music, you know, everything about that. It really helped me.
So, at what point in your life and why did you decide that music was something you wanted to do and do all the way?
When I was a child, or should I say very tender, I was always singing. I've always had that passion for it. And practically, my dad was a DJ, so basically everything he did inspired me. You know, right from the songs he played and all the mixing, I really grew that passion, that love for music. And I did listen to some artists when growing up, such as Whitney Houston, Beyonce, Tiwa Savage, Yemi Alade. So they really inspired me, and that just developed that love for music till this extent. So it keeps going higher and higher. That passion keeps growing.
All right, so we just watched your music video, Ojuro Bobo. Could you tell us about your style of genre of music that you do?
Okay, I do Afro-pop kind of music, you know. As a Nigerian, we always need the grooving things, you know. We always need to dance to be happy, which is good. So that's my gen, Afro-pop. I sing that kind of music. So Ojuro Bobo is basically in that gen, you know. And it actually talks about those guys that cheat on their girlfriends, basically about relationships. So you guys out there, you need to change.
So is this your first work? And what has the response been like from Nigerians everywhere?
Yes, it's my first work, Ojuro Bobo, and so far so good. It's been awesome, you know. Almost everybody accepts it, you know, especially here in Abuja, because it's when you talk about the females, it actually portrays that aspect of their guys not being loyal to them and faithful. So it's been a wonderful acceptance so far. Yeah.
So with how saturated the Nigerian music industry is, what's unique about you? What's your style, or in other words, your selling points?
Okay, aside the looks, which I know I've got, when you write some songs, you have to create good content in your lyrics, you know. So, and I noticed that some of the artists in Nigeria here, we lack good contents in our songs. So I want to impact that. Whatever kind of song you sing, whatever kind of beats, fast, slow tempo, moderate tempo, you should be able to impact that knowledge in your songs. It could be about relationship, it could be about the word, you can even talk about people suffering. You know, there's a lot of suffering here and there. You can talk about so many things, you know, the less privileges and so on. So that's that particular gen, I know that I could impact my knowledge, good context in my lyrics, whatever kind of beat, I know it's gonna flow. So that's why I think I'm different, yeah.
What should Nigerians be expecting from you? Are there any albums, any shows in the works?
A lot of concert, yes, because I need to promote myself. Videos, definitely. I've actually produced and also released another song titled Come Closer. It's actually a cover of the Come Closer We Know by Wizkid featuring Drake. And it's really cool, it's really dope. You guys need to hear that. And there will be more shows, you know, more events to come. You guys will be aware.
All right, thank you so much for being with us today. I am expecting you to see you at the top. I wish you all the best. All right. So don't go anywhere. This is still Young Hearts. Next up, we'll be talking about an interesting foundation. If you're a youth, you have insight, you have ideas, you have talents, but having challenges to bring this to fruition, we have something for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kilonsara, hey, Ojara Baba, Kilonsara, Izemeka give a make it cool is hot to you, Izemeka give a make it cool is hot to you, Ojaro Baba, Ojaro Baba, Ojaro Baba, Ojaro Baba, hey.
Do you have exceptional talent? Do you have innovative ideas? Then you're at the right place. We came across the members of an NGO by the name of Youth Renewness Foundation, and they came to tell us about how they support young people like you and I who have ideas and skills that need support. How they plan to do that, you're going to find out very shortly. We're here with members from the foundation, the Youth Renewness Foundation. By their names are Mr. Light Shedrack and Ugochukwu Unwokeme. You're welcome on the program.
Thank you.
Please tell us a little bit about the Youth Renewness Foundation, the history, a brief history about it.
Thank you for having us here. Like I said earlier, the name is Youth Renewness Foundation. The foundation is about the youth. The target are the youth. This is a coming together of people of same passion. What is our passion? To see a way to empower the youth, to see a way to re-engage the minds of the youth along the virtues of creativity, patriotism, selflessness, those virtues that build great nations. So what are we doing with the youth? Basically, we try to identify youth with exemptional ideas, innovative ideas, talents, and we see a way to support them through grants. We've been doing this for a long time by God's grace, and we continue to do that. We want to tell Nigerian youth that there is hope for them with a foundation like ours.
So far, what projects have you done? You know, tangible things that we can see, and how tangible has it been in the lives of the youth?
The NGO is relatively a young one. So far, we have been on ground for a year and some months. We've not really stayed that long, but we have really impacted the lives of Nigerians. So we have visited prisons, taught some of the inmates some skills that they are using today to survive on their own. We visited the IDP camp in Durumi to identify some of the youth that have skills, because some of them, they left their work that they were doing because of the insurgency that came to their area, and they didn't leave with their tools and their implements. So we were thinking, we went there to identify with those people, raise money for them so that they can continue with the work, that the job or the work they were doing before insurgency hit their area and they had to flee from their area. We also got food items, food stuff like rice and the rest of them, and we took to the camp because before you start talking about empowering somebody, you have to empower their stomach.
How can someone access this grant, and what qualifies you?
Like my partner said, before you get any support from us, there are certain criteria. Our target, like I said, are youth who do not have anybody to help them to actualize their dreams. So this way you could see that we are targeting youths from very poor backgrounds who have exemptional business ideas. The grant is for every youth, but basically youths that do not have anybody to help them out. We do not want to fund a son of a minister who has a good business idea. His father can do that.
Is it open to all Nigerians? And is there an office or a website that we can access it?
If you are one of the people we are talking about, all you need to do is to come to our office. Come to our office at number 6 Ismaila Mamam Close, Katampe Extension. Once you're there, you come, we'll look at you, look at your situation. If you are the one, if you have a skill and what you need is empowerment, we'll look at your skill. We'll look at how much we need to give you to start you up. If you don't have any skill, and we know that you are a Nigerian youth who cannot help himself, cannot fend for himself, we will help you acquire a skill and also empower you to make you earn a living for yourself.
You can as well reach us. You can go to our website, www.your-foundation.org. your-foundation.org. You will see the numbers there. You can reach us. We will listen to you. We'll tell you how to reach us. We'll tell you how to send whatever you have if you're not resident in Abuja.
In the next 5 years, how do you expect your foundation to have changed the lives of young Nigerians everywhere that access these grants or enter this foundation?
So what we are trying to do, since we know they have this talent, what we want to do is to see a way to shift them from that negative creativity to positive creativity, impactful creativities. And that is what the foundation stands for. It is our dream and vision that in the next 5 years, very frankly, we'll be harvesting youth who have positively impacted on other youth. We'll be seeing youth, we'll be rejoicing and celebrating youth who have made strategic innovations, who have actualized dreams, who can compete even in international contests, in ICT and other lines of businesses. Thank you very much.
Now, if you're a youth that is talented, you have skills and ideas, but didn't have the means to bring it to pass, bring it out, now you've learned what to do. And I want to thank you so much for bringing this opportunity to the youths. And I know that, through this program, a lot of young people's lives will be impacted, and they'll be able to do something with the skills they have, rather than feel lonely or unable to do anything. Thank you so much. Welcome back on the program. This is Young Hearts, celebrating the Nigerian youth and the young at heart, and close to the heart of our young people are relationships. Hence, we are going to give you relationship tips. You're young, you have challenges in your relationship, or you want to know what to do to get into one, we've got some tips for you.
Just because long-distance relationship is really perceived to be difficult, doesn't really mean it's impossible to handle. Well, that's why we're here for you. On this very segment, we shall be looking at little tips which might actually help you in your long-distance relationship, and in the long run, create a greater bond with your partner. Sit close to your TV screen and enjoy this great feature we'll bring to you.
Many people believe that long-distance relationships are never going to work out. The extra distance makes many things unachievable. Things could get complicated, and you could get sad and lonely at times. However, the distance also makes the simplest things the sweetest. Being able to hold each other's hands, eating together at the same table, taking a walk together, amongst other small wishes, could suddenly mean so much more in long-distance relationship.
Depends on how close we are and how we communicate, how long the communication is, if at all it works well. Like, I've been into that kind of relationship too once before, somebody from Yola, and finally we saw ourselves in Kefi, Nasarawa State, but we were no more together. But there are times that it works well. I believe in that distant relationship works very well.
I can sustain my relationship by trust.
Long distance?
Yeah, trust, faithfulness, and I think Prayer also.
You know, these days, God has made it, there is a phone. Through phone, you can sustain a far-friend relationship. I know my best friend today is not with me here. He's doing her youth service in Yola. What I used to call her on phone. Sometimes I want to go there to see her.
Long-distance relationships are definitely risky. And if you are unfortunate enough to be far away from your partner, the prospect of potentially winning your relationship can seem daunting. To keep your love alive and strong, here are some tips that might help. 1. Avoid excessive communication. Of course, it is wise to keep in touch with each other every now and then. But you two don't really have to communicate 12 hours a day to keep the relationship going. 2. Stay honest with each other. Talk about your feelings of fear, jealousy, apathy, and whatsoever it may be. Keeping secrets will sooner or later haunt your relationship. 3. Give a personal object to each other. Be it a small pendant, a ring, a keychain, a CD of songs, or a bottle of fragrance. Something so small can mean so much more to a person when others may see little or no value in it. 4. Stay positive. Be thankful you have someone to love and who also loves you back. You need to constantly inject positive energy into the long-distance relationship to keep it alive.
If there's feelings, if there's mutual feelings between the both of you, you just believe that yes, it will work out well. I think that would help.
If you are not faithful, your relationship cannot last.
Long-distance relationship may be tough, but believe it or not, it creates a greater bond between you and your partner if handled properly. So, like the saying goes, if you want to live together, you must first of all learn how to live apart. This is Young Hearts. The show continues.
My name is Alice. Can I get to meet you, please?
Sorry, could you please put that aside?
Whoa, sorry. Anything for a princess like you. Can I get to meet you? My name is Alice.
I'm Steph.
Whoa, what nice name. I've been observing you like you stay around. I would like to be your friend and your Superman, if you will permit me.
You want a girl like me?
I do.
Sorry, it doesn't come that easy.
What does it take to have a princess like you?
You need to have a dream and a future. And to actualize that dream, you need education. But hey, you can have all that if you're on drugs. Drug addiction is a bondage. Freedom is power. You need to be free, you need to be powerful, and you need to be smart. And then you might be my Superman. And you, if you want to be great, if you want to have a bright future, then don't do drugs.
Real smart guys don't do drugs.
And that's all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for being with us. Don't worry, we'll be here again next week with another fresh episode. But remember, if you're young, you're talented, and you want to be on the show, come visit us at NTA Channel 5 next to Old Parade Ground, Area 10, Abuja. And also, check us out on Facebook, Young Hearts on NTA. All right? Young Hearts on NTA, don't forget. And our further contact information showing on your screen. Please get in touch with us. We'd like to hear from you. Until next week, my name remains Joseph Musa. I'll see you again. Take care and bye-bye.
You pack for the loads and you run downtown. You run downtown, bad boy, you run downtown. this. Me can't take this, no, no, no. You can't do this to me. Ojoro, Baba, Ojoro, Baba, hey. Ojoro, Baba, kill on sorrow, Ojoro, Baba, kill on sorrow. You say make I give up, or make you could lose heart to you. You say make I give up, or make you could lose heart to you. Ojoro, 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 Baba, Ojoro, 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 Baba, Ojoro, 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 Baba, Ojoro, 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 Baba. Lele, you lazy boy. Lele, you're doing me while you, huh? Lele, lele. Lele. You are doing me while you, Baba. No, they do me while you. Ojoro, Baba, Ojoro, Baba, kill on sorrow. Ojoro, Baba, kill on sorrow. You say make I give up, or make you could lose heart to you. You say make I give up, or make you could lose heart to you. Ojoro, 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 Baba, 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 Ojoro, Ojoro, Baba. Gospel on the beat. It's Darren Donnelly.
In the mix.
Gospel, I see you. Okay.
Disaster occurs on frequent basis. Some we hear of, others we do not. Terrorism, flood, fire, earthquake, car or plane crashes, building collapse, and even armed robbery, each bringing assets and revenue loss, human mortality, and in 90% of survivors, great loss of hope. Flooding is the most common of all environment hazards, and it regularly claims over 20,000 lives per year and adversely affects about 75 million people worldwide. Nigeria has had its fair share.
Who can say where the road goes, where the day flows? Only time. And who can say if your love grows as your heart shows? Only time.
Emergencies, as the name implies, are not set out to happen, but they can be planned or budgeted for. Disaster management may not avert emergency threats, but it will decrease the impact of disaster where well handled. It then brings to the fore the key phases to management of disaster: mitigation, response, recovery, preparedness, and prevention. Every citizen must be well acquainted with all of them. Wishing disaster away does not avert it. Rather, As put in the local parlance, a man of valor is only identified at a time of emergency. Let us always be prepared.
Welcome to Future Symphony, Days of the Avenger. Please enter code. Are you the Avenger? Vocal recognition, please. Ah, you are truly the Avenger. We have been waiting for you. Welcome to the Future Symphony, Days of the Avenger. Location, Congress Hall, Transcorp Hilton, Abuja. Date, Saturday, April 21st, 2018. Time, 5 p.m. Guest pianist, Daniel Sonberg, Atlanta, Georgia. Performance by Abiodun Koya.
Coming to your screen soon, the Motivator Challenge, fueled by Malta Guinness. The Motivator Challenge is a high-energy, exciting Pan-African game show where 30 contestants representing 4 different African countries compete for the ultimate prize of $20,000. There can only be one winner. The Motivator Challenge is fueled by Malta Guinness. Catch the passion, the drama, the excitement on the Motivator Challenge. Tune into this channel at this times, not to be missed.
This is the network service of the NTA.
There is no gainsaying that television is a powerful medium for information, education, and entertainment. Since Nollywood made its entry, the television industry has become the best companion for many Nigerian families. There's so much talk about Nollywood, even though this is your program, Biotechnology in Focus. I guess you're wondering, where lies the relationship between the two? Well, in the course of the program, you'll get to know. I am Ifeanyi Okafor. Welcome to Biotechnology in Focus. Some years back, a team of journalists, film directors, and a Nollywood star, as well as experts of various professions, left the shores of Nigeria to the USA. Their mission was to learn more and to offer their professional skills to the development of biotechnology, not only here in Nigeria, but also as a continental campaign. Let's see clips of that mission to the USA. Over 75% of farms in the United States of America use biotechnology in crop cultivation. Experts explain that biotechnology has made farming much more easier and lucrative. Research shows the genetic engineering process, which could transform a single cell to a full plant through a four-step process of discovery, transformation, regeneration, plant breeding and testing.
We want to check that this plant is whether transgenic plant or not. We have, after we transfer to the plants into soil, we have to check we call the lip painting.
Although talks are ongoing between Nigeria and the United States on biotechnology application in agriculture, Nigeria targets to utilize this technology for massive cultivation of soybeans, sorghum, corn, cowpea, as well as cassava.
I'm at the stage now of doing field trials in Zaria, as well as in Burkina Faso. We're doing them jointly with Burkina Faso to show that these new cowpeas with biotechnology improvements, how they will perform in the field.
Experts in agronomy, microbiology and plant pathology are optimistic that proper application of biotechnology in agriculture would help boost current campaign on global food production. Memories that will continue to remain indelible in our minds, and believe me, the foundation upon which this program began. And of course, it will be the reference point for researches and application of biotechnology. Watch this.
There has been a lot of sensitization lately to get people to know about the technology. So I am not surprised when people ignorantly take sides in saying that maybe biotechnology is bad or good because they've not been well informed. But the Nigerian public are still learning about this technology, and I know they can take better and more informed decisions through sensitization by the appropriate agencies, because I know it has a lot of potentials. It has a lot of potentials, though it's not the silver bullet, but it has a lot of potentials which Nigerians should explore.
Well, there's a lot of conversation ongoing around it, which then forms the basis of the work that I do, because there are plans to commercialize GMO cowpea, GMO beet, cotton, and also newest rice. There's been a lot of resistance to that from some civil society groups. The political support for it appears to be there. The scientists are getting their jobs done. And the expectation is that sometime in the course of this year, worst case scenario last year, maybe the first batch of such crops will be ready for commercialization. The necessary regulatory framework has been put in place since the year 2011. Some amount of education is ongoing by various stakeholders about it to get the public informed about it, which appears to be what a lot more of that needs to be done. Seeing a situation of a lot more people being informed about the technology. And mainly that has been the conversation that it's about time that the government, various civil society groups expand the kind of education that goes into this particular technology. And that appears to be the loophole in terms of what is not being done. And there are huge expectations when it comes to that government and other leaders need to do more in that regard.
Right now, the biotechnology is a new technology that just came some few years ago. And actually, I have seen with a lot of travel that we have done to Brazil, to other countries, US and other things, we have seen that without science, the farmers cannot enjoy. Biotechnology is the only way to go. What I said in the last meeting we had is that without science, all the farmers in Nigeria cannot do well. And for that, we must embrace science. I take, for example, during the time when we are too young, there's what we call vaccine that they brought as a science, a new technology. A lot of people said, no, we cannot go with it. And today, what is happening? Those that said we cannot go with it are with a lot of diseases. And you see them, you know that they did not take that vaccine. But today, everybody is taking it. So I just want every Nigerian to know that without science and technology, we are nowhere.
Biotechnology in Nigerian is actually coming up in a full force, because already we are seeing the impact of biotechnology in Nigeria. Actually, in the area of rice production, we can now see that most of our farmers in olden days hardly attain a maximum yield production from their fields, which hardly give them up to 2 metric tons per hectare from 1 hectare. But with this coming of biotechnology, try to address most of these stresses, both biotic and abiotic. The yield potential is gradually increased, as from 1.5 to 6 metric tons now per hectare under good management practices. With this fast teeming population and coming of biotechnology now, we can now see that most of our poor resource farmers can have good food on their table under low income. The poor resource farmers too that doesn't have fertilizer to apply into their farm, with this modern biotechnology, try to address the nitrogen use efficiencies of most of these crops, creating drought-tolerant crops that can withstand most of these stresses. With this biotechnology, I think all those issues are now being addressed. Advocacy is very, very important. From top down to our rural farmers. It's very, very important. Actually, people doesn't know much about what GMO is, even as a word. Talk less of talking about the technology behind the biotechnology. So, and if the awareness is not there, definitely people will have fear of what that product is coming. The way forward for biotechnology is to at least disseminate a lot of informations. We have to carry out a proactive campaign to be sure that it is free, it has not any side effect, just the way people think that GMO products are. No, it is not so. It is environmentally friendly. I have conducted a trial, tried to evaluate the genetically modified product alongside conventional plants. And to me, they look similar. You can hardly differentiate between the genetically modified plants and conventional plants.
First of all, before I go into labeling, I want us to get the fact that there is really nothing like genetically modified products. What we have is genetically modified plants that the plant material, like corn, is now made into a biscuit. So you will not call that biscuit genetically modified organism. Or it's a biscuit made from a genetically modified corn. So, you know, these are some of the communication things we are talking about. You know, we also we are already eating GMOs. We're not eating GMOs. You cannot call that biscuit a GMO. You will only refer that biscuit as a product from a genetically modified corn. You know, so then in the Nigerian law, it's there in the law of the NMBA, that's the National Biosafety Management Agency, that we must label these products. For that biscuit should have a label, it is from a GM corn. So my take on this is that these genetically modified products are already here to stay. We cannot say they are not there. And like I also said before, Nigeria as a global village cannot sideline itself from the global stuff. So we should really insist that any product, whether Nigerian-based, foreign-based, in the Nigerian market, in the Nigerian system, and that uses genetically modified materials, should be labeled. People should have a right. It's a fundamental human right to choose, and we should be able to choose between I want to take a genetically modified product and a non-GM product. You know, so that's what I want to say. That the issues of labeling in which is enshrined in the NMBA Act, should be enforced. Yeah, and I trust the NMBA to enforce that.
Up next is our break, and the program continues shortly.
Did you know that genetically modified organisms, GMOs, are safe and do not pose any risk, hazard, or danger to human, animal, and the environment? Neither do they cause cancer, infertility, sterility, tumor, or any adversity. There is safe use of GMO drugs like insulin, vaccine, rapid diagnostic test kits for malaria, HIV, hepatitis, and so on. The safety of GMOs is certified by the World Health Organization, WHO, Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, European Food Safety Authority, EFSA, the National Academies of Science globally, the Royal Society, UK, and over 110 prize Nobel laureates. GMOs are safe, effective, and certified by MBMA in Nigeria.
This message is brought to you by the Nigeria chapter of the Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology, OFAB, supported by the National Biotechnology Development Agency, NABDA.
Moving on, I may not be as handsome as my next guest in the next segment of the program, but I can assure you that I am as knowledgeable as he is, particularly in one of the areas of his endeavor, being a thespian myself. We spoke to Bob Manuel Udoku on his interest in biotechnology.
Biotechnology and modern-day food production processes go hand in hand. You know, whether you are into sciences or the arts or whatever field you are, one of the first needs of human being is shelter, food. And food is very critical to survival of man. So being a well-known face in Nollywood, a pioneer, award-winning actor, producer, director, doesn't remove the fact that to survive, you must eat. So that's why one is interested in the talk about food and how Nigeria can be self-sufficient in food production. Well, Nigeria has a lot to learn, you know, from America in terms of biotechnology. You know, self-sufficiency in food production is one of the keys to survival of any people, any nation. America, with its large population, America can be described as a continent on its own. For instance, flying from New York to Los Angeles is about 6 hours. That's how long it takes to fly from Lagos to Johannesburg, South Africa. That's about the same time it takes to fly from Lagos to like Frankfurt, Germany. You know, that's Europe, or Lagos to London. But America is very, very, very self-sufficient in food production. Food is very cheap there. What is the secret? The same way with a country like Israel, although one can argue that Israel is a country, but there are even smaller countries in Africa that cannot feed itself, you know? So going on that biotech tour of America years back opened my eyes to a whole lot of things in terms of technological advancement in food production. And really, we as a country, we need to do more. Nigeria's land is blessed, very arable. Our conditions are right. So many fruits and vegetables and plants and crops, exotic in nature and even ordinary, grow in different parts of Nigeria naturally. Now, what happens when you enhance them with a little bit of scientific push? This is part of what I learned in being part of that tour, biotech tour of the United States of America a couple of years ago. We need to really seriously look into that to enhance our capacity in food production. We don't have any excuse to have people go to bed hungry in Nigeria. Government is making effort. You know, one can see a whole lot of things being said on television, and announcements about helping farmers, you know, to achieve more. But I think that a lot more needs to be done. The problem we have in Africa, especially in Nigeria, is when we make a single step forward, we begin to take adulation, we begin to congratulate ourselves. But something to do with food production has to be a continuous process to improve, because Nigeria is a very seriously growing population. That means we have more younger people, and younger people burn more energy, and therefore they consume more food. So we need to really do more. The federal government is trying as much as possible. I hear things about exportation of yams and some of our products. But can we call ourselves a self-sufficient country in food production vis-a-vis our population and the consumption that we make? There's also this aspect of wastage. We need to do something about preservation. We have plants and crops and fruits in seasons. Therefore, when it's season for oranges, for instance, you have superabundance of oranges and more than half of them go to waste. If it's mangoes or bananas or pears, the same thing. We need to think about how to preserve these things. Some countries of the world eat every fruit you can think of all year round, irrespective of season. And I think Nigeria has the capacity in terms of financial and human resources to do that. And so if I give the federal government a pass mark in making an effort for us to be self-sufficient in food production, I'll also say that a lot more still needs to be done. Innovations are not easily acceptable to people. From the dawn of history, people resist change. But over time, people begin to see the benefits, and that's when they accept. So I think that it should be expected that Nigerians will be suspicious about biotech foods, you know. But then check this. Some states in Nigeria, like Anambra State, where the governor has encouraged mechanized farming, mechanized agriculture, you find out that the Ministry of Agriculture is not a hidden thing. They give farmers improved seedlings and help them, and also things like fertilizer, so that they get increased yields. Therefore, we shouldn't run away from the fact that if embracing biotechnology in terms of our food production will enhance the capacity to produce more, we should be able to accept that wholeheartedly so that our people will be well fed. I think that the future of biotechnology for Nigeria is bright, and we should be able to embrace it. Then we can also innovate with it to suit our own environment. Like they say, a hungry man is an angry man, you know, and the ripple effect is that instead of progression, there will be retrogression. Therefore, if we find a way of enhancing agricultural output in this country, and people know that it won't cost them an arm and a leg to feed 3 times a day or even 2 good times a day, they will channel their energies towards something that will be productive, especially young people. You hardly see refuse dumps where food is dumped these days. That's because of the hardship that is in the country. But the first thing that we should aspire as a nation is to feed ourselves. If you are able to feed ourselves, we should be able to also accommodate other things that come with human existence, you know, shelter, good roads, water, infrastructure generally. So I think that the future of biotechnology for Nigeria is bright, and we should be able to embrace it. Then we can also innovate with it to suit our own environment. But again, it's also work in progress. You know, you can't reinvent the wheel, but you can do so much with that technology which has already been invented. For instance, the cameras you're using today were not used 50 years ago. The microphones you're using today were not used 20 years ago. Is improvement in terms of technology. Today we talk about digitization. At some point it was analog productions that we had all over the place. So you wouldn't say because of certain constraints you have to continue to be on the analog side of technology when digital technology is readily available and affordable all over the world. If you don't want to move with the world leaves you behind. And I don't think Nigeria should wait to be left behind. We have in so many aspects. We have. You know, when you look at infrastructure and all that, it's all part of a growing process. But then we should be able to at least be able to feed ourselves very well. If you have a nation that is well fed, especially the young people, they will be able to utilize that youthful energy to move the country forward in every engagement that they find themselves in. So the government is trying, but it's one thing to aspire to do something, and then a different thing for the willpower to be there to achieve the desired success.
I sincerely hope you were entertained a whole lot on the program. And who's next as guests when we come your way another day? Your guess is as good as mine. Thanks for watching and have a great time.
NTA Parliament is a dedicated 24-hour channel that broadcasts the activities of the Nigerian Senate, Federal House of Representatives, and all the 36 state houses of assembly. You can watch NTA Parliament on NTA Star Times DDT platform. NTA Parliament, strengthening Nigeria's democracy.
broadcast of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a state that is known as the Gateway State. We always set the pace and others follow. When you talk about arts, when you talk about culture, when you talk about music, Ogun State is of course the first. If you're happy to be from the Gateway State, can you put your hands together wherever you are seated this evening? Let me quickly recognize the man who actually had this dream 3 years ago. And the third year running, it is still alive. It is known as the mission to rebuild Ogun State. And he's actually rebuilding it in various sectors. The captain of the ship in Ogun State, His Excellency Senator Ibikule Amosu, CON-FCA. Permit me to also recognize with us today the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Alhaji Lai Mohammed. You are most welcome to the Gateway State. Given that supportive role, a distinguished administrator per excellence, Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, Chief Mrs. Yetunde Ononuga is also here. The Speaker of the Ogun State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Prince Suraj Ishola Adekobi, is also seated here tonight. I recognize the presence of the Chief Judge of Ogun State, Honorable Justice Tokumbo Olopade, CON, and the better half as well. Can we put it together for her? The Secretary to the Ogun State Government, the Head of Service, Chief of Staff, members of the Ogun State Executive Council deserve a big round of applause tonight. I'm not here alone to take you through the third edition of the African Drum Festival. Permit me to also bring in to recognize our referred royal.
We have dignitaries here present. We have the governor himself, Senator Ibikule Amosu, and he is the chief host. We have Lai Mohammed, the Minister of Information. We have Wale Soyinka, and we have representatives from DGN, and here present Olu Jacobs, Shegun Arinze, and a host of other important dignitaries. You're welcome once again to the 2018 African Drums Festival held here in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital.
Thank you so much. We're still talking about dignitaries. You can see the Nobel laureate seated right beside the Honorable Minister of Culture and Tourism, Lai Mohammed, there, with the Governor of the state, Ibikule Amosu. Well, needs no introduction. Professor Wale Soyinka is right there. And of course, while the introduction has been done earlier, we also have the traditional rulers from across the country, and in particular from the southwest region of Nigeria. There you have the Ooni of Ife. I can also spot the Alaafin of Oyo. The Alake of Egbaland is also seated. That you have him there. Yes, I can have the governor there, beside him the Ooni of Ife, and also the deputy governor of Ogun State. And the far right there you have the Alaafin of Oyo, Obalamidi Adeyemi. It's going to be a quite interesting day, like it's always been. It's an assemblage of traditional drummers and cultural troops from not less than 20 states of the Federation. And also as a continental fiesta, we expected to have at this year's edition at least 14 countries. 14 countries from Africa. They're going to be part of this third edition. Like I said, it's an assemblage of indigenous drums. You're not likely to see any infusion of contemporary instrument. So much more for drum, and that is what is showcased here at the festival. Nigeria is indeed land of culture, land of tourism, and we have a lot of historical heritage, and that is going to be showcased here at the cultural fiesta. Quite colorful, I must say. Across the country, we're going to have not less than 70 troops. These are private troops. These are people who have performed in international events. They have been at the local level. And we have quite a number of new ones coming on board that have come to showcase their talent. And needless to tell us that in Nigeria today we have renowned female drummers. And a lot of our women are taking up drumming, not as an art, but now as a profession. Can I say?
This event actually started in 2016 with Nigerian drums, and it was hugely successful. And this year's drum festival promises to be bigger and better, and has also assumed international dimension. And I need to tell you that drum is actually an integral part of the African evolution, and it commands conscious presence in this drifting present. You would say that drum is very important. It's beyond entertainment. It has a lot to bring to us. And the governor has said that this annual festival has been structured in such a way that it takes place in the third Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of the third week in April. And that is what is happening now. And that is why we are here bringing you.
Over to you. All right, I say, I throw a salute to my people. How not there? How not there? Better good people, make I hear you shout, oh, good.
Of drums.
Yes, so every year our wonderful governor is always putting together this great event, and everybody they come from far and wide to celebrate with us inside Ogun State. And
turn to this live broadcast. Do stay with us.
Service of the NTA.
It's time to get up, the future's in your hands. It's now or never to make the final stand, to lend the skills you need, create a brighter future. My sister, my brother, you ain't Connect is here for you. To education, groom and empower you, support your vision, help make your dream come true. You ain't Connect to be the place to make it happen. A sister, my brother, we've got your back, you can be sure. You ain't Connect, here to empower you.
Welcome to yet another exciting episode of the Youth Enterprise Show. Today on my business story segment, we have the Abuja-based owner of Aisha Abubakar Luxury narrate the story of her business growth, her sweat, pains and gains, while Mr. Edmond Oshoke encourages entrepreneurs to appoint board members for their businesses. The YouWin Connect Masterclass training took place last month, where 5,000 youths were given face-to-face training across Nigeria. On this episode, we will be showing how the trainings went in some venues. We will also feature a few interviews with some of the participants. Please join the conversation on our social media platforms and let's continue from there.
My name is Aisha Abubakar. I'm from Kebbi State. I grew up in Zamfara State. Maybe it sounds unlikely, but I did grow up in Zamfara and I loved it. I attended Ahmadu Bello University. I graduated in 2010. I studied geology. Went on to do my youth service at Auto Global Services in Abuja here in 2011. Then I got a job with Leadership newspaper. I was in Le Vogue department. It was a lifestyle insert that Leadership newspaper used to have. And because I had to go out and do interviews sometimes, I met, a lot of people that influenced my career now. It was a lifestyle magazine, nice dresses, nice locations, some of the women really stylish, and some of them, said to me, could you style me, do this and do that? And I did one or two things, and then one of the ladies wanted me to make her a dress. Could you get your tailor to make? And I said to her, I'm a tailor. I went to fashion school in between graduation and youth service. And she said, really? Okay, so go ahead and do it. Even though I've always had a flair for fashion, because my mom used to be really fashionable, but I really didn't think I'll make a career out of it. And I used to fall out with my tailors all the time. So I thought to myself, what is wrong with all these tailors? Is it because I can't sew? That's why I went to fashion school. It's not because I wanted to make a career out of it. But when I started with the styling of these women, them asking me to do one or two things, I took a great interest and I decided to make it a career path. So I registered my company in February 2013, and that's how Aisha Abubakar was birthed. A lot of international brands and buyers out there tend to think that we don't pay attention to detail and our finishing is not good enough, we are not up to par. So I thought to myself, if I can make a dress that can hang in any store across the world, why not? I am Nigerian, why not bring Nigeria to the world with your finishing? So I think I brought something different. I really do pay attention to the finishing, and some of the clothes might be really simple, but you would notice that it exudes luxury in the sense that I pour my heart into it, and you would find that the finishing is almost impeccable. I realized that when you want to start a business in Nigeria, it's difficult for banks to help out. So family and friends helped out, for me to buy my first machine, and then later to add another machine, and to procure things like fabric and other haberdashery that I started. I started small, but it was fun at the time. It was exciting. It was just me and a tailor. Then down the line, I had another tailor. So we were three of us for the first year and a half, just the three of us. By the time we were getting to 2 years, we had one more tailor and an extra machine. I started with family and friends and a few contacts that I had made at Leadership, which those were my biggest clients. Some of them were wealthy people. Those were the people who really held the business together. For that first year, all the other extra things were from family and friends, but we pulled through. When you're going into fashion, we always overlook the fact that you need to have business knowledge. When I went to the Fashion Academy, they taught us a little about business, but I focused on pattern making and garment construction. So when I started my business, I didn't put much into the business aspect. And no miracle could have happened. It was really slow until the second year, we got referrals, and then we started with social media. The lights issue was really bad. You had to buy diesel all the time, and when the people working with you, you have a pattern down, a fabric has been cut, and then the tailor doesn't show up to work, and then you have to deliver. How do you sit down and make clothes for 3 or 4 people alone? So I called my mentor and told her that these were the challenges that I was having. These people would just dump the work and run away. And she said, what agreements did you have with them? And I said, I pay them salaries at the end of every month. She said, salaries? How much work do they do? How much work do you have? The work they do, does it pay for their salaries and then you make profit on top of it? And I thought to myself, not really. So I changed my mode of operations, and that helped me move forward. The first advice would be harness your skill. Go and learn it. I learned everything. I couldn't draw anything. I couldn't sew a button, but I went and learned it. So harness your skill. Know the business that you're going into. If you're going to focus on pattern making, focus on that. If you're going to focus on illustration, focus on that. You can touch a little bit of each, but you have to master a skill. You have to find a strength, something that any day, anytime you can deliver with. That's 1. 2, don't think you need 10 million naira to start a business. You don't. Start at your own pace. And 3, eventually when the money comes, don't put it into the wrong things. Invest your money in your product. Put the product out there. Social media has made things so easy. You can sell online, have an online store. The retail shops have popped up. You stock in those retail shops until you've grown enough. Then you can now hire a store of your own and invest money in other things. But first and foremost, invest in your products, because that's what people are buying. That's what they are going to buy, not the shop. My vision is not just for myself. I think my vision is for Nigeria as a whole. I want the world to know that we have so much within us, so much we can do. For me, I've started manufacturing, but I want people in other parts of the world to be able to say, oh, I have a collection. I don't want to produce it in China. I'm sending it to Nigeria. Oh, can they do it in Nigeria? Oh, yeah, sure, why not? So that's where I'm going. And I think for industries other than fashion, that should be where Nigeria should go.
This is Ask the Expert segment of the Youth Enterprise Show. My name is Edmond Oshoke. I'm the MD CEO of Kamen Aggregate and Construction. Today, we're talking about why an entrepreneur needs board of directors in his business. To start with, what is board of directors? Board of directors are individuals within your organization that are elected by you or appointed by you to guide the day-to-day runnings of your business. Board of directors provide you organizational strategy. They provide you capital investment strategy. They talked about dividend, profit sharing, policies, and financial accuracies of your business. There are some fears that some of us have when setting up a board of directors. Maybe you use this to ask yourself if you really do need it at all. One of them is, well, I'm afraid people are coming in with different authorities, different ideas. I don't want them to get involved in my business. It's interference. Or you could say, oh, it's very costly. I can't cater for them. The amount is too much to pay for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 board of directors. Yes, that is one fear as well you may have. And also, it could be dilution of power. Nigerians love power. We Nigerians, you want to be the alpha and the omega. Well, I want to assure you that by giving you these reasons, 5 reasons why you should employ the services of board of directors, those 3 fears that I just enlisted may not be important anymore. First of all, skills and expertise. Your business may not have all the skills and expertise needed to operate effectively and continuously, but employing board of directors into your business. For example, if you have a banker as a member of the board of directors, you're going to have financial services or financial skills employed into your business at a very cheap rate or for no money at all. Take, for example, you have a legal person as a lawyer, a barrister, member of your board of directors. You have legal services. They guide you in terms of having legal structure in your organization. Number 2, corporate governance. A company's corporate governance structure is critical for its success. When we talk about corporate governance, we are talking about principles, processes that you need to run your business day to day. Board of directors give you guidelines as to how your company can fulfill its goals and objectives. Number 3, independence and accountability. Board members are always independent. 1, because they are not on your payroll. They act in the interest of your company. They are free from conflicting interests that can compromise judgment when they are making decisions on behalf of your company. Number 4, strategic direction. Board of directors give you all the direction that you may need in your company and in your day-to-day running. You know, most times when you set up, you may not know what to do in some regards, and because of the skills and expertise of the members of your board, they could give you the directions you need in terms of strategy. Marketing, for example. My board chairman, for example, has helped a lot in marketing, introducing us because we are into civil engineering. We've been able to have a lot of references from our board members. They participate, they give us all the direction in terms of marketing strategy. Finances as well. We have someone who has had 15 years experience in the financial industry. For example, our board secretary, she's a barrister. She has given us all that we need in terms of putting up agreements, having to discuss contracts with clients, and also help us out in some of legal cases we've come across in the course of our transactions. So strategic decision is what you should look at in picking up or constituting your board members. Number 5, credibility and legitimacy. Like someone once said, that credibility is the sole aim of an entrepreneur. Being credible is what we should have as entrepreneurs. But if you do not have it, having credible board members and legitimate board members give your business a fresh look. First, that you are credible to have people that are older than you, people that have a lot of years of experience in the industry, and also the fact that they've been known for being accountable. They are legitimate. So credibility is what you can buy through your board members. You may not have it as a startup entrepreneur because you are just starting up. Take, for example, I have a Dangote as a board member. I have all it takes in terms of credibility because I got someone of his caliber, credible entrepreneur. He's been in the business world for a while, so he's credible. It means credibility that I cannot, I never end. I could buy it by having a board member that is credible. In conclusion, I want to let you know that setting up a board of directors is very, very vital. It could be a civil engineering company like ours, Camel Aggregates and Construction, or a pharmacy shop. But let me let you know that the advice you will get from your board members for owning a shop will be so invaluable that your pharmacy may start with 1 shop, tomorrow you may have 2, and just on and on. In another few years, you have a couple of pharmacy stores all over the country. So I wish you good luck as you set up your board members. Make sure you consult very well because it's very vital. Put into consideration experience and also put into consideration diversity of professional skills and others. It's very important And I want to let you know, if you get it right, always meet at the top.
Be on the lookout for the You Win Connect Awards coming soon.
I'm Fema Baoku. I represent professionalexamdirect.com.ng. That's an online platform that allows people who take professional exams like ICANN, like ACCA, and all the stuff to actually get to follow up on their preparation online. You win, I just saw it online. I was just browsing one day and I just saw the adverts online, and then I just felt that let me just give it a try. Then I forgot about it actually, but I think on the 30th of December last year, I just went online to my email, and then I just saw a message that I need to go on to the online class, which took me about 3 weeks to finish. And the experience was good. We had sections on communication, on personal development. We had sections on writing a business plan. We had a section on markets, how to get into a market, analyze competition, and all that. So those were some of the basic things we learned while on the online platform. So the process finished, and basically that's how I found myself here in this training. And coming to this training here today, this physical class section, the interaction here has really been great. I've been able to meet other entrepreneurs like myself who share the same vision and who share the same dream. And then there is this aura in the air on capacity building, and people really are doing amazing things that will really help boost the economy and add more to the GDP.
My name is Fadera Williams, and I'm a landscape architect. And in fact, I'm the first landscape architect produced by Nigeria, and I run a landscape services firm. I heard about you through a friend, and she introduced it to me and told me about how that we were going to be trained. Now I'm someone who likes to learn. And one of my core strengths is learning. And I discovered that as I started my business, I just didn't have the technical know-how to run a business. I just was doing it with my native intelligence. And I knew I needed training. And so when I applied for this program and I was shortlisted, I was excited because this was an opportunity to get trained. And so we started the online training, and it was a very, very rigorous process. In fact, when I was doing my exams, my heart was in my mouth because you wouldn't know what you scored until you were through with the question answering session. But at the end of the day, I got in, and I'm here at the academy training, and it's been very exciting. We learned about the business model canvas, and we had the opportunity to break down into clusters, which was very, very helpful because then you could really zero down into your core department, because we had construction, manufacturing, agri, and all that, and I learned a lot. I'm still learning anyway.
My name is Akiwande Fidelis Heli. I'm the creator of the Link Fidelis brand. It started in 2015 officially. I came into the UWIN thing. I never even knew that I needed to upgrade anything that I knew about running business. So when the UWIN came and I scaled through, we learned that we have to do online training. I was like, oh my God. But we did the online training, and it was really, really rich. So many things like marketing, the way you position yourself in the market, the way you get your customers to stick to your brand and be loyal were things that I learned. After doing that, we did assessment, and it was like I might not go through it. But we went through it and we got a mail that we should come for in-class training. So far, so good. We've been in the in-class training, and it has given me the opportunity to network, opportunity to pick other people's brain through brainstorming, storming sessions where we interacted together, and some things that I wouldn't even think of, some things that I wouldn't even count as my cost, I could see that they would really be cost. After this training, I know I'm leaving a better person.
business and financial analysis. Business and financial analysis.
By name Abiola Abdusalam. I represent agriculture, and I am from Niger State, majorly from Mina. Got to know about UWIN through friends. They told me about the program, and I found out that okay, the registration is actually free. I did the registration, and from the inception of the registration, we got to know about the exams. We did the exam, and finally, we found out that 5,000 people will be shortlisted nationwide. About 3-4 weeks ago, we got to know that the 5,000 people that are shortlisted, I am very much happy that my name is one of those people that are shortlisted. And here is where my training center is. I came into Abuja and I found out so many things that I don't know about, even the UWIN. I got to know more about it. Here, for example, I got to meet a lot of people with different ideas. And from those ideas, I'm also able to tap one or two things from other friends.
My name is Zakia Yahya. The name of our business is Senses by Zakia. I'm partners with my husband. I was sitting at home one day and my husband gives me a call and he says, guess what? We've been selected for UWIN. I was like, when did you register? And he says, I think you should take the online course because you need it. Because he knows my strengths and my weaknesses, and definitely I had a long way to go, especially when it comes to finances, keeping books, HR, and the like. So he says, I think you should take the online course. So as I was taking the course, my points were improving, and I was very excited about that. So one day he calls me up and he says, we have been selected for the face-to-face training, and I was ecstatic. I was so excited. So we came here, and alhamdulillah, all I can say is we thank God. The changes I've seen in myself and in my business are enormous. If you look at my books prior to the UWIN program and after the UWIN program, you would definitely see an improvement. So it has taught me how to manage my finances, how to run a business more successfully, and what steps to take in order to grow as a business.
I'm Okochan Kasi. I learned of UWIN from the media and from a friend. I'm so grateful that UWIN gave us this platform to express ourselves, our initiative, and what we have inside. This face-to-face training is wonderful. I've learned so many things, little minute things that you think you can overlook. I've learned so much, and I've met people.
My name is David M. Carter, and I'm a PhD student of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Concerning the lectures and the interactive sections we've been having so far, I think it has been educative, interactive, and informative, because I myself have a startup company, okay, ANSI Corp. We actually produce animal feeds. But as a startup company, I'm still a novice at so many things, but I must say I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot.
We hope you learned one or two things about being a successful business. Join us next week on this station, same time for another enlightening and entertaining episode. Our social media handles on Twitter at UWinConnectNG, Instagram at UWin_Connect, and Facebook at UWinConnect.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome today is the program, and I am Georgina Ndukwezi-Anka, your host. It is my utmost pleasure to welcome you to another round of exciting episode of the program, which seeks to educate you on the issue of telecommunication and ICT in general. Today's episode is well packaged for your pleasure. As you may have known, the program is an initiative of the country's telecom regulatory body, the NCC. In today's outing, starting with the news update. NCC urges telecom consumers to optimize the 2442 DND code. Also on our news update segment, NCC calls on software practitioners to seek more action on local content policy in ICT. Plus, telecom giant MTN pays 165 billion naira out of 330 billion naira fine. And on our news of the week segment, Mbata pledges commitment to a digital Nigeria, while the consumer segment is on safety in use of phones. Wow, what a loaded episode we have for you today on the program. Please be my guest. Welcome back. We are starting from the 83rd edition of the Telecom Consumers Parliament Forum held in Lagos. There, the Executive Vice Chairman, Nigerian Communications Commission, Professor Umar Ambata, enjoined telecom consumers to make proper use of the 2442 Do Not Disturb code to sort out issues of concern. In its effort to ensure that telecom consumers are not being distracted by incessant or unsolicited messages from their service providers, the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC) has called on subscribers to explore benefits inherent in the use of the 2442 Do Not Disturb code to stop it from coming. The Executive Commissioner, Stakeholders Management (NCC), Mr. Sunday Dari, made this known at the 83rd edition of the Telecom Consumers Parliament Forum put together by the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC) in Lagos. According to him, following the barrage of complaints on the menace of unsolicited messages, the Commission swayed into action by mandating the activation of the 2442 short code. But it is disheartening that a larger number of subscribers are yet to use the code to address their complaints.
Most of us do not read. Once there's a message from an operator, a service provider, we delete without just reading. We just feel it's not important. I've tried it. It takes just 2 seconds or 3 seconds to read this message. Sometimes some of them are informational. They might not be useful to you, but they might be useful to someone else. So we think that these messages should come through. But we try to strike a balance by making sure that the nuisance and inconvenient nature of it is stopped, which was why last year was dedicated to the Year of the Telecom Consumer, and the NCC introduced what we call the DND 2442, where you can stop unsolicited text messages.
Mr. Dari said about 98% of complaints reported to the Commission through its 622 toll-free line have been resolved by the NCC and the service providers, given the fact that the NCC is not resting on its oars to ensure that consumers get value for their money.
Looking at the complaints by consumers, types of complaints against each of the operators. I'll give you an example, for instance. The last quarter of last year, we received 18,711 complaints through our social media accounts, through 622 complaints line, through written complaints. And I tell you, 98% of these complaints were resolved by the NCC and the operators.
The panel consists of members of various service providers, and the Consumer Protection Council, NCC, WASPN, charted a way forward on addressing consumer-related issues.
To everyone in the room, particularly those who are more on the consumer end, please, there is hardly any service without terms and conditions. And particularly on the part of DND, on one occasion, a number of people complained that they missed out on job opportunities because they subscribed to DND and then they blocked it off completely, as Mr. Oke had said, and were unable to receive the SMS from their prospective employers. So please, there is no rule that is set to either kill the service providers or deliberately deprive the consumers.
Some consumers commended the initiative as it has enlightened them the more.
The NCC and definitely it should continue because so our consumers can hear their opinions more. But from what we have seen here today, NCC is really doing a very wonderful job.
Improvement on what NCC has been doing. There is not much awareness so that the one can be able to control unsolicited messages.
The service providers, however, promised effective and responsive service delivery. Welcome back. The Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, is calling on software practitioners in Nigeria to join hands and come up with ideas of how to transform Nigerian economy through software industry dependent. The call was made at the Institute of Software Practitioners of Nigeria 2018 dinner held in Lagos. The Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, has called the attention of software practitioners in Nigeria to join the revolution and come up with ideas of how to transform the Nigerian economy through software industry dependence. This call was made at the Institute of Software Practitioners of Nigeria, ISPON, 2018 President's Dinner in Lagos, where dignitaries from all walks of life gathered to celebrate the successes and achievements of ISPON. The guest of honor and Minister of Communications, Barrister Adebayo Shitu, in his address, said the ministry will do all it takes to ensure the government patronizes and gives preference to locally made software and also create an enabling policy that will encourage the Nigerian youth to promote and ensure self-reliance on software design.
There are several local software providers doing well, but as a whole, the software industry needs to move faster than it is doing at present. Because of the opportunities offered by software, Nigeria will aspire to become a global player in the creative, high-value end of ICT. The software industry will be treated as a national priority.
The Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Professor Umar Nambata, who was represented by the Director, New Media and Information Security, NCC, Engineer Haru Al-Hassan, the opportunity for Nigeria is apt, as we exist in a technological revolution that has fundamentally altered the way we live, work, and relate to one another. He urged all stakeholders to join the revolution and become an innovative powerhouse to showcase our local content, especially in the software industry.
This is the commencement of modalities to ensure Nigeria maximizes the opportunity that comes with this revolution. We exist in a technological revolution that has fundamentally altered the way we live, work, and relate to one another.
The president of the Institute of Software Practitioners of Nigeria, ISPON, Olorungun James Emedoye, said it is due to the importance of software innovation, which represents the mainstream of emerging economies and future businesses in Nigeria, that the institution is calling on relevant stakeholders, including the Nigerian Communications Commission, for support.
NCC, all the product of Nigerian Communication Commission today is run by software. We needed NCC to work with ISPON to ensure that all those products do not come in through the telco. You call them, without Nigerian being involved.
Imadoye, who stressed that activities around software development are central to global trade and the generation of foreign exchange for Nigeria, said such important activity will need the involvement of the youth. The President's Dinner featured the conferment of ISPON Fellowship on Senator Lil Imoke, the immediate past governor of Cross River State, FSP honorary, in recognition of his unparalleled achievement for the promotion of software engineering development in Nigeria. Also honored are Mr. Christopher Iwaje, an IT veteran, and Pius Okibo Jr., a founding member of ISPON. Thank you for being there on our program Telecom Today. Recall that due to non-compliance by South African Telecom Network, MTN, to the directives given by the Telecom Regulatory Agency, NCC, to delist all improperly registered SIMs from their network, attracted a fine of 330 billion naira. Well, the latest is that out of that amount, MTN has paid 165 billion naira so far.
The Nigerian Communications Commission has revealed that MTN has paid 165 billion naira out of the 330 billion naira fine imposed on it due to its inability to disconnect improper registered SIM cards. The Executive Vice Chairman of the NCC, Professor Umar Garba Dambata, revealed this when MTN Group, led by Dr. Pascal Dozier, MTN Chairman in Nigeria, visited the headquarters of the Commission in Abuja. According to the NCC boss, the fine is aimed at ensuring that it is not business as usual, but to ensure that the rules of engagement are respected, stating that the Commission would continue to cooperate with the telecom company for its major contributions to the economy and digital growth of the nation's economy.
So far, MTN has paid, and I would like this to go public, they have paid more than 50% of the fine. And that will translate to 165 billion naira. Yes, it's a whopping sum of money, and they have not defaulted as yet. Okay, so this is very, very important. And this payment they are making is consistent with terms of the agreement we reached with them. Okay, remember there was an amicable settlement agreement, leading to the way and manner the fine is being paid installmentally now. So far they have not reneged. They are busy paying. The whole objective of that exercise was not to bring MTN to its knees. We just wanted to ensure it is not business as usual. More than the fine, we wanted to ensure that rules of engagement, are respected. That's all I said to him.
Earlier, Chairman of MTN Nigeria, Dr. Pascal Dozier, said Nigeria is one of the largest contributors to its market, explaining that the visit was to cement the relationship between MTN and NCC. He further appealed to the telecom regulator to auction more spectrums to further open up the ICT space and improve the country's economy.
You are our regulator. We always like to have a close relationship with our regulator. And we also, first of all, it has two folds. First, to thank you for the close relationship we've had. And any close relationship has also its issues. But that notwithstanding, we're happy with the NCC.
Recall that in October 2015, the telecom regulator imposed a fine of 1.4 trillion naira on MTN Nigeria for not complying with government's rule on the activation of unregistered SIM cards. The fine was imposed on MTN for not disconnecting about 5.1 million improperly registered lines in its network within the stipulated deadline. After several appeals and negotiations, including diplomatic intervention by the South African government, the fine was reduced to 330 billion naira. MTN initially made a commitment payment of 50 billion naira to the government, while the remaining balance of 280 billion naira was to be paid in 6 tranches in accordance with the agreement between the regulator and MTN. Atinuke Tukura, Telecom Today.
The program is Telecom Today, powered by the NCC. We now take a break. When we return, it will be time for the News of the Week segment. Please do not go away.
Last day of the month. This alert has to come in early today.
You have a text message.
Haba, what kind of disturbance is this?
You have a text message.
That must be a message from my darling.
Unsolicited message again.
This is harassment. Wow, what's this now?
Are you tired of receiving unsolicited text messages on your phones? Then take advantage of Do Not Disturb code 2442. Simply text STOP to 2442 and all unsolicited text messages will stop coming. If you want to be receiving particular types of calls and text messages instead, text HELP to 2442 and choose the option that suits you, like finance, sports, religion. Where your service provider fails to meet your request, call NCC on toll-free number 622.
Thank you, NCC.
NCC, connecting Nigeria.
Welcome to the News of the Week segment. The Executive Vice Chairman of the NCC, Professor Garba Umar Ambata, has reiterated the Commission's commitment to a digital Nigeria. The EVC stated this when he paid a courtesy visit to the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, at the CBN headquarters in Abuja.
The Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Professor Umar Garba Dambata, has reassured of the Commission's commitment towards ensuring that Nigeria joins other developed economies of the world in operating a cashless society. The NCC helmsman gave this renewed commitment when he paid a courtesy visit to the Governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, at the CBN headquarters in Abuja, where both industry regulators signed a memorandum of understanding on mobile money services and financial inclusion. Professor Dambata, who described the MOU signing event as a landmark in the country's digital transformation process, is optimistic that the digital revolution being envisaged will target governance as well as other key service sector of the economy.
To me, today's signing of the MOU is a very, very, if you like, positive statement we're making about our commitment to ensure the digital transformation process in our course on all sectors of the economy. And I hope we can be able to bring the same experience to bear in other sectors, the key sectors of the Nigeria's economy: education, transportation, other key services sectors, including the delivery of governance, good governance, to the citizens of this country. The NCC is committed to this digital transformation process. We are daily thinking of what to do to ensure we reach the desired destination of making sure our people participate in the digital economy in a way and manner that they will be empowered to leverage the power of information and communications technology to conduct their daily businesses.
The CBN Governor, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, equally expressed delight in the NCC's visit and the MOU that followed.
Let me seize this opportunity to welcome the Executive Vice Chairman and his team to Central Bank of Nigeria, and to thank the NCC for finding time to visit us at Central Bank of Nigeria today for the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Nigerian Communications Commission on the payment system in Nigeria. This is a landmark document which our teams have worked for several months trying to put together with the intention to see to how the NCC and the Central Bank of Nigeria can work together towards driving the payment system in Nigeria, reducing cash transactions in Nigeria, and enhancing cashless operations in Nigeria. That it will also help to facilitate financial inclusion and also drive a more robust payment system in Nigeria.
The CBN chief gave this rundown of the current financial inclusion level in the country, even as he expressed optimism about the great impact the NCC and CBN collaboration will make in boosting Nigeria's economy and financial status.
I'm very delighted because today, with this signing, we are now very sure and certain that we would very easily improve the level of financial inclusion from the level that it is today, which is about 48%, and we'd set a target for ourselves that by 2020, which is in 3 years or below, that the level of financial inclusion should increase to 80%.
While addressing a section of the media, the NCC boss shed more light on the essence of the high-level visit to CBN.
The MOU we have signed is on mobile money service and financial inclusion. This followed useful work done by a committee made up of representations from the NCC and CBN, which culminated in the signing of the MOU. On the basis of the MOU have signed, the two organizations have indicated commitment towards driving the financial inclusion in the country, as well as ensuring improvement in the money mobile service penetration.
Also speaking on the level of broadband deployment in the country, which forms a critical aspect of ensuring a cashless society, Professor Dambata gave this piece of industry update.
Well, the penetration stands at 22%. The target by the end of this year is 30%. We have made progress, up to 70% progress, and that is, I think, a positive progress we have made. We would like to wait until, maybe the end of the year.
In its technical sense, a cashless transaction has to do with electronic means of payment through the cyberspace without the use of physical cash as a legal tender. This transaction is usually carried out by the use of credit or debit cards at the point of sales, POS, internet banking, mobile banking, or even ATM terminals. A cashless economy is aimed at curbing some of the negative consequences associated with a high usage of physical cash in the economy, including higher risk of using cash and inefficiency and corruption in the financial system, as well as reduces the cost of banking services and drive financial inclusion by providing more efficient transaction options and greater reach. In all, the visit to the CBN headquarters is one that aligns with the fifth pillar of the Professor Dambata's 8-point agenda of facilitating strategic collaboration and partnership with relevant stakeholders to foster ICT for sustainable economic development and social advancement.
Welcome back. Our consumer segment this week is on the safe use of mobile phones, especially amongst road users. The telecom crew were on the streets to capture consumers' opinion on this.
Mobile phone has become an object we cannot do without, not just because of the important role it plays in our daily lives, but also its relevance in helping us achieve critical functions on a daily basis. However, it's good to note that while using the smartphones to carry out these functions, phone users must remember safety measures at all times. Telecom Today spoke with subscribers on the safe use of mobile phones, especially amongst road users.
I think it's bad. Yeah, because it causes a lot of distraction. Sometimes you don't know why somebody is calling you. You have a lot of lives behind you, and you're the only one that knows your problem. It may cause you distraction, but some of the drivers tell you that this is handset, it's not a phone, a motor set. So they will always prefer to hold it in their hands or keep it close to them while driving. But it's not advised. It's always advised to park before receiving call or before using your cell phone.
When driving and receiving call, you will be absent-minded. As a matter of fact, when I was driving down here, my phone rang, and only the ringing alone, I was a little bit confused. Talk less of when receiving the call. So when you're receiving a call while driving, you will be absent-minded. Your mind will no longer be on the driving you, and it will cost a lot. It's a result of accident. And your passengers, mostly if you're carrying passengers like we, the commercial drivers, when you're with passengers and you are making a call, man, you will receive an insult, and again, not to be insulted, you better put the phone on silent. So after driving, you will see the missed calls and you call back.
Well, like I said, there is a taboo, because if you are driving at the same time making call is not good, because accident may occur at any given time.
Using your cell phone while driving is not really advisable. It could distract you. Maybe you can lose concentration on where you're going to, therefore it can cause accidents. However, using it to trek, maybe you want to cross the road, you won't see a vehicle coming. You can just cross without knowing what you're actually doing. So it's not advisable to use it while driving or while crossing.
It's really wrong. It's so wrong, because it's make you have this lack of concentration on anything happening on the environment, but your side view, because when driving and you're answering a call, it doesn't make you concentrate on the road, and it causes a lot of damages. And then even the earpiece when walking, maybe there might be a moving car, he doesn't want to traffic gate, he doesn't want to give you signs, but he wants to horn for you. You might not hear it because of the earpiece. So it's so wrong using it.
Well, it's not encouraging, because it's a form of distraction, and it could distract you, it causes accidents and all that. So it's not advisable to use your cell phone while driving.
satisfaction, safety and welfare of the telecom consumer has always been the concern of the telecom regulator, and as such the Commission organizes various forums to educate subscribers and at the same time allowing them to bear their minds on the issues regarding the telecom industry.
Well, it is on this note we want to call it a day on this week's edition of Telecom Today. Not to worry, the program will be back same time next week with another resounding episode. Before we go, please remember to send us your feedback and comments through the NCC website, Facebook, Twitter and YouTube. Remember, you can always call our toll-free customer care line 622 for any service complaint. I am Georgina Ndukwe Ezainka, thanking you for being my guest. Until I come your way again, bye for now.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
In Abuja, where the African Drum Festival is ongoing. Earlier on, before we rejoined the Abuja program, we tell you that we have an array of dignitaries here at the festival. Quite colorful, I must say. And as you can see, the arena is filled with people from all walks of life. We have here the Minister of Information and Culture. Of course, we also have some of the dignitaries. Now you can see on stage we have a performance ongoing, and this is what you are going to enjoy for the next couple of hours. Once again, my name is Shegun Lawole, and on behalf of the Nigerian Television Authority, the outside broadcast crew, I welcome you to the third edition of the African Drums Festival going on in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. Last year, at least about 12 African nations joined their counterparts in Nigeria to take part in this fiesta. This time around, perhaps they're likely to have more than that, 16 or more participating. It's a 3-day event and it's just starting off. We're going to have a swell time here for the 3 days. Before we return to the live broadcast, we had a number of troops from other parts of the southwest. We have a troop from Jos. We also had from Cross River and a host of others. This year's festival promises to be more exciting than the previous editions. Apart from being an entertainment platform and showcasing our cultural heritage, it's also a sort of competition for the various cultural troops. Last year, we understand that a sum of 5 million naira was given the state that came first. We're yet to know how much the winner of from the state will get this time around. There are various categories. We also have various groups apart from state contingent. And they also went home with some amount of money, ranging from 3 million to 1 million, depending on your position. I'm sure this year promises to be better. Here we have some frontline artists joining us here also to be a part of this historic occasion. Earlier on, I was able to spot Olu Jacobs. I also saw there in the audience Daonile Ola. Quite a number of them. Of course, the Juju Maestro Ebenezer Obey is also on ground. As a matter of fact, one of the legends in the music industry. Before the infusion, or perhaps before the advent of modern musical instruments, Ebenezer Obey, Fabiyi and his likes principally dual tone, the use of indigenous instruments in entertaining the people. And today is an icon in that industry. As the program unfolds, perhaps after today, because there are quite a number of other things that are going to be done, the performance you have here at Kuto, the cultural center, is going to be ongoing for the next 3 days. But there are other activities to spice up the fiesta. There you have Olu Jacobs and some other artists. We have here members of the Directors Guild. You can see there Professor Wole Soyinka, who is going to anchor tomorrow's program at Olumo Rock. There we understand we're going to have a number of old drummers, those who made names in their time and that are still living. And so you're going to see them play some of these indigenous instruments, how to come up at Olumo Rock. I'm afraid to tell you that this particular event unfolding here at Kuto, you may say it's for the young and the old, but that of the Olumo Rock will be particularly for the elderly. Because as you are made to understand, some of those that will be performing there
a standardized performance
are not below 80 years of age.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm sure it's going to be quite interesting to see an 80-year-old or more beating the drums. We can assure you that the 3-day event
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, make some noise once again, Ogun Standard!
All right, you can say quite colorful.
Right about
the
now,
night is almost about to fall. I will allow you to enjoy some of the performances here tonight. For the next 2 hours or thereabouts, you're going to have different performances.
Our royal father, all the way from the source. Orisun Omo Odu to Daiwa. Orisun Omo Odudua. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our father, His Royal Imperial Kábíyèsí Aláyélúwà Ọ̀nìrìṣà. Ẹ bá mi ṣe Kábíyèsí Ọ̀ní o. His Royal Imperial Ọba Ẹniìtàn Adéyẹyè Ògúnwùsì Ọ̀jájá the second, the Ọ̀ní of Ilé-Ifẹ̀. Ẹ ṣé Ọ̀ní o. Ọba tó tóbi àrò Kábíyèsí Ọ̀nìrìṣà. Make some noise, make some noise, make some noise. Mo kí gbogbo ọmọ bíbí ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn lẹ́ndí o. Ṣẹ́nu yín ò dùn ni àbínú tèmi nìkan ló dùn ni. Àbẹ́ẹ̀ rí pé ó gún régé lẹ́ni. Ṣó gún régé àbí ò gún régé? Orúkọ Ògùn ló ń rò ó. Ṣùgbọ́n ká àkọ́kọ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè, ọba gbogbo àwọn ọba pátápátá, ọba lánàá, ọba lónìí, ọba lọ́la, ọba títí ayé lọ kọrin kése. Kábíyèsí Olódùmarè tó fún gbogbo wa ní okun àti agbára tí a tún lè jọ péjú síbí lẹ́nìí, nítorí wípé Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ló ń ṣe gbogbo nǹkan láyé. Kò kì í sọ̀kalẹ̀ láti ojú sánmọ̀, ó máa ń gbé àwọn ènìyàn dìde ni. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè tó gbé gómìnà dìde, gómìnà wa dáadáa, Sẹ́nitọ̀ Ìbíkúnlé Àmùsù, ọkùnrin takuntakun, ọkùnrin takuntakun, ẹni tínú ẹ̀ bá dùn sí gómìnà wa kó bá mi pè é. Ṣé inú yín ò dùn ní? Ó dá ń gbàna ẹ bá mi sọ pé Ògùn. A ó máa gún fún gbogbo wa lágbára Ọlọ́run ni o. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ló fi gómìnà wa kẹwàá, kò ń ṣe ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn nìkan o, gbogbo ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire ni, nítorí pé akíkanjú ni wọ́n. Ọlọ́run tó fún wọn ní ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ tí wọ́n lè fi nǹkan mèremère ìlọ́lẹ̀ fún gbogbo àwa ọmọ adúláwọ̀. Mo kí wọn àti gbogbo àwọn tó ń bá wọn ṣiṣẹ́, nítorí pé àdáṣe òun ló ń wọn mọ́. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ó yan àwọn èèyàn rere tí wọ́n ní pé kí wọ́n ṣe iṣẹ́ takuntakun fún ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn. Gbogbo ìgbà tí mo bá wá sí ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn orí mi máa ń wú púpọ̀ púpọ̀. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè tún wá fún wọn ní okun àti agbára. Mo ní àǹfààní, mo jókòó lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ wọn. Bí wọ́n ṣe ń pe ọ̀tún ni wọ́n ń pe òsì, kí gbogbo ètò yìí kó ba lè máa lọ ní bó ṣe yẹ kí ó lọ. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè tó yọ̀ǹda wọn fún wa, ní agbára Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè iwájú lẹ ó máa lọ o. Wọ́n máa ń ṣe nǹkan ìwúrí púpọ̀ púpọ̀. Tí ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn bá gbé irú nǹkan báyìí lọ́lẹ̀ tán, gómìnà á tún gbé gègé fúnra rẹ̀, á tún kí ẹ wípé o ṣe tó wá bá wa ṣe nǹkan mèremère. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè fún gómìnà wa. Orí mi máa ń wú púpọ̀ ní gbogbo ìgbà. Mo dẹ̀ ń ṣàdúrà fún yín lágbára àwọn aláṣekù
àti ẹ̀sìn dálẹ̀ ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire ẹ ò ní ṣiṣẹ́ o. Gbogbo àdáwọ́lé yín á máa lọ sí rere ní o. Gbogbo ohun tó mí àti èyí tí ò mí tọ́lọ́run Olódùmarè yọ̀ǹda fún yín ẹ̀ ní fojú sùkú kankan wọn o. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè tó yàn yín fún ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn, àwa mọrírì yín, a mọrírì iṣẹ́ takuntakun tẹ́ ń ṣe. Ìkan ẹ̀ ni ntí gbogbo wa wá fún lónìí. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè kẹ́ìran wa, àwa ni àkọ́kọ́ ṣe ìlú. Àwa ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire ọ̀dọ̀ wa ni gbogbo ẹ̀ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ọlọ́run kẹ́ wa púpọ̀ tó tún wá fún wa ní àǹfààní wípé kí a túmọ̀ wá gbéga báyìí. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á túbọ̀ máa bá mi gbé ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn ga o. Á gbé gbogbo ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire ga àti gbogbo Nàìjíríà lápapọ̀. Mo wá kí igbákejì wọn náà àti gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n bá wọn ṣe ìjọba. Mo kí gbogbo orí adé tó wà níjókòó. Mo kí bàbá Aláàfin ikú bàbá yèyé. Mo kí bàbá, Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ti kẹ́ wọn. Ọlọ́run á túbọ̀ máa bá mi lọ́ra ẹ̀mí wọn o. Ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire á túbọ̀ máa gún sí ni. Mo kí Aláké ti gbogbo Ẹ̀gbá lápapọ̀. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á túbọ̀ máa bá mi lọ́ra ẹ̀mí yín. Mo dẹ̀ kí Àkárìgbò náà àti gbogbo orí adé tó wà ní ìkàlẹ̀. Mo kí Obong ti ìlú Calabar náà. Mo kí Professor Wọlé Ṣóyínká. Mo kí bàbá wa dáadáa tí wọ́n gbé orúkọ ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire ga. Bàbá wa Ajíbọ́lá, wọ́n gbé orúkọ wa ga káàkiri gbogbo àgbáláyé. Mo dẹ̀ kí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ṣàǹkọ̀ṣàǹkọ̀ àti gbogbo àwọn bọ̀rọ̀kìnní tó wà ní ìkàlẹ̀. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á túbọ̀ máa lọ́ra ẹ̀mí wa o. Nǹkan tí à ń ṣe lénìí, gómìnà wa àti ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn wọ́n ti fi bí aṣíwájú rere bó ṣe yẹ kó máa ṣe. Mo wá ń dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run nítorí pé ẹ̀kẹta tí mo máa wá rèé. Mo dẹ̀ rí wípé ìdàgbàsókè ní gbogbo ìgbà ló ń bá ètò African Drum Festival. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run, a ò tí ì mọ rírì ẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n tẹ́ ẹ bá wò ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó ń tajà, ilé ìgbafẹ́ àti ibi tí a máa ń sùn, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ni ó ti máa kún ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn báyìí. Èyí á tún gbé ọrọ̀ ajé ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn ga sí. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ló kẹ́ wa pẹ̀lú àṣà. Ọlọ́run kẹ́ wa pẹ̀lú nǹkan oríire báyìí. Tẹ́ ẹ bá wo ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire dáadáa ní gbogbo àgbáláyé, àṣà wa ó lágbára ju ẹ̀sìn lọ o. Àṣà wa òun ni àkọ́kọ́ máa ń gbé síwájú. Òun ló jẹ́ kí a máa gbé pọ̀ ní ìrẹ́pọ̀ àti àlàáfíà ní ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire. A jẹ́ ẹni tí ó dá dúró bí àwòkọ́ṣe fún gbogbo àgbáláyé ní ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire wọ́n mọ̀ wá wípé àwa la fẹ́ràn nǹkan ṣíṣe jù ọ̀dọ̀ wa ní gbogbo ẹ̀ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run tó fún ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn ní àǹfààní yìí láti lè máa gbé àṣà wa ga nítorí wípé tẹ́nítẹ́ní tèkísà ní ta àtàn. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè tó ń lọ́ra ẹ̀mí gbogbo wa ní agbára Ọlọ́run ọdún tó ń bọ̀ á tún jù báyìí lọ o. Á ṣojú ẹ̀mí gbogbo wa o. Ní agbára Ọlọ́run gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn iwájú ni wọ́n tún máa lọ sí o. Àwọn tí wọ́n ṣe ọdún méje tó ń fi ìlànà rere sí ilẹ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á túbọ̀ bá wa gbé wọn ga sí. Inú gbogbo wa dùn sí yín ẹ má mi kàn àwọn aláṣekù wọ́n wà pẹ̀lú yín wọ́n kọ̀ wọ́n rìn wọ́n dúró tì yín ẹ ó máa mọ̀ ọ́ ṣe o. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo wa wípé a wá ní èní ní agbára Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè àdélébáre àrìnàkórè àfòyà ibi gbogbo àdáwọ́lé wa láyé iwájú ni ó máa lọ o. Ẹni tó bá fẹ́ ṣoríire lénìí torí mo mọ̀ pé olóríire ní gbogbo wa lénìí oríire náà dẹ̀ bá wa kalẹ̀ o. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè tó ń lọ́ra ẹ̀mí wa tó ń jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa wà ní ìṣọ̀kan torí ìṣọ̀kan òun ló lè gbé orílẹ̀-èdè lékè. Àṣà òun ló lè gbé orílẹ̀-èdè lékè. Àṣà wa ò gbọ́dọ̀ parun o. Ní agbára Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè bí Ògùn ṣe jẹ́ aláwòkọ́ṣe báyìí lágbára Ọlọ́run ipa yín Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á túbọ̀ máa kún yín nípa sí o. Gbogbo ibi tí gbogbo wa fojú sí láyé ọ̀nà àgbàbẹ̀ fún wa o. Mo wá dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wa náà lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí wípé lọ́dún tó ń bọ̀ a ó tún pọ̀ jù báyìí lọ o. Láyọ̀ àti àlàáfíà a máa ṣe é ṣe fún gbogbo wa o. Ó ti ṣe é ṣe lágbára Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè. Ẹ ṣé.
Kábíyèsí ẹ dákun torí Ọlọ́run kábíyèsí ẹ má ìlú afẹ́ pé àwọn orí adé tó kù kí wọ́n bá yín wà níbí láti bá àwọn èèyàn wa náà sọ̀rọ̀. A máa pe bàbá wa ikú bàbá yèyé.
Kábíyèsí ikú bàbá yèyé bàbá wa Lámídì Adéyẹmí Aláàfin ti gbogbo Ọ̀yọ́ ẹ ṣé kábíyèsí o.
Bí ikú bàbá yèyé ṣe ń bọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ la máa pe kábíyèsí Aláké ti Ẹ̀gbá.
Coming up next is the Ooni, beg your pardon, the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, Ọba Lámídì Adéyẹmí, who is also going to address what they refer to in their parlance as subjects. While the Ooni was addressing the crowd in vernacular, which is typical of the traditional rulers in Yoruba land, they believe the indigenous language will be better understood by their subjects. So most times they address their subjects in vernacular. They all indeed thank the governor for organizing this rich cultural fiesta, which is regarded as the largest assemblage of drums, drummers, and indigenous music instruments. Ooni also acknowledged the achievements of the Amosun-led administration, the giant strides in the development of infrastructure in Ogun State. He did say Yoruba land is very lucky to have the likes of Ibukunle Amosun. And he prayed fervently for a united Nigeria, which said is critical to our survival and development, and of course the promotion of rich cultural heritage. There you have the Alaafin about to address its subject.
Ẹni tí ń ṣe nǹkan dáadáa nígbà gbogbo tó ń ṣe tó wù tẹ́nìkan ò lè bí. Adúpẹ́ tó mú wa débi lálàáfíà tá a péjú fún ìlú gbogbo ilẹ̀ Áfíríkà ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta tá à ń ṣe lénìí ọjọ́ 19 oṣù kẹrin ọdún 2018. Ẹni tó ṣokùnfà wa tá a fi débí náà ni ọlọ́lá wa gómìnà wa ọmọ wa tọ́lọ̀ ń fún ní òye àti ọgbọ́n láti kó àwọn ètò yìí jọ. Ẹ̀kẹta rẹ̀ tá a ṣe ní Ọlọ́run ọba ó fún lẹ́mìí gígùn àtàláfíà ara. Yorùbá ní ó wu ní ká jẹran kó pẹ́ lẹ́ni ṣùgbọ́n òǹfà tó wà lọ́nà fún ni ò jẹ́. Gómìnà yóò lọ tó bá di 2019 kí ni ó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí nǹkan ṣẹlẹ̀. Àwa Yorùbá ní àṣà kan tó burú, a máa ń ṣe ọ̀dáhù dá wáíwáí. Ẹ̀bẹ̀ mi ni fún gbogbo àwọn olóṣèlú, àwọn tó ń dupò gómìnà ní Ògùn state, kẹ́ ẹ dákun kẹ́ jẹ́ kí nǹkan ribibi tí Ìbíkúnlé Amósùn tó fi lélẹ̀ kó ṣeé ṣe. Àwọn tó ti sọ̀rọ̀ ṣáájú ti kí gbogbo àwọn tó wà ń jòkó àwọn èèyàn jàǹkànjàǹkàn mi ní dènà pẹ́nu. Àwọn tó wà ń jòkó lélẹ̀ láwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n onímọ̀ oníwèé. Ọ̀nà 5 ni a fi ń darí èèyàn, ọ̀nà 5 pàtàkì la fi lè darí èèyàn sí rere àti sí nǹkan tí ò jẹ́ rere. Àwọn tó bá kàwé tó ṣe philosophy àbí political science wọ́n á sọ fún yín pé n tẹ́ ń pè ní guardianship kéèyàn gáàdì àwọn èèyàn kó tọ́ wọn síbi tó tọ́. Táwọn èèyàn bá rí i pé ọ̀nà náà tọ́ wọn tọ́. Èkejì, inspiration. Tá a bá lẹ́ni tó gbọ́n púpọ̀ jù tó lè tàyàn jí nínú àwọn olóṣèlú tó ti lọ, a rí Ṣìfọ̀ Fáfẹ́mi Awólọ́wọ̀, a rí Nnamdi Azikiwe, a sì rí Ahmadu Bello. Wọ́n gbé èbó, wọ́n sì fi èbó náà kọjú dá àwọn amúnisìn. Bá ti lò ká ṣe tó tàbá tún ìkẹta ní motivation. Járí máa rí náà rí lò. Tí gbogbo abájókòó sí lálẹ́ tá a jẹun àmúmi, Amósùn fún alómi kò fún alóúnjẹ. Kí ni nǹkan tó ṣe tá a fi jókòó? Ó ti pè wá níjà. Ó mú ọ lọ́nu wa, ó lọ síbi kan tó dáa ní motivation. Kìí ṣe gbogbo olóṣèlú àbí gómìnà lónìí o. Ẹni tí bá máa ti ṣe ó máa darí èèyàn. Ẹyọ ẹnìkan ṣoṣo báyìí ogunlọ́gọ̀ àló darí wa. Bí ìgbà tí ẹni tí ń da màálù fi ọ̀pá kan ti fi dàgbà màálù. Ẹ pàtó mo rẹ̀ tẹ̀ pàtó ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ wá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mentorship ńkọ́. Ó kọ́ ìrìnàjò lọ́sàn-án lóru. Èmi ti wádìí wọn ní fún ara rẹ̀ ló wa ọkọ̀ ayọ́kẹ́lẹ́ wá bí gbà tó àjòkò sí pé wọ́n ṣe lè dáadáa stéèjì ẹ̀ ṣe dáadáa. Ibi tá a wà ìlú ló wà ń bẹ̀, ìlú náà fi ṣe. Wọ́n ṣe bí ìlú ló yípo bẹ́ẹ̀. Òun fúnra rẹ̀ ní pé ẹgbẹ́ àga síbí ẹgbẹ́ kiri síbí. Tó bá sùn lé ibi gómìnà ni. Bàbá dé bí ànírà ìjókòó ànílà àfíà. Torí náà ẹ jẹ́ kí n ké kúrú kí n sọ karùn-ún. Role model. Role model. Èèyàn ń kú mẹ́wàá gbogbo èèyàn ń kú ní agboolé ẹni ká máa rẹ́rìn ẹni kí ló ṣe tàn sunkún. Tílù ò bá dá ẹ̀ lè pé mbì tí wọ́n bá ń jà tí wọ́n ń fọ́ léèyàn tí wọ́n ń fọ́ tó lè gbalé. Ṣé àwọn tó wà ń Bauchi àwọn tó wà ní ìlú Zamfara àwọn tó wà níbi tí Boko Haram ń gbé wọn lọ tí wọ́n ń pa wọn Plateau Benue ṣé lè ṣe nǹkan báyìí lóru? Àwọn tí fi bọ́ọ̀bù fọyàn ni ó ti fi bá ẹ̀fọ́ bí Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ ká dúẹ̀. Torí náà àwọn òyìnbó dọ́gbọ́n títí wọn ò fẹ́ fi wálẹ̀ wọ́n fẹ́ kó wa lẹ́rú láéláé.
All right, you have the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, His Royal Majesty Lamidi Adeyemi. Like I did say earlier, the royal fathers, most times they like to talk to their subjects in vernacular, and exactly what the Ooni of Ife did so also the Aláàfin. In his earlier remarks, he was able to acknowledge the efforts of the Amosun-led administration also. He did say that there's a need to sustain this festival at the end of the tenure of Senator Ibikunle Amosun, who will not return in 2019, having served 2 terms. So he was making a passionate plea to Amosun's successor to endeavor to sustain this legacy by ensuring that this annual Drums Festival does not die with the immediate past.
Through culture, we can motivate, inspire, and then mentor all our people to be one. Àwọn téèbó dùn lẹ́nu wọn, wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀, àwọn ọ̀gbọ́ tátàtàtà gbọ́ náà. Kí ló gbé Aláàfin jáde, kí ló gbọ́ Ọ̀ọ̀ni jáde lóru? Níbo là ń wá, kí là ń wá, kí owó là ń wá ni àbí kí là ń wá? Ó ṣàmínú mi láàárín àárá múnú mi. Èmi ò gbọ́ pé Aláàfin àbọ̀ Ọ̀ọ̀ni pàdé á lọ bí ilé ìnáwó kan lálẹ́. Kí ni ẹ ń wá kí? Ọmọ ẹ wáyé là ń wá, kò ní bàjẹ́ fún ẹ. Á da fún ẹ. Mo sọ Fálákẹ́ ńgbà fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ mo ní màá rìn kàkí o. Màá rìn Alákẹ́ ń kàkí o. Ṣùgbọ́n ńgbà pé wọ́n tọ́ mi lákẹ́ náà mo ti jẹ ẹbẹ̀ wọn, mo jẹ ńlá fún wọn. Mo mú mi wọn. Ní sọ dìgbà míì tí gómìnà ọba sí ń bẹ̀. Kí ló jẹ́? Èyí ti rí. Wọ́n kọ́kọ́ dá ìwé ìròyìn Yorùbá lẹ̀ ní àgbáyé náà ni, lábẹ́òkúta yìí. Ìwé ìròyìn bá 1865. Nígbà tó dé 66 wọ́n sọ di ìwé ìròyìn Yorùbá. Wọ́n kọ́kọ́ ní ìwé ìròyìn Yorùbá Àtẹ̀gbá. Ṣùgbọ́n ńgbà wọ́n máa kọ ìwé jáde wọn ò fèdè Ẹ̀gbá kọ́. Ẹ ti ṣe àṣetẹ́ o. Wọ́n bá yí padà pé ìwé ìròyìn Yorùbá by Reverend Stanson. Ẹ̀gbá United Government wọ́n ní àwọn lórí wọn ní constabulary. Torí náà tí a bá mú àṣà wa lóríṣiríṣi a lè kólé Áfíríkà jọ tá a sì fún ọ ní ìwúrí kí a máa ṣe ọ̀kan náà. Nígbà tí South Africa ó fi gbàmìíra owó wa la lò, dọ́là wa la lò, àlàfo oníbọn àwọn àbábẹ́lẹ̀. Nígbà ọ̀ya tí wọ́n gbòmìnira tí àwọn èèyàn dúdú ibè wà lọ́gbọ́n táwa Yorùbá wọ́n tún ń pa wá lọ́mọ. Ṣé tó dànù kò yé wọn ni? Wọn ò lẹ́ni tó lórí tí ó láyé wọn tí ó sòtọ́ fún ẹ mọ́ dàrú ẹ̀ wò pé Nàìjíríà ló tọ́jú yín o, ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ lówó kòkóyè kó tó di gẹ̀rù burúkú. Àwọn tó lùlù lẹ́nu nílẹ̀ Ẹ̀gbá wọ́n wú lórí. àwọn ṣẹ̀rọ ilé wa o a ó ṣòro ilé wa o.
kábíyèsí.
ẹ̀sìn kan ò wí pé ká má ṣòro a ó ṣòro ilé. àìwáyé ká má lárúkan la o nẹ́jọ́jọ́ yóò dà sẹ́yìn láàmú ìjà gbòòrò ní àrùn ìbàdàn má sùn mọ́tò ń tòkó kagbó ni fọ́rọ̀ lẹ́gbàdáké ẹni bá jáde láago mọ́kànlá aago méjìlá yóò bòrò lọ ni.
kábíyèsí.
nílùú aláké ni o.
kábíyèsí.
adúpẹ́ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀.
kábíyèsí.
The Aláàfin for you there. He was asking some questions why you have a number of frontline traditional rulers at this event, which is almost going into a late night. He did say that it is uncommon to have them come out and attend events like this. But again, he said it is important as custodians of culture and tradition to be part of this festival. He said never in history have we had the Ooni and Aláàfin at a function at a time like this. But their attendance is beyond honoring the invitation by the governor, whom they say yes deserved all the honor, but because they own the culture. And so the event in actual fact is being organized by the traditional rulers. You went memory lane on a number of things that were done by the Egba land, alluding to the first position in quite a number of things or landmark achievements in Nigeria. He mentioned the Iwe Iroyin, which he said started as Iwe Iroyin Egba before it became the Iwe Iroyin Yoruba, and that is a tabloid which was established in 1965 by Henry Townsend. It had so if Ogun State had scored first in this area and bringing people from all walks of life to this festival also, which is regarded as the largest assemblage, then he believes that Nigeria has the capacity to lead the rest of the continent. We are united in promoting our cultural heritage. He said, no doubt, the state is going to excel more. Having held Investors Forum about a month ago, and now another epoch-making event.
níbi náà gbé kọ́ ọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fura ni o ẹ̀ fura gbẹ̀yìn rẹ wò yẹmọ́sù wẹ̀rìn rẹ wò bó lọ́mọ ogun bó lọ́mọ ogun.
ẹ bá mi panupọ̀ ṣe kábíyèsí o.
ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa ẹ dákun ẹ má jẹ́ kí n ta gbọ́ lẹ́nìí tarí lẹ́nìí kó parọ́ nù ẹ jẹ́ la mú lọ́pọ̀ òdodo àdúrà ni ká máa ṣe fún gómìnà àwọn tó wà ń bí àti bá wọn wà ẹ má bínú Obongo of Calabar, Your Royal Majesty, I want to welcome you most heartily to Abeokuta, the gateway state, the state where the first indigenous government confronted the British. ṣùgbọ́n o àwa náà kọ láìpẹ́ ìyá wa ọ̀nà tá a fi ta yín yọ o torí àwa ni àjíṣe bí Ọ̀yọ́ láàrí àmọ́ ń tẹ̀ ń ṣe yìí o wọ́n dàbẹ̀ pé ẹ fẹ́ gbà mọ́ a lọ́wọ́ o
kábíyèsí
ṣùgbọ́n tọ́mọ ní bá dáa káàwé ni yóò dá o òhùwà dáadáa o Wọlé Ṣóyínká gbogbo òwe tó ṣe ni mo kà ó wá sọ́dọ̀ mi ní ìwọ mọ̀wé àmọ́ a lè dára fún ọ náà èèbó rẹ tó mọ́ ń fọ̀n a ní jẹ́ kó ráyè fọ́ lọ́yọ̀ọ́ ẹ pé Ṣàngó kó jòrọ̀.
kábíyèsí o ẹ̀rọ olúwa mi ẹ̀rọ
nígbà tí wọ́n pe Ṣàngó òjò yọ òun náà bá ṣàfojú mi ní ọ̀dàbọ̀.
kábíyèsí.
mo kí ọ ní ìrìnsà ohun rẹ da pẹ̀lú ògọ́rọ̀ ọmọdé ní àsìpẹ́ lórí oyè ó dàgbà. mo kí Àkárìgbò ọkùnrin kúlú ń bú bí ẹ mọ́.
kábíyèsí.
mo kí àwọn tí Olúọ̀fìlà rán wá sí gan bí gbogbo àwọn lọ́balọ́ba tó wá sojú ẹ̀ Aláké gbẹ̀mí lẹ́gbẹ́ ẹ̀ ní bóun làbúrò mi ni àmọ́ mo ṣáájú ẹ̀ fún nìkan láàfin èmi gbé ààfin Aké nígbà tó wọn ò tí ì máa gbé bẹ́ẹ̀.
kábíyèsí.
ẹ̀yin ará Ògùn ẹ dákun àdúrà wa o a máa rí yín bá ẹ máa rí wa pè lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin bàbá Bọ́lá Ajíbọ́lá Prince wọ́n bí ní ìbéèrè kan kó tó lọ sí Hague mo fẹ́ rán létí mo ti wáwé náà mi ti rí gbọ́wọ́ mi ọkàn nínú pépà náà what is the occupation of your father? ó ní my father is kingly. wọ́n ní kingly ọlọ́ba ní í ṣe kingly wọ́n ní my father is kingly. mo wá jẹ́ yọ́ọ̀sì sọ́ra ọ́fíìsà máa ń dọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ máa ń bá a ṣe àwọn ìṣọ́ránsì ọkọ̀ rẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn tó ní. wọ́n wá rí mi jọ́ kan náà fẹ́ bù mí lówó ẹ ṣàdúrà fún mi o. wọ́n ní dọ̀gá ìṣọ́ránsì mo ní ara o ìfẹ́ dọ̀gá ìṣọ́ránsì ẹ ṣàdúrà kí n jọba ó sì ṣàdúrà fún mi. Ajíbọ́lá wà mílẹ̀ ni o kò ní bàjẹ́ fún bàbá ó ṣàdúrà fún mi jọ náà ó fèdè ẹ̀gbá ṣàdúrà fún mi ìgbẹ́gbà tó nǹkan bàbá ẹ pẹ́ fún wa o mo dúpẹ́ tẹ fún mi láì láti sọ ìwọ̀n bàbá yẹn.
ẹ bá mi ṣe kábíyèsí o. Can we give a professorial applause to kábíyèsí? kábíyèsí.
There you had the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́ Ọba Lamidi Adéyẹmí the third. In his characteristics manner, he does not do a speech without singing a song. And he came with a number of traditional rulers. And he was able to also acknowledge the fact that the Amusu-led administration is working. That is a cultural man and is a grassroots man. We emphasize that our culture and tradition, as diverse as they are, should not go into extinction. Nigeria, no doubt, is highly blessed with both human and natural resources, and much more blessed in terms of cultural heritage. So much can be said about the Oromiyan staff in Ile-Ife. In fact, close by is the Oluma Rock, which has become a tourist delight, and so on and so forth. But it is believed that the people themselves are the culture. Today, there has been adulteration, not to talk of the alienation of our culture. But events like this, no doubt, will go a long way in reversing all that. And that is why the traditional rulers from across the length and breadth of Nigeria
and tried all they could. They couldn't disrupt it. They couldn't throw it away. The joy of it is that I have seen something different. And by the time other leaders start thinking of picking one thing or the other of our culture and developing on it, it will go a long way to actually raise the awareness of our people and will then grow from strength to strength. I thank the governor and all the people of Ogun State for creating this festival. It is out of the blues because from my state in Cross River, we have so many festivals and so many are used to. The end of year festival that we have that brings in people from all over the world. But this one is spectacular because it goes straight to our traditional norms and values. And this is what we should encourage. I'm happy and I'm so happy. I'm happy with all the people. And I'm proud to be here today. And I will appeal to all the other governors to encourage our people to look into the traditional values of what we have and then embrace this program. It is not because it's in Ogun State, then it doesn't concern me. No. And I'm really pleased for being here to see people coming from other states of the Federation. And I promise you, I'll talk to my governor. Next year, my state will be fully represented here. Thank you for all that you've done for the people. I'm so proud. I knew Abuja, and I'm seeing a new Abuja that I can't even know the house I lived in before this time. So please keep up with your good works. I'm really happy with you. God will bless you and guide you. Long live the state, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless all of us.
Thank you very much, the Obong of Calabar. And now we invite Kabiesi Alake and the paramount ruler of Egbaland, who is the chairman, Council of Obas, Ogun State. Kabiesi.
Ó ti tó ọ̀gbẹ́ni. Wọ́n pé bẹ́ẹ̀ rí iṣẹ́ wa bẹ́ẹ̀ rí iṣẹ́ wa ẹ wò gbòòrò wò ẹ wò gbòòrò wò kẹ́ ẹ rí iṣẹ́ wa. That is our governor, Senator Ibikunle Amosu, CON-FCA. He has set a standard. He has brought very big pair of shoes that our fear is that when he goes, may the next person be able to put some paper in front of the shoe and manage to wear it for the first couple of weeks before the shoe fits. I want to thank the Alayeluwas who have been here, who have spoken earlier, starting with the Oni Risha, Iti Omorumale, Ile-Ife, Tayeti Mowa, Moki Oni. You are here 2 years ago, you were here last year, and you are here now. You will be here next year and for many years to come. I welcome the Kubabayeye, who at the age of 10 lived in Ake Palace. I was only 5 at that time, and I lived directly opposite the palace. But today, I'm wearing this dress that was taken from my grandfather's dress, and he took it to London in 1904. I've only modeled a part of it you can see. Now, this is culture. Oyinbo man will never throw it away. He will keep it in the house. We cannot throw away what belongs to our forefathers. Those things they have done in the past and done very well, we must improve on. Edidem the Obong of Calabar, or to the 5th, was a P&T manager in Abuja. Now he's the Chancellor of the Federal University of Agriculture, Abuja. Those who brought him back here, they knew that he started from here and that he loved us here. But for the fact that he was taken to go and become the Obong, he will have settled in Abuja finally. You are most welcome back home. God bless you. On behalf of all the Obas in Ogun State, I congratulate the government and people of Ogun State for staging even a much bigger drums festival than ever before. Our drums are a means of communication. To the initiated, when you beat the drums, they understand everything you are saying. The uninitiated may need some training. And when you go to war or you are working in the office, whatever you are doing, you want to be motivated, get the right drums. Get the right person to beat the drum. Otherwise, when they say, "Ẹni tí ò tó mi nà, tó ń dènà dé ní, àjẹkù ìyà ni ó jẹ. Àjẹkù ìyà ni ó jẹ. Ẹni tí ò tó ní nà, tó ń dènà dé ní, àjẹkù ìyà ni." When they give that sound, your energy will be redoubled and you are ready to go on fighting. That is what drumming is all about to us. We use it when they say, "Oh, the shebi baba re." Your energy will be redoubled and you want to keep on doing better than your father ever did. I welcome the Nobel laureate. I need not mention it. Welcome him to his hometown. I use him as an example all the time. Those who stop their children from speaking Yoruba at home, you should go to the Nobel laureate. He speaks English better than any Englishman, and he spoke Yoruba at home as a young boy. He has translated Igbo Rumale to the land of 1,000 demons because he understood Yoruba very well, and he also speaks very, very good English. Prince Bola Ajibola, when he was going to enter the Baptist Boys High School, they have a column in the form, father's profession. Then he put king in. They put teaching. Instead of just put king in. That is the creation of another word. You have joined the group of Professor Wole Soyinka in creating English words. Please keep it up. God bless you all. Thank you and God bless you all.
Kábíyèsí. And now we respectfully invite Africa's and Nigeria's pride, the Nobel laureate himself, and the consultants to the African Drum Festival for the year 2018, Professor Wole Soyinka.
Also, Professor Lai Mohammed, no, immediately.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give yourselves a very hearty round of applause. You're wonderful people. And I'd also like to say a very big thank you to custodian of our culture, His Royal Majesty is here present tonight, and the visionary Governor, Senator Ibikula Mosun. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for him. Thank you. And now we introduce the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture. Please welcome Alhaji Lai Mohammed. Oh yeah.
Inú mi dùn gan. Inú mi dùn gan. While we wait for them to come up stage, why am I happy? I'm so happy because I've traveled for 20 years to many countries, but for the first time in my entire life, I'm standing on a stage that is made. This is a drum stage. It's the first time this is happening in my whole life. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
I think this is working. Thank you very much. Akaleo, Moki Bogwa Baba. Eku Dide, Eku Wahala. ẹ kú tọ́jú wa ẹ kú gbogbo àdúrà Ọlọ́run á gbàdúrà yín fún wa ẹ pẹ́ fún wa ọgbọ́n yín wọn lá máa lò ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má dẹ̀yìn lẹ́yìn wa àwọn ọ̀dọ́mọdé tó kún ibi báyìí ẹ̀yin náà ń wò ìṣe yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ran ìlú lọ́wọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń fún àwọn tán ni wọ́n ń ṣèlú ìbáàjẹ́ Abuja àbí Èkó tẹ̀ ń fún wọn nímọ̀ràn wọ́n gbà ó wọ́n gbà ẹjọ́ wọn nìyẹn ẹ̀yin ti sọ ti yín adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín púpọ̀. Thank you all for coming and I wish to congratulate once again, as others have done, the governor for his vision, for his enthusiasm. You all know that I used to call him, I still do, with very good reason, Governor Bulldozer. But what he demonstrates is that just as he bulldozes, he constructs, he builds. Both what you can touch physically and what we call culture, which is more difficult to grasp, but it's what sustains, what defines all of us, and what gives us one single identity. So please don't lose it. And whatever we can do to encourage you to continue the work which has been inaugurated by our fathers and by our governor and all his staff. Whatever we can assist, in any way we can assist to make sure you do not lose the value that they're establishing, will do it. So once again, congratulations all of you, and I hope you've had as marvelous an evening as I've had so far. Thank you.
Just a memorable photograph. His Excellency, the Governor of Ogun State, Honorable Minister for Information and Culture, Federal Republic of Nigeria, and indeed our royal fathers from the source, from Calabar, from Oyo, Ake, and of course, Shagamu, Akaribo himself. We'd like to recognize the chairman of the National Films and Video Censors Board, our own Alagba Tunde Kilani. Thank you very much. Right about now, we'd like to listen to the message coming from the Honorable Minister, Information and Culture, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Alhaji Lai Mohammed. Can we put it together for him, please?
All right, as the traditional rulers are leaving the stage, we're going to have the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, address the festival. It's quite a day and quite colorful and interesting. The last speaker there, Gbadebo, was able to speak to the audience, and he encourages the speaking of vernacular at home so that our culture will not go into extinction. The Alaafin was able to invite the Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka to the podium, whom the Alaafin described as also the custodian of knowledge and culture. He did say that Professor Wole Soyinka is able to speak more of vernacular than even speaking the English language. And so when Professor Wole Soyinka mounted the podium, of course, he didn't disappoint anybody. But he was able to underscore the fact that it's of essence today that we must collectively promote our indigenous culture.
The Alaki of Igbalan spoke earlier. He thanked the traditional rulers present. He was at the event 2 years ago, and he's also here today. He also acknowledged the fact that we must improve on our culture. Our culture must not die. He further congratulated the governor and emphasized the importance of drums. Earlier also, the Obong of Calabar spoke, and he appreciated the governor of Ogun State, saying this year's program is actually spectacular, and he's highly pleased seeing people from all walks of life.
We're still awaiting the speech of the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture.
Your Excellency,
right about now.
Governor of Ogun State, Senator Ibikunle Amosun, Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, members of the National Assembly here present, the Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka and his amiable wife, our royal fathers from every nook and corner of Nigeria, leaders and elders and opinion holders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press, please you permit me to adopt the already very expertly established list of protocol. Let me start by congratulating His Excellency, Governor Ibikunle Amosun, and indeed the entire government and people of Ogun State for organizing the Drum Festival. Ogun State did not just conceive the idea of hosting a drum festival. It has been holding and sustaining this festival since 2016. What started as the Nigerian Drum Festival has quickly graduated to the African Drum Festival. And today, we are here for the 3rd edition of the annual event. Congratulations once again, Your Excellency. It's also worth mentioning that like wine, as the festival grows older, it gets better. This year, a conference and an exhibition to be convened by no less a personality than our own very Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, will form a part of the festival. I commend the organizers for this brilliant and intellectual addition to the festival. On our part, as the federal government, we offer our unalloyed support to the Ogun State government in its efforts to take the festival to an even higher level. There's no better indication of our support than the fact that I hear double, both as representative of the President and also as the Minister of Information and Culture. And the fact that I've personally attended every edition of this festival since its inception. We will continue to support this festival by making all our media platforms available to create awareness for it. We will also ensure that it is included in our national calendar of festivals when the calendar which we are working on, is ready. The Drum Festival keys into our objective of turning the creative industry into a thriving industry, one that provides jobs and boosts the economy. And that's why we will continue to support it. I would also like to appeal to the corporate world to partner with Ogun State and to support this festival through sponsorship. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to use this platform to inform you that Nigeria will be hosting the 61st meeting of the United Nations World Tourism Organization Commission for Africa meeting in Abuja from the 4th of June to the 6th of June this year. We expect tourism ministers from 51 African countries to converge in Abuja for this meeting. We want to sincerely thank the Ogun State government for agreeing to partner with us in our quest to host a successful meeting, which will be used to showcase our rich cultural heritage and tourism destinations. As you are aware, culture and tourism are intertwined. This Drum Festival is very important because it provides an avenue for us to showcase our rich cultural heritage and to attract global tourism and tourists to our country. The festival also plays a critical role in not just recognizing the development and curation of the form of indigenous drum poetry, but more importantly, the preservation of drum culture for future generations. In that regard, this festival brings with it the hope that this part of our culture is neither lost to us nor to our future generations. It will continue to drive our cultural reawakening to the art form of drums in terms of its construction, playing, and institutionalization. I therefore wish His Excellency, Governor Bikunle Amosun, and the government and people of Ogun State well over the period of the festival and beyond, while also extending a warm Nigerian welcome to our fellow African visitors. Have a great festival, and thank you for your very kind attention.
We just had Lai Mohammed speak to us. He congratulated the governor for hosting and sustaining this annual event. The event started as Drums Festival and grew into African Drum Festival. He promised on behalf of the federal government to take the event to a higher level. He added it would be included in the national calendar. He also encouraged the corporate partners to help sponsor programs like this. The Drum Festival is important because it helps us showcase our cultural heritage. There would be more performances right about now. We should know that the festival is aimed at showcasing African cultural heritage, including the rich culture in Ogun State.
Right now we're having the parade of the African nations that are participating in this year's edition of the Drums Festival. We did tell you that not less than 16 nations of Africa are part of this year's edition. And from across Nigeria, we have 20 states participating. And also, we have various private performance troops, numbering about 70 or thereabout. There you have some of them also coming in. I can see Unique Ensemble. We have so many of them. We may not be able to go all out to give you the list, but I can also see Unique Ensemble. I can see Isheshe Group, Konkege Sakara, Sweet Secrets and Presentation Theater. Now let me quickly tell you why the parade is ongoing. That last year's edition, we have emerged as first in the group category from Lagos. Uni Gele. We also are from, yes, you can see Oyo State there. In the last edition, from Oyo State, in that group category, we have Oyo State came third. I did say earlier that in the group category, the first position was Unique Fingers, all the way from Lagos. They are also here this year. And coming second in that edition is Kola Bata. Kola Bata. That's from Oyo State. That's from Oyo State. And in the third position in that category last year also, we have two groups. And one from Oshun, which is Duro Ladipo group, and the second group that came third is Ogunde Akim group. Of course, they all went home with cash prizes. And I'm sure this year will not be an exception. For the state troops, I'd like to inform you that last year, the first position went home with 5 million naira. The second position went home with 3 million naira. And the third position in the state category, the third position went home with 2 million naira. This year, it could be more. I'm not sure it's going to be lesser than that. A unique aspect of what held there last year was the beating of the tallest drum. We're yet to see that, and it appears that with the parade of the various troops and groups, the show has started. And from now you see different performances from tonight. You may not see much because of the time, but tomorrow and thereafter will be more exciting. funny enough, I can also see the Kegite Club, apart from the state contingent. So it's indeed a cultural fiesta.
Michel Dallet, bienvenue. Merci.
Dundu ensemble.
Vive l'Afrique. Vive la culture de chez nous. Vive l'intégration culturelle. Vive Augustec. Vive Abeokuta. Lagos, là, Lagos est bel et bien représenté, l'état de Lagos. Le son des tambours africains. Guadeloupe aussi est là parmi nous, Guadeloupe. La Caraïbe est là. Là ici. Burkina Faso, Congo Brazzaville, Zimbabwe, Cameroun, Libéria, Ghana, la Côte d'Ivoire, le Bénin, le Togo. Et beaucoup d'autres pays, des États de Nigeria, Oyo, Lagos, Kwara. Et ceux du Nord aussi sont bel et bien représentés. Vive l'Afrique, vive la culture de chez nous, vive l'intégration régionale.
DJ, please bring the beat down. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Bring the beat down. Lọ́jọ́ kú erin. Onírúurú ọ̀bẹ.
You can see
ọdún tó kọjá dùn àmọ́ ọdún tọ̀tẹ̀ yìí tún dùn eléyìí kọjá bẹ́ẹ̀ o.
The festival is going to be great.
This is so wonderful. Ẹni a fẹ́ dé. Wow. This is awesome.
Hello. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. DJ, bring the sound down.
Thank you.
Bring the sound down, Mr. DJ. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to all the troops.
The lighting man.
Say thank you.
The lighting man. Can you take the level down?
Thank you very much.
The lighting man, can you take the level down?
Can we bring it down now?
Just take it down.
Let's bring it down.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's bring down the drums now.
Thank you.
Bring it down, please.
Thank you.
Let's bring down the drums.
Bring it down, please. Bring it down. Bring it down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's bring down the drums.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Bring your drums down, please.
Thank you
very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's bring it down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bring it down.
Thank you.
Let's bring it
Thank
down.
you.
Let's bring it down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Atilogu from Anambra. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bring it down. Bring it down. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
All right. The parade of all the participants at the African Drum Festival year 2018. Let's give it to them with a big shout. And now, thank you. It is time to listen to the man with the vision of this drum festival. He will be addressing us, and very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's invite to address us His Excellency, the Governor of Ogun State, Senator Ibikunle Amosu, CONFCA.
Ibikunle ọmọye Nàìjíríà ìlàmọ́lọ́wọ́ òdúrúlé ọmọ ẹgbìgbọ́ máa wọlé máa bá ọmọ ẹgbìgbọ́ ògògó òkúlódò ẹgbìgbọ́ ẹ̀nà ara kan tí ń jíjú àwọ̀ ṣàmbàṣàmbà kú ògògó kúlódò ayé ìgbìrì ọmọ olówó òdúrú ọmọ ajífẹ́ pẹ́ṣẹrẹ́ o ọmọ fìwà gbóhe ọmọ fọ̀rọ̀ gbóhe ọmọ fìjà gbóhe arọ́mọ ẹ̀wà gbóhe lóhùn bàbá rẹ owó òṣìkà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni òrànró ibi ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ má mẹ́nu kú o iná lòun lábẹ́nijọ ẹnu lẹ̀ mú pọ́wọ́ ẹnu lẹ̀ mú pọ̀wé ẹnu lẹ̀ mú pọ̀dẹ̀rẹ́ kókó lóhùn ṣubúṣubú ńlá lúlò òtòǹpòrò ńlá lòdì àyíró òrógbàǹdù létí ogun ò bá ti jòwú ńlá òdùrú ọmọ àrè mọ́ta èní mọ́ta ọ̀la mọ́ta kò já mẹ́ni mọ́ta tá lòun lábẹ́nijọ òwú lòdìrẹ́ kókó ń pè gangan ńlẹ̀ lábẹ́nijọ bọ́dẹ̀ máa ké ńlẹ̀ lábẹ́nijọ yóò máa pé òwú ilé ọmọ amọ́lẹ́sẹ̀ bí àlárí ibi ẹ̀mọ̀ ṣọ́pọ̀ ọ̀jú mẹ́tẹ́ná ọmọ ńlábẹ́nijọ àpòdùrú ọmọ rẹ̀ mọ́ta.
Thank you.
Please bring it down, bring it down. Please, Okeli will bring it down. We appreciate. Please bring it down. We need to concentrate.
Thank you.
Our amiable governor is about to give a speech. Please bring it down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me start with, because this is about our tradition, this is about our culture. So let me start with all our fathers that are here, all our traditional rulers, particularly
those that have addressed us here tonight. Babawa, the Oni of Ife, Babawa Iku Baba Yeye, Babawa Lake, Babawa the Obong of Calabar, Babawa Akaribu of Remoland, and all the other royal fathers that are here. Our elder statesman and his lovely wife, our own Professor Wale Soyinka, who I will still, in the course of my speech, recognize here. Thank you, sir. Baba Chief Ebenezer Obe, thank you for identifying with us as always. Let me now go to the government. The Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, my elder brother, Alhaji Lai Muhammad, thank you. Representative of my brother governor, I saw him, I'm sure the governor of Lagos State, thank you for identifying with us. So many of our fathers are here, and I'm sure they've mentioned their names. They were duly recognized. Please permit me to recognize all of you together. And our mothers, I've seen so many of you here. I recognize all of you. There are many of our state commissioners that are here, commissioners from other states that is in charge of culture. Thank you. I recognize all of you. All of those are brothers and sisters from the continent of Africa that are here with us in their numbers. Thank you. I appreciate all of you. This is not about Ogun State. This is not about Nigeria alone. It is about all of us from the continent of Africa and even beyond. We've seen several of our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, even from Americas, South America. I've seen some of them here. Thank you for identifying with us. Thank you for participating in this all-important African Drum Festival. Now let me now go to those that I think without them we will not probably all be here. And that is all the participating troops, all the participating nations, all the participating states, and all the participating different groups that are here. Baba Adewale, thank you.
Bring it down,
Adewale,
please.
Thank you.
Bring it down, bring it down.
There are so many of our fathers here. Baba Adewale, won yọjú sí wa ńbí, mo kí yín o. There's so many of our elders that are here, and in their old age, they still contribute into the development of our culture. Thank you, sir. Let me thank all from the Deputy Governor, who is the chairman of the organizing committee, and all the other members that work around the clock to make this happen. Thank you. There's so many of our sponsors, our partners. Thank you for identifying with us. Thank you for making this a huge success. Thank you that as we now move to the 4th year, this is the 3rd year, I'm sure clearly we will now, this will be self-funded, this will be self-driven, and it will be majorly private sector driven. So thank you for identifying with us. As government, we will continue to create the enabling environment. Thank you. Now, the importance of culture in the existence of mankind cannot be overemphasized. Culture is the thread that holds the fabric of every community together. The pride of every society lies in its culture, since no society can be considered great without reference to its tradition, culture, and heritage. While globalization and its agents, such as the mass media, internet, and social networks, come with many benefits. It is not without its attendant negative influence on African tradition and culture. Some of the exposure to globalization and the internet have almost succeeded in eroding and threatening that aspect of our lives that attaches to us our history. However, if we truly desire sustainable development, we must take into consideration where we are coming from, our present situation, and where we envision to be, the totality of which will be our history, and by extension, our culture. Celebration of our culture must therefore go beyond rhetoric. A concerted and practical approach must be adopted. For us in Ogun State, this annual African Drum Festival is our own contribution to that cultural appreciation process. On this note, let me, on behalf of the government and the entire 7.2 million good people of Ogun State, especially welcome all of our delegation. I think I did all of those before. So let me just recognize you again that we are indeed privileged, we are indeed grateful, we are very happy, and we will not take your support, your participation for granted. Thank you. Let me mention, thank you. Let me mention and appreciate our elder statesman, the literary giant, first African Nobel laureate, the Kongi himself, Professor Wole Soyinka, for his contribution to the success of this 2018 African Drum Festival. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this year's African Drum Festival is the third in the series and the second of the African edition. Of course, we've been told that when we started in 2016, it was christened Nigerian Drum Festival. But truly, the festival showcased uncommon displays of performances, dances and exhibitions from artists, drummers, singers, dancers across the length and breadth of Nigeria. We also unveiled the acclaimed world's tallest traditional drum, which stands at 16 feet tall. The intense fun, fanfare, and success that emanated from the Nigerian Drum Festival resulted in a range of suggestions and requests for participation from within and outside Nigeria. This was what informed our decision to broaden the scope of the Drum Festival and thus birthed the first edition of the African Drum Festival in 2017. Of course, this provided a larger platform for wider participation for our brothers and sisters within the continent of Africa and beyond. By today's event, we have not only taken the participation of the rest of Africa into cognizance, but the participation of our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, such as Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, etc., and from the Americas, countries like Brazil, Haiti, Cuba, and even Mexico. I'm therefore proud to say that African cultural heritage is being showcased worldwide through the hosting of this African Drum Festival. It is evident that the thrust of this year's edition of the African Drum Festival is to showcase our culture through drums. Of course, we've been told, and clearly that is it, that drums remain one of the binding chords of African culture. Of course, we've seen several of these drums, and everywhere you go, of course, there's no nation that you will not see, particularly we Africans, that you will not see drums playing very significant role in their daily life. As Africans, we cannot afford to let others interpret our culture for us. It is our own responsibility to live our culture. Drums is a means of communication. Truly, in fact, drums is like going into using Google, using the internet, and using all of those. Because those days, our forebears, they used drum to communicate. Indeed, at the sound of one drum, you know what it means. During war, during festivities like this, they use drum for a lot of things. And that is why for us in Ogun State, we will continue to make sure that this African Drum Festival will not only be sustained, but it will achieve and reach that world-class status, that it will be calendared. And I want to thank the Honorable Minister for Information and Culture. He has told us that even in the Nigerian cultural calendar, Ogun State African Drum Festival will be listed. So thank you. We really cannot wait for this to be done. Kábíyèsí, thank you. Kábíyèsí reiterated the fact that Ogun State is noted for many firsts. Today, just like what we did in 2016, of course, we are creating another first in the annals of Nigeria tourism and culture. And in the like manner, let me reiterate that the hosting of this African Drum Festival will, among several other benefits, further highlight our interest in our culture. It will expose the area of talents, and you've seen several of them here, and we are going to steal them for 3 days that are domiciled in Nigeria here, in the continent of Africa, and indeed the world over. Let me confirm that we have continued to witness the impactful effect of the previous edition of the Drum Festival in our lives as individual and collectively as a nation. Apart from the electrifying performances from a large number of troops from different places, different states, different countries, the festival has been a rallying point for a collection of people with artistic dexterity. We continue to see the emergence of female drummers who equal their male counterparts in drumming prowess. It is therefore not surprising that our previous editions were greeted with glee, glamour, and loudest ovation from the participants. More than ever before, this year's event will not only be a delight to experience and witness, but the effects will reverberate for many more years to come. Of course, we have about 20 of our states, and of course, you've seen them. We have more than 70 of private troops, and those are our brothers and sisters from the continent and Africa and beyond. We have 15 of them with all of you, and the intellectual community will not be left behind. And that is why we have Professor Wole Soyinka in our midst. He was here with us last year, and he did promise that he's going to assist to put some intellectual bent into what we are doing. I'm happy to say and to note that tomorrow, Professor Wole Soyinka will be hosting all of us. We will all be there. We're there. We are going to join in that hosting all of you to a wonderful, I think, conference. In the conference, there will be a lot of things that will happen. Workshop, exhibition, several things, symposium, a lot roll into one at the Olumo ground, because we are going to climb and we are going to play. We are going to perform on Olumo Rock itself. So very early tomorrow, we will be starting, I think very early. We are going to start by 10 sharp. So by 9, all road leads to Olumo, so that by 10, we will start in good time. The general acceptability of this festival is evidenced by the presence of all our fathers. Indeed, I cannot help but appreciate, of course, the depth of our traditional rulers. And I've listened attentively to all that our Kábíyèsí told us tonight. I'm still going to find time and tap from those several things that I know that the good Lord has endowed you with. So thank you. Drum and drumming are pivotal to our very existence of human life, particularly here in Nigeria and in Africa. So there's hardly any African seated who has not been celebrated one way or the other with the beating of the drums. So, ladies and gentlemen, African drums have not only been a good form of communication, but also a powerful instrument of entertainment among the various tribes. They were often used to signal meetings, like the guarding of a town hall meeting. They signified the alertness of dangers, the beginning or end of war, a prelude to peace, etc. Aside from their relevance during festivities, occasions, and ceremonies, drums, among others, perform social, economic, and spiritual function. For instance, certain drums symbolize and protect royalty and are often housed in sacred abodes. Bedu drums and some other special drums like that are only beaten when maybe we are coronating our Kabesi, our traditional rulers. The popular Nigerian drums, there are many, so don't let me bore you with details. There are several of these drums, and I'm sure that we are going to savor talented drummers. There are very many here. We are going to enjoy all of them. Let me say that in rounding up, that each year we will be bringing different innovations such that we will be longing year in year out to want to come to witness the Ogun State African Drum Festival. Of course, in Ogun State, we have several of these tourist sites. And I'm sure that before you go, we will find a way to go around and see in all the three senatorial districts of Ogun State. Eminent personality here seated, I'm delighted to inform you that what you have observed in the past 2 years is just a tip of the iceberg, as this edition, the very third edition, is bigger and richer in content than the previous edition. By the end of this year's festival, I have no doubt that we will not only have been entertained, educated, and better informed about African culture and history, but we will have enlivened our souls with exciting performance from all our invited artists. Let it be told that the African Drum Festival has not only come to stay in our dear state, but will be bequeathed to the next generation and indeed generations yet unborn as a way of advancing the uniqueness and custom, tradition, and cultural heritage. Once again, on behalf of the government and the entire good people of our dear state, Ogun State, I appreciate all our special guests, our artists, our drummers, our dancers, our singers, and all other participants from Nigeria, Africa, and indeed beyond, for taking time out of their tight schedule to grace to be part of this 2018 African Drum Festival here in Abuja, Ogun State, Nigeria. I equally commend all the organizers and all of those who in one way or the other have played positive roles in the successful hosting of this program. Kábíyèsí, ẹ ṣeun ẹnu wa ò gbọpẹ́ o. Gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ti sọ fún wa, a ti gbọ́ o, a tún máa fi ṣe wa hù. Gbogbo àdúrà tẹ́ ṣe fún wa, Olúwa mú lọ sílẹ̀ àṣẹ o. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for all that you are doing for us. And to the good people of Ogun State, I really cannot thank you enough. We promise that we are going to work till the last day. So, it is therefore with a sense of responsibility and fulfillment that I declare open the 2018 African Drum Festival to the glory of God and the continued development of our culture in the continent of Africa, in Nigeria, in all our states in Nigeria, in Ogun State, and indeed the world. Let the drum begin. Please, the Honorable Minister can please come. The Honorable Minister for Culture, please, I'm waiting here. Can you bring this down? I want the Honorable Minister to come and join. The Honorable Minister, please.
Let the drums begin. So sounded the executive governor of Ogun State, Senator Ibikunle Amosu. Rather than beat the tallest drum, in this edition, he was indeed elevated. He was indeed lifted above the crowd. Quite interesting, I must say. He has invited the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, Alayi Mohammed, to join him as he declared open the third edition of the Africa Drums Festival. There he goes again, going up, going up. Wow, the people are indeed excited.
So let the drum begin. The 2018 African Drum Festival. Thank you. God bless all of you. So thank you. Let the drum roll now. Thank you.
agree with me that it's been quite exciting. What a day to remember. The old times are gone. Beyond the length and breadth of Abuja, the rock city. You can see the fireworks. This is electrifying. And the festival has come to stay, no doubt. As the Honorable Minister did say, coming out soon, the list of cultural dates, the annual African Drums Festival will be listed. You can see the excitement. You can see those artists. You can see the color, the glitz, and the glamour. The third edition of African Drums Festival.
Merci, merci. Merci beaucoup.
Any moment from now, the event will be winding down. From tomorrow, we're going to have great performances from the groups, the troops, and the artists from across the length and breadth of Nigeria, the continent of Africa,
Thank you very much.
and beyond. It promises to be great. A lot of the remarks earlier have alluded to the fact that this year's edition is going to be spectacular. And the Nigerian Television Authority, the largest TV network in Africa, will still bring to your view pleasure all the activities lined up for the 3-day event. We are live from the rock city, Abuja. And we assure you that you will not miss any of the events. Right now on stage, you can see performance ongoing. Quite far, but looks like the Atiluku dancers. So that tells you this is beyond the southwest region. We have performers from the north, the east, and the west. Earlier on, you had the Obong of Calabar also addressing the crowd. And that tells you that there's unity in diversity. That is it.
Earlier on, the governor thanked the sponsors of the event and acknowledged their support over the years. He had promised that the third edition would be richer and bigger than other editions. It has come to stay and will be bequeathed to next generations to come. He also thanked participants for taking out time to attend the event. We are still at the Cultural Center in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. This festival is a way of bringing our black people together. We are using the usefulness of drums to tell the whole world its importance. And as we said earlier, it started in 2016 with African drums, and it was a huge success.
All right. This is the much we can have
Thank you
tonight
very much.
from the live broadcast here at Kuto Cultural Center. On behalf of the entire Outside Broadcast crew, I want to say a big thank you for being part of this festival. And we promise to bring you more as the event unfolds the rest 2 days. We return you to the studios for the continuation of our programming. Thanks for being part of it.
Can we have Koye the comedian? Thank you. Koye.
Chief. Good morning, sir. You are here already?
No, now my spirit there. My body there for house. What kind of question is that? Were you not the one that fixed this meeting for 8 a.m.? You are now coming by 10 a.m. and start asking me jam questions.
But Chief, now, I'm sorry. Don't you also go late for meetings sometimes? You know now, African time.
No more African time. And no more pancaking of face during office hours. At the end of the day, we will lose valuable time. We will not make progress. If we want to move this nation forward, we must treat business as business and respect time. Change begins with me.
Thank you, sir. I am sorry. Can we go for the meeting now, Chief?
Better.
This message is brought to you by the National Orientation Agency in conjunction with the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Welcome to Future Symphony, Days of the Avenger. Please enter code. Are you the Avenger? Vocal recognition, please. Ah, you are truly the Avenger. We have been waiting for you. Welcome to the Future Symphony, Days of the Avenger. Location, Congress Hall, Transcorp Hilton, Abuja. Date, Saturday, April 21st, 2018. Time, 5 p.m. Guest pianist, Daniel Sundberg, Atlanta, Georgia. Performance by Abiodun Koya.
NTA language.
Jama'a masu kallon labaran NTA Hausa barkanmu da warhaka. Ni ne.
Ekukale lode yin wise kudedeya.
Igbo murum kachano.
Broadcasted in the language you understand better. Our programs. Transmitting on the Star Times platform 24 hours.
Àwọn onímọ̀ nípa ètò ẹ̀kọ́ lórílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà.
Hukumar tara kudaden haraji ta kasa.
Alanye na ọchịchị mba United Arab Emirates UAE.
The only channel that speaks your language.
Anyị ga-eweta akụkọ gbasara ọrịa ahụ nke wakporo obodo anyị.
Kálejì, mo kọ́kùnrin, mo kóbìnrin, mo kí ọmọdé, mo sì kí àgbàlagbà.
Mi kokari mu sauke nauyin alƙawarin da muka dauka.
Ẹ kú lẹ́yìn tèmi, ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò wa ètò yín ètò obìnrin tó dángájá.
Waye fi cancanta a dauka a matsayin dan aikin cikin gida. Jama'a
masu kallon tashar NTA Hausa barkamu da warhaka.
Kí ni ayẹyẹ ọdún Iléyá tá máa ń ṣe lọ́dọọdún yìí rọ̀ mọ́?
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
You are watching NTA, Nigerian Television Authority. For more information and news updates, visit our website at www.nta.ng, or you can follow us on Twitter at NTA News Now, or you can like us on Facebook at NTA Network News. Stay connected on our YouTube channel at www.youtube.com/NTA News Online. Watch our live stream at www.nta.ng/live. NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Imagine a station where you access information. Think of a station that creates awareness for national development. Imagine a station that prepares you for a bright and greater future. A station for all ages. Documentaries, classroom and television, events coverage, children's programs and variety shows. Always stay tuned to NTA Knowledge on the Star Times platform, channel 359. For partnership, sponsorship and advert placements, contact us on NTA Knowledge. NTA Knowledge, learning to broaden horizon.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
President Muhammadu Buhari joins other heads of government of the Commonwealth to deliberate on the future of over 2 billion people at its 25th summit. Police hands over recovered maize to the management of the National Assembly, just as the Deputy Senate President insists that perpetrators must be brought to justice. And Africa Land Forces Summit ends in Abuja. Good evening and welcome to NTA Network News tonight. We're live in Abuja. I am Laure Bala Hassan. And reading with me tonight from our Lagos Network Center is Hingino John Adams. And from our Maiduguri Network Center is Muhammad Ibrahim. Many thanks for joining us. President Muhammadu Buhari has joined 52 other heads of states and governments for the 2018 Commonwealth Summit, now underway in London, the British capital. Towards a future for the Commonwealth's 2.4 billion people is the major focus of the summit, which is 25th in the series. State House correspondent Adam Musambu reports.
Holding for the first time in London since 1997, the Commonwealth leaders are here to chart a pragmatic course towards ensuring that at all times the Commonwealth is responsive to global challenges and delivers a more prosperous, secure, sustainable and fair future for all its citizens.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
In a unique Commonwealth tradition, the heads of state and government were ushered into the ballroom of Buckingham Palace, opened in 1856 for the official start of the biannual meeting last held in the island nation of Malta in 2015.
No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open.
Queen Elizabeth II, who declared the two-day summit opened, welcomed the leaders to her own home and observed with pride as well as satisfaction that the Commonwealth, as one of the world's greatest convening powers, is a flourishing network.
It is my sincere wish that the Commonwealth will continue to offer stability and continuity for future generations. I believe we will secure a safer, more prosperous and sustainable world for those who follow us.
Describing her service to the Commonwealth as a great pleasure and honor, the Queen appealed to the leaders to appoint her son, Prince Charles, to succeed her, although the role is not hereditary. Other speakers at the opening, including the British Prime Minister Theresa May, challenged participants to take on some of the 21st century biggest questions. Mrs. May in particular noted that there have been difficulties, successes as well as controversies, but wholeheartedly believes in the good that the Commonwealth can do.
Our responsibility as leaders is to build a Commonwealth that we can be proud to hand on to the next generation.
I pray that this Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting will not only revitalise the bonds between our countries, but will also give the Commonwealth a renewed relevance to all its citizens, finding practical solutions to their problems and giving life to their aspirations.
We believe in the Commonwealth. We have faith in the Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting is a springboard for action. It is the launch pad that propels us onward, upward, forward, together.
Over the next 2 days, the participating heads of state and government will be discussing issues of common interest, including ocean conservation, cybersecurity, and trade amongst member countries. From London, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
And back home, the Nigeria Police Force has handed over the recovered maize to the management of the National Assembly. Correspondent Abdullahi Aminu reports.
Deputy Inspector General of Police Abila Joshak handed over the maize to the clerk to the National Assembly, Sani Omolori. The clerk formally took the maize into the Senate chamber. Meanwhile, following the invasion of the Senate on Wednesday, where the maize was taken away, security was beefed up around the two chambers of the National Assembly on Thursday.
Can we move out?
People who had no business at the National Assembly were turned away. Normalcy has been returned at the National Assembly, with members of the Senate busy attending to their legislative functions. From the National Assembly, Abdullahi Aminu, NTA News.
And still staying with the legislature, Senate plenary on Thursday commenced with heightened security presence and a lengthy executive session by the legislators, which was presided over by Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu. National Assembly correspondent Dennis Adegunloye reports that following the closed-door session, the Deputy Senate President made some key statements relating to the disturbance at Wednesday's plenary.
The Deputy Senate President, Ike Ekweremadu, commenced his address with commendations to various quarters for the support and shows of solidarity to the National Assembly over Wednesday's incident.
I want to register deep appreciation to you, my colleagues, for your understanding and maturity in the face of flagrant provocation. I want to also especially appreciate the leadership and members of the House of Representatives, the management and staff of the National Assembly. Ugly and provocative as the event of yesterday was, it shows that the entire nation and the world stood together in total condemnation of the ugly drama.
Ekweremadu also commended the security agencies for the swift recovery and presentation to the National Assembly management of the mace. What perhaps might be considered the critical aspect of the Deputy Senate President's comments are what he said regarding bringing the perpetrators of Wednesday's disturbance to justice.
We will get to the roots of this matter. We therefore call on the Inspector General of Police and the DGSS to ensure that all those who plotted, aided, abetted and executed this dastardly affront on our democracy must be brought to book to serve as a deterrent to others. I want to assure Nigerians that we will never waver in the responsibility they have elected us to shoulder.
Normal legislative business continued thereafter with the passage of the Chartered Polymer Institute of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2018 and the passage of 4 bills for second reading, including a bill for an act to establish the National Child Protection and Enforcement Agency. From the National Assembly, Dennis Adegunloye, NTA News.
Similarly, the maize snatching scenario, which played out at the Red Chamber of the National Assembly, has been condemned by a cross-section of Deltans. Though the maize has been recovered by the police, respondents want drastic measures to be taken against the perpetrators of the undemocratic act. Austin Edemodu tells us more.
The incidents of maize snatching at the hallowed chambers of the legislature is not new to the political terrain in Nigeria. However, the recent invasion of the Red Chamber of the 8th Senate by hoodlums who made away with the maize has not gone down well with some Nigerians in Delta State. This is coming from the alleged involvement of Senator Ovie Omo Agege, representing Delta Central, who was recently suspended by the Senate.
What happened yesterday could be likened to a coup. And we must, as a country, do to those persons involved, irrespective of how highly placed they are, to what we do to those who decide to overthrow the government of a country.
Again, people must not lose sight of what is taking place in the National Assembly. National Assembly must learn to operate within the confines of the law.
You have series of check-ins. So there must be complicity in what has happened. which needs to be really investigated. It's not a thing they have to sweep under the carpet. Let us assume that it was Boko Haram. That means all our senators, even those in House of Reps, all of them would have been slaughtered.
Interestingly, the maize has been recovered by the security agents as Nigerians await the next line of action in bringing the perpetrators to book. From Asaba and Austin Edemodu, NTA News.
The textile industry is one sector that is capable of creating more than 1 million jobs for Nigerians. This was the argument of members of the House of Representatives as they passed for second reading a bill for an act to establish the Nigerian Textile Industry Trust Fund. National Assembly correspondent Ignatius Umpo reports.
In a prolonged debate, members of the House of Representatives argued on a bill that seeks to provide financial assistance to operators of textile industry in the form of loans and grants. The bill, sponsored by Representative Jerry Alaboso from Imo State, was generally supported.
We tackle the unemployment, promote made in Nigerian goods, and we contribute to the GDP.
Once you don't have the technology of adding value to your product, you are going to be perpetually and eternally tied to the apron string of the developed world.
You see, the problem about us as Nigerians, we value imported items to the detriment of the locally produced.
What steps can we take to get this market competitive? Because the consumption of textile materials, especially in the northern part, is huge.
So I think we should go back to the basic. We start from the production of cotton. There is Bank of Industry that is specifically established to support industries and textile industry inclusive.
Two other bills for an act to establish the Federal Polytechnic, Mulumfashi, Katsina State, sponsored by Representative Babangida Ibrahim, and the one for an act to establish the Federal College of Education, Efon Alaye, by Representative Johnson Oni, were also passed through second reading. Health matter also resonated on the floor as Representative Edward Pajok from Plateau State moved the motion for the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, to immediately check the practice of ripening fruits artificially by fruit sellers.
Banana, plantain, and oranges, fruit dealers use a chemical, calcium carbide, to ripen fruits, causing cancer. You see them with all manner of things, but I thought I was coming for the farm. My sister said to me, this is the process of ripening it. They use carbide.
Food is also equivalent to drug in most cases. What we are talking about is simple respiratory process that is being hastened.
NAFDAC should do more than just alert us. They should go into the market as the mover of the motion is insisting.
7 bills were passed through first reading, including a bill for the establishment of the Bakassi Resettlement, Integration and Development Commission, sponsored by Representative Essien Ebenyong from the National Assembly, Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has reiterated the belief of the Buhari administration in the ability of youths to take the country to a greater height. The administration, he says, remains committed to supporting young Nigerians in different areas, including politics. This was when he met a delegation of not too young to run campaigners who were in the villa to canvass for the support of the federal government on their campaign. State House correspondent Jide Unifade reports.
Entirely, I don't have any problem with people running for office at any age. As a matter of fact, I've benefited from being very young and being able to. So
experience is a great asset, and sharing this experience with youth as a leader who has seen it all prepares them for the great task ahead.
It's a government that is focused on the youth. We believe that the vibrancy that we need to take the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian nation as an idea to the next level lies with the youth. They are resilient, they are innovative, they have energy, they are bustling with a lot of life, and that is why this government is focusing a lot on what young people are doing in areas of technology, even in entertainment, in all areas of human endeavor.
At this meeting with Not Too Young to Run group, the Vice President reiterated that young Nigerians should be allowed to run for elective positions as they have demonstrated capacity and competence in the fields of technology, education, and other sectors of the economy. While congratulating the group on its achievements so far, the Vice President urged them to lend their voices to campaigns on issues related to anti-corruption. Samson Itodo led the delegation.
Here a few weeks ago, when we marched to the villa to deposit our letter of demand, calling on the executive and the Buhari-led administration to answer the call of history by assenting to Not Too Young to Run. And so we've just come here to place that demand on the need to assent to this bill once it is transmitted by the National Assembly to the executive for assent.
He says the group is excited to see a significant number of young people working in the office of the Vice President, which he notes showed the commitment of the administration to engage young Nigerians in the process of governance. In the State House, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
And now to security matters. Nigeria's military collaboration with the multinational joint task force and support from friendly nationals like the United States has been instrumental to the achievements in the fight against Boko Haram. The Minister of Defense, Mansur Dan Ali, said this in a message to the closing ceremony of the 2018 African Land Forces Summit in Abuja. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa has details.
Activities of different terror groups and organizations have accounted for instability in some African countries, with terrorism having no regards for boundaries and race. These African Land Forces Service chiefs and those from the U.S. African Command are united in the cause to address the dynamism in their common security threats.
We must have been aware of the various collaborative initiatives and concerted efforts that have been put in place not only to ensure a secure Africa, but to also attain global security.
Deliberations at the summit with 40 African countries and the U.S. in attendance focused on how to ensure effective command and control of operations to combat insurgency, proliferation of small and light weapons, and piracy on the Gulf of Guinea.
The cooperation that has been existing over the years between Nigeria and the United States of America has strongly been put in the forefront. We've enjoyed a number of support through the provision of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance facilities.
Those of us who wear military uniforms have committed ourselves to a life of service, defending and protecting others. Let us never forget the tremendous faith and confidence that has been placed in us.
Botswana has secured the hosting right for the next African Land Forces Summit. Ismail Musa, NTA News.
Ahead on the news tonight, people of Urumba North South in Anambra State call for urgent federal government attention to address the challenge of erosion in the area. Details shortly.
Madam, pipe don't burst. We need 5,000 to fix up.
Good day, madam. A gentle reminder of my already due remuneration for the tutelage of your offspring.
Babe, what's up now? Are you no longer interested in their shape?
Them don't take light, oh. Even I say our credit don't finish. My salary self don't due.
Send money, buy airtime, and pay bills. All with one dial. No internet access needed. Dial *710# to open a Diamond Yellow account today.
Madam, my own call. *710#.
Standards Organization of Nigeria (SON) brings a new lease of life to Nigeria SMEs. SON has put a greater premium on developing standards to improve made in Nigeria products for export. We have developed more standards for products like sesame, cocoa, gari, and more, courtesy of our accredited state-of-the-art laboratories. In keeping with the federal government's ease of doing business, SON has simplified its processes and turned around time for SUNCAP, MANCAP, and other certification processes. SON has intensified market market surveillance, raids, and seizures to reduce substandard products in circulation, and offenders shall be prosecuted. Join SON in ridding our nation of substandard products. If you see something, say something. Standards Organization of Nigeria, improving lives through standard.
Hey, Anu. Dad. Look, I got something for you.
A football chassis?
Hey, Adu, come watch a game with your uncle and I.
Please, come.
I'm okay, thanks.
The kind of person that you asked me to be. My brother say you love me, I love him too. I tell him I will do anything for you. But a stranger
just how many goals you scored?
I no get you. I look up like this, say who are you?
So Daddy, you showed those blues Pepe yesterday, right?
You sure did.
Those 3 points are sure for us today.
Remind me how
The game is about to start. Quickly.
Last day of the month. This alert has to come in early today.
You have a text message.
Haba, what kind of disturbance is this?
You have a text message.
Oh, that must be a message from my darling. Unsolicited message again. This is harassment. Wow, what's this now?
Are you tired of receiving unsolicited text messages on your phones? Then take advantage of Do Not Disturb code 2442. Simply text STOP to 2442 and all unsolicited text messages will stop coming. If you want to be receiving particular types of calls and text messages instead, text HELP to 2442 and choose the option that suits you, like finance, sports, religion. Where your service provider fails to meet your request, call NCC on toll-free number 622.
Thank you, NCC.
NCC, connecting Nigeria.
Do you know that the Nigerian police now operates in the best international practices of policing? Do you know that the Nigerian police has been restructured to be more accountable and responsive to all your security challenges? Now, what the police demand from you is your trust, your collaborative efforts by providing necessary information about criminals and their activities in your neighborhood. Be vigilant. To achieve our creed as we promise, we shall police the country based on international core values of policing with integrity. We shall ensure that rule of law prevails in our actions and activities. We shall respect diversity, display courage, show compassion, and demonstrate professionalism. We shall operate within the principle of democratic policing. We shall shun corruption, and we shall make Nigeria safer and secured under the leadership of IGP Ibrahim Otum Idris.
Let the wind of change blowing across the country chase away crime for the benefit of our society. Yes, the Nigerian police says this change must come with peace and tranquility.
This message was brought to you by the Public Relations Department of the Nigerian Police Force.
Thanks for staying with the NTA. The federal government has set up Commodity Alliance Forum aimed at supporting rural farmers in 7 states in the Savannah Belt. The program, supported by the International Fund for Agriculture, is expected to boost food production and eradicate poverty among farming communities. Musa Baba Aliu has details.
No doubt, climate change remains a major threat to food security and economic activities in rural areas as well as rural development. To help farmers finding a lasting solution to this challenge, the federal government and IFAD are committing $93.5 million to support agricultural activities in the affected areas. The goals of the program include reducing rural poverty, increasing food security, accelerating sustainable economic growth, and reducing vulnerability for smallholder farmers, particularly women and young people.
Then the project itself covers all the value chain, starting from an input standpoint, technical knowledge on how to grow climately smart, transformation in the terms of technology, small scale. At the same time, financing is available.
To work with community associations, so to work with organizations at the community level to
assist them to build their capacity to be able to identify and prioritize investments in community infrastructure.
The benefiting communities are to engage in the cultivation of 7 major crops, and they will be linked to off-takers.
Now the farmers know what they want. That's the most important. And we have formed them in groups, in clusters, and they now have a stronger bargaining power through what we call community development associations.
Power to us.
The program is being implemented in 7 states comprising Borno, Jigawa, Katsina, Kebbi, Sokoto, Yobe and Zamfara, which constitute the Savannah Belt of Nigeria. From Kano, Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
The head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Winifred Oyo Ita, has promised to look into challenges confronting the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development with a view to proffering solutions. This was at a peer review visit to the ministry.
The stagnation of your members. Well, the lady who talked about stagnation, you have to improve yourself. Talking about, finally, about training and orientation of your staff, all these are things we are already carrying on in our 8-point activity plan.
National Demographic Health Survey, yes, and we're part of it. We want to do census for our children, the people with persons with disabilities, and since we don't have funding, we can't afford to do it. It would be nice if we can get them to do that.
The head of service called for extension of their mandate with a view to establishing Department of Psychology for Men to enhance reduction in violence against women and children as a result of financial stress and other psychological issues. And let's now turn our attention to political matters. The People's Democratic Party says it is willing to form alliance and work with like minds ahead of 2019 general elections. National Chairman of the PDP, Prince Uche Secondus, stated this during the 79th National Executive Committee meeting of the party. Political correspondent Abdullahi Garba Bernokudu reports.
Top on the agenda of the meeting, attended by notable National Executive Committee members, includes the state of affairs in the party, especially reconciliation of members and matters concerning 2 governorship elections in Ekiti and Osun states. Prince Uche Secondus stated that the Senator David Mark Committee on Ekiti election has succeeded in uniting aspirants, and similar efforts is being extended to Osun State chapter of the party.
We can't do it alone, and so you must join us to make the necessary contact. Let's open up conversation. Let's open up discussion with groups, interest groups, political parties. Whatever sacrifice needs to be made, whatever accommodation needs to be made, you have to make it. We form political parties to win an election, not just to socialize.
The party leaders also condemned the invasion of the National Assembly by some talks calling on the federal government to bring the culprit to book. In Abuja, Abdullahi Garba Bernokudu, NTA News.
Lagos, the center of excellence, is where we go next, and Hingino is our guide. Take it away, Hingino.
Good evening, Laure, and a warm welcome to Lagos. The Nigerian Army is upgrading the database for its electronic pay system preparatory to migration to the Integrated Personal Payroll Information System, IPPIS. The exercise was flagged off at the 81 Division Officers' Mess in Lagos by the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai. Lynn Leneke has details.
The Electronic Nigerian Army Pay System, ENAPS, provides a platform for the administration of pay and allowances of Army personnel. The General Officer commanding 81 Division, who represented the Chief of Army Staff, says it has greatly enhanced the provision of adequate and accurate information for pay administration as well as planning budgeting. He explained that the Nigerian Army Biometrics Enrollment Exercise provides personnel data for ENAPS.
All Nigerian Army personnel are advised to take the exercise very seriously
as it will have direct impact on their emoluments. Failure to update may result in non-payment of salaries, as such a personnel would be deemed non-existent and the name deleted from the existing database.
The current exercise is to update Army database to facilitate the uploading of accurate and reliable data into the IPPIS platform. The Army is migrating to it in compliance with the federal government's directive. The Chief of Army Staff flagged off the exercise at COA's first quarter conference in Abuja and directed all divisions to fall in line appropriately. In Lagos, Lynn Lenake, NTA News.
In continuation of its nationwide consumer awareness program, the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, held a consumer town hall meeting at Ekpe, Lagos State. Paul Omukago has details.
This was the first time the people of Ekpe are getting the opportunity to formally report on the quality of service they are receiving from telecommunication service providers, and they took it. They engaged the NCC delegation and operatives of the telecommunication firms as they summed up their experiences.
At Ilara down to Igola, the service providers are not there.
It allows the consumers to know their rights and the privileges they have.
Director Consumer Affairs of NCC, Felicia Onwubuchilam, assured the people of Ekpe that their concern will be addressed.
The Commission is going to follow up on those complaints and ensure they are resolved within the reasonable possible time.
If after doing all this and the service provider could not resolve the problem, they need to get their complaint reference and then come to NCC either by writing or by calling 622.
A consumer rights advocate, Jide Abdulaziz, who delivered a paper on information and education as a catalyst for consumer protection, reiterated the need for service providers to respond promptly to complaints from consumers.
There's a parliament which I have witnessed equally. There are other platforms which we equally want the service provider to replicate.
The town hall meeting is one of many programs of the NCC to sensitize consumers on their rights and areas for redress. In Lagos, Paul Omukago, NTA News.
You're still watching NTA Network News. We pause now for some commercials. The news returns shortly. Please stay with us.
The value pack. Helen!
You do great value shopping.
Absolutely. I'm a champion at getting value.
Then you must have bought the Harpic 200 ml.
Why Harpic when I have
this? Even after applying them 10 times, they won't give a sparkling clean toilet.
Impossible.
Challenge. Detergent and bleach can't give a sparkling clean toilet even after 10 times. But Harpic 200 ml gives a sparkling clean toilet at one go.
Wow!
Harpic 200 ml. Real deal. Now only 200 naira.
All TVs say picture quality, but never mention the most important color, black. It uncovers the hidden details of nature, brings out the richness in all colors, and reveals life. With self-lighting pixels, only OLED TVs make perfect black, and perfect black creates perfect color. LG OLED TV.
Cadbury Hot Chocolate 3-in-1, a delicious combination of rich cocoa and wholesome goodness of milk. Just add hot water to get an instant chocolatey treat. Cadbury Hot Chocolate 3-in-1. Just add hot water.
Meet Patty for celebrating the high points of life with friends. Ah, selfie. Just a friend that keeps you nourished when you are by yourself. Packed with healthy nutrition, nourishing vitamins, power of protein, strength of calcium, revitalizing energy. Hollandia yogurt is bursting with goodness inside and out. Hollandia yogurt, it's all good. Hollandia.
Helen! Your kitchen gets 10 out of 10.
Thank you.
This also gets a 10. Should we see the toilet now?
Sure.
This gets just 1.
It is clean.
But not perfect 10.
Better than my detergent and bleach? Impossible.
Challenge? Try the new Apic 10X.
Compared to bleach and detergent, Apic sticker formulation removes yellow stains times better, giving you a sparkling clean toilet.
Wow.
Now you also take that
Apic 10X challenge.
Also available in 200 ml pack.
You're still on to NTA Network News. Due to threat of erosion, the people of Orumba North South in Anambra State have taken their cry to the presidential villa in Abuja, calling on the federal government to urgently attend to the scourge of erosion in the area. Vice President Yemi Oshinbajo, while receiving the delegation comprising lawmakers and traditional rulers, promised that government will not fold its arms for such disaster to happen to any part of the country. State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports.
The visit was a follow-up to the state burial for late Alex Ekweme, former vice president of Nigeria. The delegation seized the opportunity to bring up some matters of importance to the Orumba communities in Anambra State and called on government to take urgent action in addressing the issues.
There is erosion haram in the southeast, particularly in Anambra State. And Agolo Oko Nanka down to Umunze is the deepest erosion gully in the country. And we have notified the vice president of this situation. About 100 houses have caved in, and many hundreds of people rendered homeless. They are squatting at some various places, and we are asking for international intervention, especially in the area of survey, risk assessment, mapping, and ecological engineering. But more importantly, or most importantly, we are asking that the site in total should be declared ecological emergency in order to give it the attention that it rightly deserves.
We'll continue to grow worse with every rain until something is done. We're pleading and praying and urging the government to do everything possible to start work on it.
The vice president also had audience with Akwa Ibom State Governor Emmanuel Udom.
It's been a good meeting. We've discussed the entire economy of the nation. I'm also looking forward to a whole lot of, happenings within this period, because I can see our economy should move much faster. Yesterday, the oil price was well over $73 a barrel. This is a good sign of an economy that should get into a boom very soon.
The governor appealed to the media, saying it's a critical time for objective and good reporting of Nigeria as a country. He also cautioned against making uncomplimentary comments that have the capacity to disrupt the peace of the country. In the State House, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, says cultural festivals not only provide job opportunities for Nigerians, they attract tourists to the country and preserve our culture for future generations. The minister represented President Muhammadu Buhari at the opening of the 2018 edition of the African Drum Festival in Abeokuta, Ogun State.
We will continue to support this festival by making all our media platforms available to create awareness for it. We will also ensure that it is included in our national calendar of festivals.
As we now move to the fourth year, this is the third year, I'm sure clearly this will be self-funded, this will be self-driven, and it will be majorly private sector driven.
Alhaji Muhammad lauded the Ogun State government for the brilliant initiative and pledged the federal government's unalloyed support to take the festival to a higher level. The festival, the third in the series, has participants from across Nigeria and 16 African nations. Alaki of Egbaland, Oba Adedotun Gbadebo, the third, and other traditional rulers commended the Ogun State governor for sustaining the drum festival. And talking business towards enhancing Nigeria's industrial development, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, to invest $50 million in the new country program in Nigeria, and equities on Nigerian Stock Exchange advance Thursday. Muplang Dakok has details on business news.
Welcome to Business News. The federal government and stakeholders in the industrial sector have validated the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO's new country program for inclusive and sustainable development in Nigeria. The country program, with a budget of $50 million to be funded by UNIDO with support from the federal government, comprises 9 program areas, which include industrial governance, research and statistics, micro, small and medium enterprises development, special economic zones, and parks development.
Based on the support from the government of Nigeria, we'll be able to attract more resources. Maybe it will be more 50 million, because what we need is to have massive investment to have this program really realized and to have an impact on the job creation, to create wealth and to support stability of the economy.
Presently, we have quite a lot of industries that are down, but with the initiative that also includes special economic zone, in which there are quite a lot of activities that are going on, quite a lot will be achieved.
The country program, which is the second in the series of UNIDO's support to the country, is expected to take effect July 2018 and span 2022. In another development, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says consumers' overall confidence outlook worsened in the first quarter of 2018 to -6.4%. This is despite the National Bureau of Statistics data indicating a steady decline in the inflation rate during the period. The Apex Bank, which stated this in its Consumer Expectations Survey report, disclosed that respondents had a positive outlook for the next quarter and the next 12 months. And stock market equities closed today on a positive note as the NSE All-Share Index appreciated by 0.25% to close at 40,874.09 basis points. Over 740 million shares valued at 8.9 billion naira were traded by investors on the floor of the market. Market breadth closed positive as Owando led gainers against losers topped by First Aluminium at the end of today's session. And that's the package at this time. Thank you for watching. I am Moplang Bakok.
Thank you, Muplang. The Nigerian Communications Commission has bagged the 2017 Industrial Training Fund Best Contributing Employer in Human Resource Development Award. Olajide Bello reports that this is in recognition of the Commission's renewed commitment to human capacity development in the country.
Present this award in recognition and appreciation of your organization as the best contributing employer in human resource development in 2017.
Adding another feather to its cap, not only as Nigeria's telecommunications service regulator, but human capacity development within and outside the Commission. The Commission, which supports a market-driven communications industry and promotes universal access, is working towards an information-rich environment comparable globally in quality communications service provision. The Abuja area manager of Industrial Training Fund speaks on the criteria for the award.
Taking cognizance of the series of approvals you've been taking, and also series of monitoring to ensure that your programs are implemented as scheduled and also designed for the personalities or staff of officers that it has been made for. It is a well done fact that they have been implemented as approved by Industrial Training Fund.
Ours is really a very dynamic industry, and as a regulator of such an industry, training and development is paramount. So for the recognition accorded us by ITF, it's very befitting. In regards that NCC pays a lot of attention to training and development. In fact, it is one of the 8-point agenda of the Executive Vice Chairman to improve regulatory excellence and operational efficiency.
The Nigerian Communications Commission says the award will spur it to redouble efforts towards discharging its constitutional responsibilities. In Abuja, Olajide Bello, NTA News.
FG High Prep medical outreach continues in Rivers State, and update on the black suit. Over now to Dibabari for details. Hello, Dibabari. It's over to you.
And welcome to Port Harcourt. River State Governor Nyesom Wike says the Black Suit Challenge in River State should not be politicized with a call on well-meaning members of society to prevail on the federal government to address the menace. The governor made the appeal while addressing a civil society group who embarked on Stop the Suit March to Government House, Port Harcourt. Ogeni Ekwe completes the report.
Governor Wike, represented by his deputy Ipalibo Banigo, said at the base of the suit are federal government agencies whose activities have adversely affected the state's environment. She noted that the suit is not discriminatory, while restating that the state government will always cooperate with the federal government in matters concerning the environment. She advised operators of illegal refineries to desist from the dangerous act.
We will not allow our people in River State their lives to be decimated. This agenda of the UNEP cleanup is very high on his agenda.
Leader of the Stop the Suit March, Tunde Bello, said the campaign is a non-political initiative aimed at awakening the consciousness of government at all levels to the air pollution caused by the suit.
If we don't fight this now, Rivers people will be left with the short end of the stick. When you go to the village to buy fish, you don't see it. Because when you bring them out, you say everywhere is polluted.
They called for the promulgation of laws that will protect the environment with stricter penalty against corporates. In Port Harcourt, Ogedi Ekwe, NTA News.
Wind of relief and succor is blowing across communities in Tai local government area of River State, where the hydrocarbon pollution remediation project HYPREP is providing free medical services to scores of indigent people. Onenge Fineface reports.
Mr. Vincent Mbade is a happy man. He just received a new set of reading glasses after years of poor sight and pains caused by his former ineffective glasses. Mr. Mbade is among the many beneficiaries of the HYPREP medical outreach program in Tai local government area of River State.
Using the former glass I was using, I can't read very fine. But when they gave me this now, I can read the letters very fine.
The intervention for Tai was domiciled in two communities, Bite and Noah, where HYPREP is providing a wide range of medical care services covering general consultancy, screenings, and treatment for several ailments.
We will continue to be with you until the effort of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in this regard is achieved.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is very passionate for this program. He is very committed for this program.
Elderly citizens and children are among the most impacted segments, some of whom are not even aware of the source of their relief, but grateful for the opportunity to be treated free of charge.
You people are treating us to be well.
I don't wear now. All the pains when they my body, I don't feel well.
We hope that this time we might be going upward of 15,000 patients by the end of this day, and we are also looking at hundreds of surgeries.
The exercise is built to continue in Gokana and Eleme local government areas. From Nonwa Tai, River State, Onengie Fineface, NTA News.
And that does it from Port Harcourt. We now join Mohammed in Nigeria's northeast for details on IDP intervention initiatives. You are on, Mohammed.
Thank you, Dibabari, and welcome to Maiduguri. 3,000 internally displaced persons will benefit from Eye Care Intervention Program of the Presidential Committee on the Northeast Initiative in IDPs camps across Maiduguri, the Borno State capital. Jesse Tavida reports that the medical intervention was first launched at the Lori 2 IDPs camp in Maiduguri.
The Eye Care Intervention Program is being done in collaboration with R4I Foundation, which deemed it necessary to assist internally displaced persons with acute eye problems such as cataract, glaucoma, and refractive error, among others. The administration officer of the Presidential Committee on the Northeast Initiative, Amina Maibe, said the committee is saddled with the responsibility of providing an integrated framework for coordinating all programs that will bring development to the Northeast, hence the need for the collaboration. Borno State Commissioner of Health, Dr. Haruna Misheli, has said the state government is ready to give all the needed support to the internally displaced. The team was also at Munad IDP's camp, where they extended the same medical outreach. Some of the beneficiaries were grateful for being given sense of belonging. In Maiduguri, I am GSC Tafida, NTA News.
2 girls who had been in captivity of Boko Haram terrorists for 4 years were rescued by the Nigerian military and handed over to Borno State Emergency Management Agency. Abubakar Mohamed Musa reports.
The 2 girls, namely Rabi Yakubu and Fatima Usman, have been in captivity of Boko Haram terrorists for 4 years following an attack on their village, Musa, in Askirauba local government area of Borno State. Handing over Fatima Usman to her parents, Executive Chairman Borno State Emergency Management Agency Yaba Okolo said the girls were rescued by troops of the Nigerian Army in the ongoing Operation Deep Punch 2. She explained that the abductees have undergone screening and medical checkup to ensure that they are properly fit to be reunited with their families. According to Yaba Kubu, custody of the Director Operation State Emergency Management Agency before the arrival of her parents. In Maiduguri, Abubakar Mohamed Musa, NTA News.
And that's the size of our contribution. We now join Lore in Abuja.
Many thanks, Muhammad. A bit on sports after this timeout. Don't go away.
The Buhari administration delivered a number of unprecedented achievements. Generated power has gone up to 7,000 megawatts in 2017 from 3,000 megawatts in May 2015. More than 1.6 trillion naira has been spent on infrastructure for roads, bridges, housing, dams and railways. Today, 5.2 million primary school children in 28,249 schools in 19 states are receiving a free meal daily. Our customs service recorded its highest ever revenue collection of 1 trillion naira in a single year. Our foreign exchange reserves grew by $12 billion, reaching the highest level since 2014. We added $250 million to the Sovereign Wealth Fund and officially moved out of recession.
Welcome back. And on the foreign scene, the Queen of England has opened the Commonwealth Head of Government Summit with an appeal on leaders to appoint her son, Prince Charles, to lead them. For this and other stories trending on the global scene, let's join Ado Adamu also.
Welcome and thank you for joining us. The Queen of England has opened the Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit with an appeal to leaders to appoint her son, Prince Charles, their head. She made the appeal while hosting the 53 leaders gathered at Buckingham Palace. Addressing the gathering of dignitaries, royals and prime minister, the Queen said it was great pleasure and honor serving as their leader. Issues under discussion at the 2-day summit include oceans conservation, cybersecurity and trade between the countries. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump has threatened to cancel planned talks with North Korea's leader if they are not fruitful. Speaking alongside Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe at a media conference, the U.S. President was optimistic over a planned meeting with Kim Jong-un, but said he would respectfully leave if the summit will turn out unproductive. Abe implored the international community and the U.S. not to reward Kim just for showing up for talks. And NASA's test spacecraft has blasted off from Earth in a search for a new planet that could support life. Tests lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida Wednesday evening, local time, riding a SpaceX Falconet rocket. The transiting exoplanet survey satellite will spend 2 years scoring 85% of the sky and hundreds of thousands of its brightest stars. The Chief of Staff of Renegade General Khalifa Haftar's army in Libya have survived assassination attempt outside the eastern city of Benghazi, according to a military source. General Abdulrazak Nuteri and his convoy were heading to a military base in Al-Marash on Wednesday when they were targeted by a car bombing. A spokesperson of the Haftar self-styled Libyan National Army said in a statement on Twitter that the army general survived an assassination attempt. Notri is believed to be one of the 2 contenders in line to replace Haftar, who is currently receiving medical treatment in France following the report of stroke. And that is it from here. The news continues.
And up next is sports with Tamara Ebiwi.
Minister
of Science and Technology, Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu, has reiterated the ministry's commitment towards embarking on the production of sports equipment in a bid to boost the nation's economy. Dr. Onu was speaking in Abuja Thursday while receiving organizers of the 2019 Nigeria Building and Research Institute Games Festival, who visited him with the hosting rights flag.
Many of our research institutes do a lot of research in finding out ways we can develop equipment, sporting equipment, that are cheaper than even the best that you find anywhere in the world.
Team Nigeria athletes who returned to the country midweek have expressed satisfaction with the country's performance in the just concluded Commonwealth Games in Gold Coast, Australia. Some of them who spoke to Oche Ngbede on arrival at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, said they will not relent but up their games ahead of subsequent competitions. All what I have to tell the youth and sports is for them to help us to do what they need to do at the right time so that we can be able to do well at the 2020 Olympics. And in wrestling, President, Nigeria Wrestling Federation, Daniel Igali, has been elected Vice President of the Commonwealth Wrestling Board. Igali, former world and Olympic champion, polled 19 out of the available 22 votes at a meeting of the General Assembly of the Commonwealth Wrestling Committee at the just concluded 2018 Commonwealth Games in Australia to emerge one of the 3 vice presidents of the body. With sports updates, Tamara Ebiwe, NTA News.
The death has been announced of a community leader and a renowned nurse, Madam Pauline Ijabalum Udenta of Agu local government area of Enugu State. Aged 80, Madam Pauline Udenta is survived by 4 children, including Dr. Udenta, the founding National Secretary, Alliance for Democracy, grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And next on our lineup tonight is Friday's weather prospects.
Good to have you join us on the weather segment. We expect a relaxation in weather activities over most part of the country, as Friday morning is going to be mostly cloudy with sunshine intervals. Although Ngru and its environment may experience slight headiness, while localized thunderstorms is likely over Calabar axis. Later in the afternoon into evening hours, there are chances of isolated thunderstorms over Yola, Mambila Plateau, Lafia, Makurdi, Jos, Abuja, parts of the inland cities and the coast. Stay tuned for temperature forecast. I am Safia Sayunusa. Thank you for watching.
And that wraps up NTA Network News tonight. I am Laure Bala Hassan. Many thanks for watching.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
Imagine a station where you access information. Think of a station that creates awareness for national development. Imagine a station that prepares you for a bright and greater future. A station for all ages. Documentaries, classroom and television, events coverage, children's programs and variety shows. Always stay tuned to NTA Knowledge on the StarTimes platform, channel 359. For partnership, sponsorship, and advert placements, contact us on NTA Knowledge. NTA Knowledge, learning to broaden horizon.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hate speech is not a joke. It incites genocide and crimes against humanity. Most of Africa's civil wars are caused by hate speech from one tribe against another. We don't want it here. The Nigerian government stands firm against hate speech.
Under no conditions whatsoever should we tolerate or excuse or justify hate speech or hateful conduct of any kind, especially where such is illegal.
There's no doubt that the resurgent push for separatism, as well as the rising cases of ethnic and religious disharmony, are all traceable to the growing phenomenon of hate speech.
One nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
Nigeria, one nation, one people.
This is a public service announcement brought to you by NTA.
Go to my son's room and get pregnant.
Countless women suffer under the misconception that when a woman is childless or fails to conceive within the clock time set for her by family and society, then it must be the woman's fault.
Enough is enough. She must leave my son's house.
So childless women suffer the pains of childlessness, and they also suffer the rejection of family and blame of society. This problem is placed side by side with the issue of those who sell their babies. You did what?
I don't sell my picking.
In this episode, titled Childless Wives, join us this week as a rib-cracking comedy takes a semi-comic look at issues of childlessness and child harvesting.
I want to get pregnant as easily as you do it. And I swear by my life, I will die for my child.
Over and brought to you by Glow,
the largest data network. Glow Unlimited.
Hold it! Me! I don't come out my hand from oil concrete.
General, what you gonna yarn? What did the yarn serve? I don't understand though.
Because they spoil our water and our environment. And they cause our people serious harm. Militants say, you know good. Me, I not do against Sam. Because why? Change begins with me.
This message is brought to you by the National Orientation Agency in conjunction with the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Nigerians. Suicide bombers are not spirits. They are not ghosts. They are human beings like you and me. They live amongst us. They are your neighbors. They are your friends today, but terrorists tomorrow. So you must know your neighbor now. Security begins with you and me. Know your neighbor. Be vigilant. Be security conscious. Report suspicious persons, objects, and movements to the police and other security agencies. The security of our nation is a duty for you and me.
If you see something, say something. Nigeria, unite.
against terrorism. This message is brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Situated 75 kilometers away from Maiduguri, Bama, the second largest local government in Borno, was among the worst hit by Boko Haram insurgency, having been repeatedly attacked. On the 1st of September 2014, the insurgents occupied the township, killing yet to be established number of people and destroying property worth billions of naira, thereby compelling residents to flee Bama and surrounding communities to assume status of IDPs. In the wake of liberation of the occupied territories by the Nigerian armed forces, the insurgents set the town ablaze, destroying over 90% of residential and public structures. Following the liberation of the once vibrant commercial center, Borno State government, with the collaborative efforts of the federal government and other indigenous and foreign donor agencies through the Ministry of Reconstruction, Rehabilitation and Resettlement, commenced rebuilding of public and residential structures and provision of social amenities in Bama.
About 11,630 houses of households are being rehabilitated or reconstructed in Bama. In addition to this one, 8 of the primary schools in Borno State in Bama were rehabilitated with the support of the Victim Support Fund in collaboration with the Ministry for RR. We have reconstructed the Secretariat, the Maternity Center, and there is now ongoing reconstruction of the General Hospital with the support of PCNI, while the Borno State is providing the counterpart funding with respect to labor and others. So far, we have constructed about 1,800 shops in Bama, in addition to the market stalls that are rehabilitated. So far, so good. About 152 mosques were constructed in Bama. I also wish to bring to your kind notice that the Ministry of Works have provided solar lighting, street lights in Bama. Water Resources is now rehabilitating almost all the 15 boreholes. With the support of the World Bank program, which is Padama, we have drilled 8 boreholes with solar-powered boreholes. Furthermore, the Ministry for Local Government, in conjunction with the State Emergency Agency, have provided 5,000 bags of rice and 5,000 bags of maize grit, 20,000 blankets, tricycles, among others, just to restore the means of livelihood of the returnees. I think these are some of the brief description of what the ministries and other MDS have done in Bama. You can also see this Primary Education Board is constructing some new blocks of classrooms in addition to what has been done here. You have to also take note that for the last 2 years, the Borno State government through the Ministry for Local Government is been releasing 5 million naira monthly to pay the allowances of the civilian JTF in addition to the food items that are being given to the civilian JTF. But my major concern is that we are not perfect. We were able to do about 70 to 80% of the reconstruction in this town. During this reconstruction process, we are aware that we have some certain deficiencies. Even now, we know some of the houses we couldn't complete it. There are some minor repairs which cannot be possible for us to do it completely unless even only if people have returned back to their homes. And the only way for us to get peace is to allow people to go back.
The Ministry for Local Government and Emirate Affairs had also, through Special Intervention Program, reconstructed Old Bama Primary and Junior Secondary School and also provided 50 tricycles to empower the poor.
We visited one of the primary schools we constructed and remodeled, completely destroyed by the insurgents. In that primary school, the old Bama primary school, we've introduced POP, we've introduced patients, and so on and so forth. So you can see even the roof is jet. So you can see that the Ministry for Local Government is taking part, because the Ministry for RRR is overwhelmed with a lot of activities all over. So that is why the Ministry is taking part. Even the the supply of furniture to the Secretary was done by the Ministry under a special intervention program. Most of the schools with intervened in central Borno, especially within Maiduguri Metropolitan and Bama Central here in Bama local government, and so many other schools across the state. So we've given all the chairman mandate to come back and stay in the local government secretariat. That is the most reason why we are punishing the secretariat, and we expect that all the local government staff should go back to their various stations. And that has been done, especially in Kaga local government, where all the staff have returned. The chairman is always in the office, including weekends. So all the, in fact, with the opening of the road to Bama, we expect that all the staff should come back to Bama and stay in and work in the local government secretariat.
As soon as the Borno State government announced relocation of IDPs from Bama to their home community on 2nd April 2018, Governor Kashim Shettima paid a 3-day visit to Bama town to assess and supervise the finishing touches put in place and the security situation of the area. He was at the headquarters of the 21 Brigade Bama, where the brigade commander, Colonel Adamu Nura, intimated the governor on the general security situation of the area.
I am aware of your effort to ensure a safe return of the community. Several stakeholders meeting was held, which I was part of one that held last 2 days ago, and the efforts are ongoing. Let me at this junction create the indulgence of His Excellency to stress the key important ones I deem it fit for the resettlement of the good people of Bama. So the first I want to stress here is the need for all paramilitary to come back to Bama to operate fully. The second one is the construction of work to patch all the potholes from Maiduguri to Banki, thereby reducing the planting of improvised explosive devices. The next is the clearing of the road shoulders, and also we are requesting for the police bomb squad to be here in Bama before the resettlement takes place, to clear areas to be occupied by the community.
The governor stressed the commitment of his administration to ensuring that the IDPs are returned to normal life.
I was moved to tears when we were coming in. This is a town that used to be a very vibrant town, full of life, full of activities, that was brought down to its knees by those demented monsters called Boko Haram. The second biggest town in Borno was turned into a ghost town where we harvested death, destruction, and disharmony. But I want to commend the officers and men of the Nigerian armed forces. All the sacrifices you have made to ensure that we have reclaimed Bama and all other communities across the length and breadth of the Northeast. We pray for the repose of the souls of all our gallant officers and men who paid the supreme sacrifice for us to have peace in the fatherland. I want to commend the resilience of the people of the Northeast. For in spite of all the challenges, our heads are still held high. It's a very moving moment, an emotional moment for all of us. And the time has come, General, for our people to return back to Burma. But we have to put in place all the mechanisms. We can't be intimidated to follow the law. We have to do the right thing for the people to return back to their home. We want to avoid a situation whereby the remnants of the Boko Haram may use this opportunity to infiltrate back into the town and cause mayhem and destruction. We had extensive discussions with the stakeholders from Burma, and we have drawn the roadmap. Not all the people will come at once. We'll design the entire framework where wards within the township will start coming from Monday. But there is a form that has been designed for the returnees to fill in. The Bulamas and the Nawans and the Algiers will be actively involved in vetting the returnees. We want to have a full picture of everyone that is coming back to this town. And most importantly, as you have rightly said, you highlighted the issue of water. Water is life. We have already procured all the necessary implements, generating sets, other tools that were vandalized for us to fix all the boreholes. We have about 11 or 12 motorized boreholes serving the Burma township. Some of the generating sets are on their way to Burma, and some of the essential items for fixing back the boreholes are equally on their way back.
On the following day, the governor inspected 8 schools reconstructed by the Ministry of Reconstruction, Rehabilitation and Resettlement, funded by the Victims Support Fund, and 1 other rebuilt by the Ministry for Local Government and Emirate Affairs. There, the governor assigned stakeholders to take charge of provision of furniture, 1 meal per day for pupils, marker board and solar light installation, as well as capturing biometric data of teachers. Also assessed by the governor were boreholes within the township, where he gave directive for installation of new generators to ensure steady water supply, and proceeded to General Hospital Burma to inspect ongoing renovation work there.
Going forward, all the water facilities will be community-owned and community-driven. Once the people return back to their homes, issues of vandalization of water facilities or 40 kVA generators developing wings and flying away will cease. We have already bought about 10 brand new generators. They are on their way. I will hold port. I will leave town until the generators and all the necessary items are on ground to fix all the boreholes. It's foolhardy for us to allow the people to return back without us fixing the water supply, without us ensuring that they have access to basic medical care, without us fixing the school system so that the kids can have access to education, and most importantly, to secure the town. We bought 4 brand new excavators, 3 are on ground. The operators are coming in today and they will commence work tomorrow, until we are certain that the place is safe for the people to return. When we get the place, the food store are already on ground. We are going to inspect the food store. Then by Monday, things will not be perfect. They will never be perfect. We have to make do with what is available, but there is a minimal standard which we have to meet before we'll allow the people to return back.
At Sema's store, the entourage was shown around 5,000 bags each of rice and maize grade, where the Sema executive chairperson Yaba Okolo said government had also procured 5,000 jerrycans of oil, mattresses and blankets, among others.
We also have other non-food items, very essential ones, especially we call them return kit or return package. We have kitchen utensils. We also have other basic needs like hygiene pack, and we also have dignity pack for women. We also have polythene mats, uncountable. Then we have almost 20,000 pieces of blankets with other items. We are also planning to bring more hygiene items, especially soap, detergents and others that they need immediately and urgently.
Borno State government had also procured and deployed 4 excavators to dig trenches to secure the township against infiltration of terrorist elements. Governor Kashim Shettima assessed the ongoing excavation work and interacted with the men at work. The reconstruction work has given Bama town a facelift as streets have been adorned with solar lights and deliberate efforts are being made to provide the basic necessities of life to the returnee IDPs. When the much-awaited returning date eventually came, their joy knew no bounds, with the IDPs expressing hope for a better tomorrow. Upon arrival, the returnee IDPs went through security checks and registration by various federal and state government agencies, complemented by international relief organizations before entrance to Bama. In this first phase, the returnees were presented take-off relief materials and cash to support the resettlement drive, complemented by other income-generating sources such as tricycles. Chairman Transition and Resettlement Committee Abuja Muhammad gave a breakdown of IDPs that have so far been relocated in the first phase of the exercise, designed to capture 120,000 returnees.
We have about 36,000 households in one of the camps, which is Dalori, being the biggest camp, the main camp we so far had. And we have more or less, about 7,000 to 8,000 households in Kofa, which is Dalori 2. Then we have NYC camps, we have farm center and the likes. However, we still believe that the number of population we want to repatriate back home stands at about 120,000 people, including the host communities. So we are now at the batch of returning the IDPs. For now, we believe that we want to vacate the camp and make it empty so that that will enable us to concentrate on the host communities. But that notwithstanding, for those that we are able to, because the number of people we are presently capturing their data and information related are actually all-inclusive, which spells out that we don't segregate those who we want to bring back. But it is ideal and perhaps it is natural for us to believe that if we can bring back the IDPs, those in the camp, is perhaps the most wanted one for now. As of today, we are making effort to see how we can reach out to the neighboring states, particularly those in Cameroon, Minawau to be precise, and those who are living within Marwa and Garwa and up down to Mura. So we want to concentrate on actual people that we want to vacate from Maiduguri. But my co-chairman will going to facilitate the race, and myself in conjunction with SEMA and the like, we will start moving to Cameroon so that we see how we can try to facilitate their return as fast as possible, as soon as possible. Opens are all been taken into consideration. His Excellency has advised that there are special houses, estates, and the likes that were constructed. We want to concentrate on their welfare first of all. The welfare entails a lot. One, how do you cater for their living? How do we cater for their education? And we've all agreed that His Excellency has even just released a kind of incentives for those who are willing to adopt, because it is just unnatural for us as Muslim Ummas to establish orphanage. There are special accommodations that is set aside for them, because His Excellency has said we will dedicate the whole of Indimi estate for them. So if for a child, you can't allow him to remain without a parental. So we have to make sure that those who adopt them, who are willing to adopt, will come along with the child to occupy the estate. So we have at least 300 houses standing by for them alone.
Bama Local Government Caretaker Chairman Babashaw Gulumba highlighted efforts made at the level of the Local Government Council towards resettlement of the returnee IDPs.
Have prepared at least some food items and plastic mats, blankets, over worth 10 million naira to my people. I will thank to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Borno State, Honorable Kashim Shettima, for his tremendous contributions towards developing Bama. Bama, if you visit Bama in 1st September 2014, tears will come out of your eyes due to the attack by the insurgency. But now, Bama returns more greater than its situation before. By God's grace, we are now making a congregational prayers in both our camps. A collective decision was made together with His Royal Highness, the Sheikh of Bama, Alhaji Kari Ibrahim El Kanemi, and some of our elders will make an arrangement towards peace return to Bama again.
I will appeal to NGOs and other federal governments and other agencies to come to our aid, because our people are in hands to come back home.
With reconstruction of residential and public structures such as police stations, schools, clinics and hospitals, as well as provision of basic social amenities such as water, in addition to security measures taken, some returnee IDPs expressed joy and hope to take off old occupation of trading and farming as the rainy season sets in.
Alhamdulillah, 100% mun nuna godiyanmu. Yanzu an bude mana hanya, an mayar da mu gida, kowa da kowa lafiya kalau. An mayar da shi kuma gidansu, kowa da kowa ya samu ya zauna lafiya lau. Kuma muna nuna godiyanmu yanda aka gyara mana construction daya biyu, gidajenmu gaba daya an riga an gyara da kasuwanninmu duka mun riga mun gode wa gwamnati. Kawai yanzu abin da ake nema mu hanya ne problem ɗinmu. Da 'yan kasuwa daya biyu ba mu da jari. So mun roki gwamna mai martaba ya taimaka mana da jari da main road namu.
Mun gode wa Allah kuma mun gode wa Kashim Shettima. Gashi mun zo mun ga gida ya gyaru, amma matsalan ne guda daya ne. Mun shiga cikin dakinmu, gashi dakinmu a wargaje, babu komai a cikin dakinmu, akwai abubuwa da yawa mu bari, kafet namu, katifan mu, me komai akwai muka bari, amma gashi mun dawo mun samu gidan ba komai. Gaskiya in gwamnati ya kara mana yanda ya yi mana kokori haka, ya yi mana abun nan, ya samu mana kayan su kwanciya, kayan dakinmu.
Kusa an da euro mazin abubuwan da yara yana da futu biya an da ya duza su tuluna kai da an dero kare an da ci da iso a wanda ya sanda na dero sa da shi mangalawa a yi makaru kan me ba tawakkal ne kashe an da san maso karo kujin bai ta ida zama karo da kaji
mara ko isko oro gwamnati siriya kazu kare ayi doi konge lukuna are wanda kyara kuna wanzu a wado kare an jin biyar gaba daya ningli sha aura ya den narin fandiyan ma losor cidanyen shi kuma dai karma bula karan garin fandiya cidanyen rayana hada a ubare magaiman ubare burarin galo ya bare losor ya bare.
Borno State government, according to Governor Kashim Shettima, is poised to safe and voluntary return of all IDPs to pave the way for closure of all IDPs camps this year.
Yes, it be like say they want to tell us another story again, yo. Now so, you know, say people they say I be superstar, but for me, the real superstars are those people where they go vote for the candidate of their choice without violence. So for these upcoming elections, be my superstar. Vote, no fights, no violence, because the election will be won.
We work together so the future will be brighter.
We're talking about balanced diet now. We're talking about healthy living, and we're talking about complex carbohydrates.
And you see, the essence of night and day is that day we can go for our daily activities, while the night is meant for us to have a very sound sleep.
Also, you need to exercise. It may sound counterintuitive, like why would you exercise when you're underweight? But the truth is, it helps in your fat distribution, and it also.
Everyone is talking about increased physical movement, increased physical ability. What about some light exercise? We can do it together.
Service of the NTA.
Commonwealth Games have come and gone. Nigeria put up what could be seen as a good performance. Its athletes amassing a total of 29 gold, silver, and bronze medals. Whilst the country congratulates all the medal winners on the Sports Parliament, we want to celebrate all the athletes that represented the country with special thanks to the physically challenged. They remind us of the human capacity to surmount challenges and still produce one's best. In sports, as in the rest of life, the greater glory lies in the participation rather than in the medals. Celebrate a medal, celebrate an individual. Celebrate participation, celebrate a whole community. On the Sports Parliament tonight, we are celebrating the entire family of athletes that represented Nigeria in the different sports. They have kept the fire of our country's huge potentials burning before the rest of the world. I am Segun Odegbami, Speaker of the Sports Parliament, coming to you from our mega city studio in Lagos, the studio of NTA, Africa's largest television network. Sitting in Parliament with me tonight are to my right, in his usual position, Godwin Dudu Orume.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, viewers.
And to my left, the great Olympian, who should have been our leader of delegation to the Commonwealth Games, but he didn't go. He's here with me in the studio, Olympic gold medalist, Nefiok Udo Obong.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, Nigerians.
We are going to have a fantastic package today. Join us after the break.
Breaking news. MTN gives 2,000% bonus for reactivating your MTN SIM.
That's right. If you haven't used your MTN SIM for 45 days or more, recharge now and get 2,000% bonus. That's right, 2,000% bonus for your first recharge of every month.
Welcome back. If you are just joining us, this is the Sports Parliament once again. We are going to begin with a summary of the Commonwealth Games, and then we'll be discussing all the details about what we all saw come from the Gold Coast of Australia. A summary.
Williams now beginning to come into her running, but being challenged by Amasan. And Williams fades, and it's Amasan of Nigeria who takes it from Williams, and possibly Simmons of Jamaica for the bronze. 12.68.
The para powerlifting competition started today with the men's and women's lightweight events. Each athlete has 3 lifts, and the winner is determined by a formula including their body weight and the weight they lift. The men's event was a showdown between Nigeria's Roland Izuriki and Paul Kahindi, the gold medal favourite.
Zuruiki of Nigeria. An immensely powerful man. 221 kilos. This is attempting to equal his world record.
Well, it looks super strong.
Oh. Zuruiki, 2 lifts so far, 188, 194, and he goes up another 8 kilos. So here we go, 202.
Well, my question there is, was the bar level? And I fear it wasn't.
Paul Kahindi of Nigeria needs the points to overhaul his teammate. He weighs 62.7 kilos. He's attempting 222.5. It's a world record attempt and for a gold medal.
So strong, can he get there? Well, were the referees happy the bar was level? No! Just at the end, he lost it.
It's gold to Nigeria, and it's Zuruiki who gets the gold medal, and Kahinde gets the silver. So the 2 Nigerians have swapped positions from Glasgow 2014.
A fabulous display from the Nigerians. And earlier, England's Ali Jawad claimed the bronze and celebrated in style. So the expected 1-2 for Nigeria, but not in the expected order. Ali Jawad takes the bronze.
The women's lightweight event was to follow, and it included 7 competitors. But again, all eyes would be on the 2 Nigerian ladies and world record holders in their weight categories, Esther Ayima and Lucy Ejike. The powerlifting gold and silver, as expected, would be decided by the 2 Nigerians. And in her final lift of the day, Esther Ayima, who was already in the gold medal position, attempted a lift of 131 kilograms and a new world record, which she was already the proud holder of.
World record attempt here for Esther Oyema for Nigeria. Well, we'll see what the judges say about that. There it is! It's a world record for Oyema!
Oh, look what it means to her. Absolutely fantastic lifting. I'm not sure that she can be caught. I think that's enough for Oyema.
That outstanding powerlifting from Oyema gave her the gold medal. Teammate Ejike had one final lift, but if successful, it still wouldn't be big enough to overtake Oyema.
As far as my calculations are correct, I hope I've got this right, 139 kilos on the bar will give her points worth 140.2. It won't be enough to go into the lead. Esther Oyema is going to be the gold medalist with that world record. Was it level at the bottom when it paused, as it was at the top? I don't think so, neither do the referees.
Gold and silver once again going to the Nigerians in emphatic fashion. So confirmation of the standings and yet another enthralling powerlifting final.
141.6 points, good enough for Oyema to win her second gold medal in the Commonwealth Games.
Welcome back. On behalf of all parliamentarians of the Sports Parliament, we congratulate all the athletes that fetched us the 29 medals, gold, silver, and bronze from the 2018 Commonwealth Games. In the past 5 minutes, we have sat and watched great Nigerian athletes produce some of those gold medals. But two things are striking. One, I read the report that the sports minister said that he was very happy with the performance of the team and that this performance was better than the performance recorded in Glasgow. The second thing is that we've seen so many of those medals, shown here, and of the 9 gold medals that we amassed, only one came from track and field, 2 came from wrestling, and the others came from the physically challenged sport, Paralympic athletes. Is that a true reflection of the state of our sports in Nigeria? Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a true reflection, because if it had been otherwise, then something is not adding up. Years ago, 10, particularly 20, 30 years ago, the Commonwealth Games will see a very strong table tennis team from Nigeria, a very strong boxing team, a very strong weightlifting team, and
track and field.
Track and field. With those 4 sports, which require adequate preparation, we have been lacking for so many years now. It doesn't appear as if anyone thinks there's a problem. But the physically challenged athletes somehow within the presence of the national stadium just find that extra energy to go on and on and on. Then you start to reason, what about the other sports? Why don't they make such sacrifices? It's a delicate one. It takes a bit more than we see to produce world-class athletes.
We never used to count medals from Paralympics as part of the medals for the team. Is that you don't do that at the Olympics?
No, the Olympics. The Paralympic body is different from the Olympic body. So
Okay.
they have 2 parallel organizations that conduct their games. But in the Commonwealth Games Federation, they are coming under the same umbrella. So it's actually something unique that the Commonwealth is proud of, that they don't segregate, discriminate, in so to say, who is who. So everybody's together in one village, and you can see that the village is made to be very friendly for all kind of able and disabled people. We'll have to really look at it this way, is that it's powerlifting that we got our medals. As a matter of fact, the powerlifting, since the sport was introduced in the Commonwealth Games 25 years ago, all available gold medals has gone to Nigeria. All. And that's without fail. I think about 25 years ago that it came out. So we're living up to expectation. But we must also see that we are declining if we look at the whole para sport as a whole. Because initially, we were winning in para athletics, in sprinting, partially blind. The one with the T10 or T9, the ones that with one hand. So we had medals in para athletics, in para throws, and other para sports. But now it's only the power weightlifting, the powerlifting. That's the only one that we are winning now. So you can see that other countries are encroaching on our territory. So if we look at it that we won medals, yes, we won medal, but are we doing as well as we did before? No, we're not. In Manchester Commonwealth Games, Olusoji Adesoji won the 100 meters in the world record time for the partially blind. We don't have anybody in the 100 meters now. We've had people win medals in other sports. So we have to look at that. When sports is developing from a point that it passes from raw power to more technical and more science-based equipment, that's where we start losing it. The power sport is pure power, and we are very strong in Nigeria. We have very strong nutrition, and that helps us. By the time technique starts coming in, that's where we start seeing our inadequacies, which is more or less in our coaching procedures. And let me just go touch
to talk about the general athletes aside from the Paralympics.
Yes, and
you know,
to open up generally from your first question, that the minister's statement of why this games was better than the last games. Of course, the minister will want to defend his own
decisions.
Well, his own tenure. But I can actually advocate for him. I can defend him, because if we are looking at
defend him.
Medal per, if we're looking at the ratio of medal per athletes, yes, this is actually a better. We have a better return than we did in Glasgow. We went with 89 athletes, and we came back with 29 medals, or let me say 9 gold medals. In Glasgow 4 years ago, we went with 149, or I think 139 athletes. We came back with 11 gold medals. So if you're looking at the medal per athletes, probably this has been a more efficient team. So maybe that's what he's looking at, probably.
Okay, so, but does that tell us anything, really, about the state of our sport? You in particular.
Yes,
let me pass this comment. And this is for all Nigerians to know. One of very few persons, probably, I'm not talking team sports now as in football, but in track and field, in any other sport, there are only 5 of you, alive or dead, with gold medals in our entire history. And these are not, you know, easy things to achieve. Your experiences, your knowledge, your exposure are things that this country should benefit from. If there's going to be a leader of delegation to the Commonwealth Games, you should just be tagging behind that leader of delegation, because Nigeria would have needed your services there. You were not there. Dudu, over to you.
Well, on a platform, somebody made a comment or asked the same question, and you saw my reply, that if he had been picked, it means things have changed for good. You see, we have a way of circumventing the right thing all of the time. As an Olympian, a gold medalist, he will know what to say to people who need motivation to get beyond 12 seconds in the 100 meters into 11 point something. And whereas it's a smart thing to do to get him involved, because any and a few great athletes in this country have made the transition from participating and managing member of the NOC. So to that extent, I would think that he's an automatic choice. But we have a way of making our decisions that, you know, belies the truth. And until we begin to get it right, we begin to understand the elements, the basic elements, then build on it, we're not going to have increased haul in medals. And I mean, it's becoming obvious. When the sports is shifting to scientific levels, where planning, strategy, and adequate funding become the issue, we're always going to take backseat.
Yeah, that's very true. And like you said earlier on, Dudu said earlier on, the number of sports which you made allusion to represented on the medal, especially the gold medal. Only 3 sports represented on the gold medal. And athletics that has 44 events, we had only 1 gold medal from there. And if you go back to Glasgow, we had gold medals in, I think, 3 or 4 athletics events. Now, we had a young girl that jumped to success, Ese Brumi in Glasgow. Where is she? What happened to her? A lot can be said about Blessing Okagbari. She had 2 gold medals in individual events. What happened? Was there something wrong? She was in Australia, but she didn't run. So why didn't she run? Is there something that could have been done? Then, and you said about, I felt so sad because my own events, we had 3 disqualifications in my events. 4x4 men, we are disqualified. And then the women, the individual women were disqualified, 2 of them, 2 of our veterans, for the same offense, crossing of line, running on the line. The same offense, another runs, he's disqualified. The next athlete runs, same offense, disqualified. The relating goes, same offense, disqualified. So, who were the people there? Who were the people in charge of the team? And these are things that I saw, even from watching on TV. I said, oh, that's a disqualification. And nobody spoke to the next person. You have to be cautious. You have to do this. It's sad that a lot of things have gone wrong, and it's sad that some of our sports are not well represented, especially on the medal table, especially boxing and weightlifting. If we have seen any sport that has really grown, we say the para-athlete, obviously, but most importantly, wrestling. And you can see that wrestling is due to the right peg in the right hole. And you see that the administration of wrestling is going right, the training, the preparation is right. And even before they're going for the Commonwealth Games, we know that, oh, this team might do well. And it was very obvious. In the other events, it's neither here or there. It's a lottery. We hope, we pray. We know we are prayer warriors here, so we pray. God day, we win. And that's what happens.
We needn't say much more about the state of sports in the country. To cap it all up, well, people are trying to shy away from it, but Nigeria lost in terms of athletes absconding from camp and coaches absconding from camp. I guess that at least 5 athletes and 1 coach joined Ghanaians and Cameroonians and all the other Africans to run away from the team, and they are not back with us here in Nigeria.
Well, it won't be the first time. Sad though, but the pressures abound. The fact that you're swimming against the tide all of the time, and you see an opening, you ventilate your career and your life. You just, I mean, you would say they take a risk by
and live like fugitives
and live like
for some time to come.
Yes, I mean, well, this is national television, so I'll stop.
I don't know if they are furthering their careers. Probably they're trying to, it's more of economic reasons, but it's actually a sad thing that you will travel as an ambassador representing a country, and then you refuse to come back for one reason or the other. But it goes beyond sports, and that's beyond our covering sport. It goes beyond sport. There are other much more economic things that are going there. And it's in general, in summary, just as sad for not just our country, like you mentioned, a lot of other African countries too.
So even on the sports parliament, we are afraid to discuss how or why our athletes would leave our country and choose to go to the farthest part of the world, to go to Australia, where you don't have father or mother or anything.
The reasons are obvious. Even the sun these days in Lagos is so hot. Are you crazy?
Well, I guess on that note, we'll just leave that topic. We congratulate our athletes once again. When we come back from our break, we shall be going into our special World Cup special segment, and we have a very special guest in the, sitting with us in Parliament today. But Lukman is just waiting. I don't know how well he did last week. But after the break, you'll be meeting with Lukman.
Is an evil practice abolished all over the world over 200 years ago. But today, human traffickers are selling human beings as slaves in Africa. It is your responsibility to make sure that you and the people you know do not fall into slavery. Don't believe fake promises of jobs abroad.
People went to say Libya, Italy no use you when they carry me on top water. 4 days now they lock me for inside house, no food, no water. I nearly die. Now God, when me heaven and earth, now save me. If you get 1 naira for Nigeria, you get junior 1, you say you no get papa, you no get mama, now make you come out. I beg go they do farm work. You better pass person when enter road.
Don't accept to travel to Europe through the Sahara Desert. You may be walking into slavery. Don't be a slave.
This is a public service announcement brought to you by NTA.
Welcome. If you're just joining us, this is the Sports Parliament coming to you from Africa's largest television network. Over 60 million people. That was before. Now that we are about 200 million in population, we must be talking 70 or 80 million viewers of NTA. Well, our special guest today is now a veteran journalist. Young man, fantastic journalist, and when it comes to talking the Super Eagles positively, there's no better ambassador. At the World Cup in 2014, that I succeeded in Brazil to do a lot of coverage myself was as a result of this man's support. I have the greatest pleasure to welcome the media officer of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, Toyin Ibitoye.
Bishop. I can't assume the role of a veteran when I'm sitting amongst the real veterans.
This man has been in journalism forever. I can't remember a period when you were not there. That's why I called you a veteran.
And the man who gave me my first break is also seated here, so I can't call myself a veteran.
Dudu. So over to you, Dudu. Well, we are talking the Super Eagles and their preparations for the World Cup. Everything appears to be upbeat. We wanted him to come and tell us again, show us all that positivity so that Nigerians will be happy as to what is going on with the Super Eagles. So tell us, what is it? Super Eagles, between now and the World Cup, what is going to happen? What should we expect?
Yes, we are very positive we'll have a good World Cup. We hope that the preparations we've had, because every game we've played since we qualified late last year, the friendly against Argentina, the game against Poland, the game against Serbia. We have in May a game in Nigeria against Congo DR. We have another one against England at the Wembley Stadium on the 2nd of June. And our final game will be against the Czech Republic. All these games have been purposely designed to achieve something for the Eagles, considering the kind of teams we will be playing in our group. And right from the first friendly game, which was immediate after we qualified against Argentina, who have ended up in our group, the design was that we will prepare the team in the best way possible, play games that will test us, at the same time boost our confidence. And if we look at the results that we've achieved from the games we've played so far, right from the 4-2 win over Argentina, coming from 2 goals down, to the 1-0 win over Poland, right on their own soil, to the loss against Serbia, all of them have impacted on us and has given us the boost that we can go to the World Cup and make impact and do what we've never done before. Starting
get to the quarterfinals.
Yeah. Yes.
You'll be telling us more about that. You'll be telling us more about that when we get into the meat of our conversations. But before then, Lukman has been waiting and wondering if I forgot him. No, last week you made me lose money. You made me lose money. Although you got 6 of those predictions right in terms of which side will win or which side will lose, but you didn't get any of the scores correct. But that's good enough anyway. You're not supposed to come here and just be the oracle. So what's going to happen this week?
It's the weekend for cup games, so hopefully things could be better this time around.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Domestic cup games dominate our focus this weekend. In England, the oldest cup competition, the FA Cup, enters the semi-final stages. 4 previous former winners will be battling for a place in the finals. In Spain, at the Estadio Wanda de Metropolitano, cup holders Barcelona play Sevilla in the Copa del Rey final. And in Italy, we have another final, but this time it is in the league, between league leader Juventus and second place Napoli in the final race for the Scudetto. Welcome to European football in 300 seconds. My name is Lukman Ogunolu. Our focus matches are Lyon, Marseille, Lille, Borussia Dortmund, Bayer Leverkusen, RB Leipzig, Hoffenheim, Juventus, Napoli, Lazio, Sampdoria, Atletico Madrid, Real Betis, Sevilla, Barcelona, the Copa del Rey final, Manchester United, Tottenham Hotspur, FA Cup semi-finals, and Chelsea, Southampton, and the second FA Cup semi-finals. We begin in France. Lyon. Informed Lyon traveled to Lyon with the knowledge that only a win will see them maintain third position on the log, which is the final Champions League spot in France, as they play away to an ambitious Lyon side who haven't lost in the last 4 league games. Marseille are breathing down Lyon's neck, and the only way Lyon can qualify for the Champions League is to win this game to maintain this position. I'm predicting an exciting game in Dijon, but I'm going for Lyon to win. I haven't scored 10 goals in their last 3 games. 2-1 Lyon. Marseille, Lille. Lille are having a forgettable season and are just hovering over the relegation zone. Last week, Marseille kept their Champions League qualification hopes alive with an away win at Troyes. This weekend at home, adopting their normal attacking approach, I expect Rudy Garcia's side to dominate at the Orange Velodrome and win comfortably at home. So I'm going with the home side winning here, 3-0 Marseille. Moving over to Germany, Borussia Dortmund, Bayer Leverkusen. Leverkusen leapfrogged Dortmund to third position last week thanks to contrasting fortunes in terms of results. Dortmund lost the derby, but Leverkusen trashed Frankfurt to move third position, though both teams are on the same point. This time around, this is definitely going to be an interesting game between these two sides. We expect an open game. But midweek, Leverkusen had a cup game against Bayern Munich and they were trashed 6-2 by Bayern Munich. Will they have enough time to be able to recover mentally for this game? It remains for us to find out on Saturday when they play. But I'm backing the home side, Dortmund, to find the edge, having been well rested, to win at home. 2-1 Borussia Dortmund. RB Leipzig, Hoffenheim. This is another interesting game between 5th place and 6th place on the German Bundesliga table. Leipzig, if they need to qualify, need to continue winning if they want to qualify for the Champions League next season. But Hoffenheim are on an impressive run at the moment. They haven't lost in their last 6 league games, while Leipzig have not won in their last 2. This makes it quite interesting, but both sides like to attack. So I'm expecting goals at the Red Bull Arena. I'm going for Leipzig to edge it at home, 3-2 Leipzig. To Italy, Juventus, Napoli. Napoli don't have any other choice other than taking the game to Juventus at the Allianz Stadium. Any result short of a victory will probably see the end of the Scudetto race for Napoli and hand the title over to Juventus. Juventus are the masters of the game when they get to this stage of the season. Even though Napoli need to find a way to win, their last 6 results at Turin has not been anything impressive. I don't think they'll be able to turn that around, and I think Juventus will find a way to win at home. I'm going for a 1-0 victory here to Juventus. Lazio, Sampdoria. Lazio welcomed Sampdoria to the Olimpico this weekend. Lazio managed a draw against Roma in the derby last week and found a way to win against Udinese midweek. This time around, they know Inter Milan are looking around the corner because Inter are seated 5th on the table and they are just 1 point above Inter in the race for the final Champions League spot. Sampdoria have been struggling this season. They've been quite inconsistent. They are either blowing hot or blowing cold. But in their last 6 trips to the Olimpico, they have come empty-handed. I think this time around they'll make it 7 without any result. So I'm going for the home side to win. 3-1 Lazio. To Spain, Atletico Madrid hosts Real Betis. Real Betis have been the surprise team in La Liga in 2018. They are on a 5 games winning run at the moment, But tonight, Atletico Madrid suffered a shock defeat at Real Sociedad 3-0, which ended their own impressive run too. Atletico will need to return back to winning ways in order to keep city rivals Real Madrid at arm's length in the hope to retaining second position in the La Liga. I think Atletico will dig deep this time around, but they will find a way at home to win. So I'm going with them to nick it 1-0, which is their usual scoreline. To the Copa del Rey final between Sevilla and Barcelona. The Cup final victory may be able to spare Sevilla's blushes in what has been a bizarre campaign from them so far. For Barcelona, it is a perfect opportunity for coach Ernesto Valverde to earn his first trophy as a Barcelona coach. If Barcelona win this trophy, they join the Real Madrid side of 1905 to 1908 and Athletic Bilbao side of 1930 to 1933, who won the Copa del Rey 4 times in a row. With Lionel Messi's impressive record against Sevilla, scoring 30 goals in 32 appearances, the victory in this final is tilted to one direction. I'm going for a Barcelona win here, 2-1 Barca. To England, in the FA Cup semi-finals, Manchester United square off against Tottenham in the first leg of the semi-finals. The FA Cup represents the only opportunity for a silverware between these two sides. Jose Mourinho will prepare for moments like this and will have to save face in the midst of Manchester City's league victory. Under Pochettino, Tottenham have made significant progress, but winning a trophy would only increase their chances of becoming a solid English force. This is a very tough game to call, and I'm predicting that this game could go all the way to penalties. I'm going for a 2-2 draw after extra time. At penalties is anybody's game, so I leave that open-ended. Chelsea-Tottenham in our final game, which is the second semi-final in the FA Cup. Last weekend, we had a pre-match of this, and Chelsea coming from a 2-goals deficit to turning it around and winning at St. Mary's. Southampton's focus should be more on their survival in the Premier League, and I think that Chelsea's quality should enable them find a way to win at Wembley, and hopefully, maybe they may win the trophy at that time. So I'm going for Chelsea to win this at Wembley, 3-1. This wraps up my focus for this week. I'll hand you over back to Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and see you next week.
Well, you're on your own again this week. I'm not putting my money anywhere. Welcome to the special segment called the 2018 World Cup Special. Do you remember that theme music? Dun, 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 dun. You should now. You're an old man. I don't remember. Anyway, you are welcome to the special segment where we've been talking about, and this is all about the Super Eagles. And just run us very quickly through the schedule of matches that you have between now and the World Cup, the Super Eagles, and what other programs you have between now and the World Cup.
Yeah, our next assignment will be in May, end of season. We will be opening camp on the 22nd of May in Nigeria, in Abuja, and then we'll be playing the send-off friendly, on the 28th of May against the Congo Democratic Republic. A few days after, on the day after, we'll be playing in either Uyo or Port Harcourt. Officially, there will be a pronouncement to that effect from the Nigerian Football Federation. Okay. The next day, we're flying chartered flight to England, because we have a game against the Three Lions on the 2nd of June at the Wembley Stadium. And then we leave after that game against England. We move to our pre-World Cup base. Austria will be there for about 10 days, and we will play our final friendly on the 6th of June. That's 4 days after we play England against the Czech Republic. That will be our last friendly. On the 11th of June, we leave Austria and move to Turkey, our team-based camp in Russia, so close to Austria. And all focus will now be on that first game against Croatia at the World Cup.
What is the thinking of the coach at this point in time? Is he, the last match, there was talk of experimenting with some new players. Do you think at this point in time he should be experimenting? He shouldn't have, probably know he's 25 or maybe probably 30 players that go into the World Cup. So I don't, within the camp, what's the thinking of the coach on his team line, his team selection?
I'm sure by now the coach has an idea of at least 20 out of the 23 that will be going to the World Cup. The professional list will be out middle of May. So between now and when the list is out, we just pray that all our players will be in good shape. There won't be terrible loss of form. There won't be any injuries, because a lot of the top players are beginning to fall out now because of injuries. We
Why can players put the application? Which position? Goalkeeping?
I mean, that one is open. The goalkeeping is open. Not all the positions, but goalkeeping, that one we are sure. Goalkeeping is open.
So anything can happen between now and when the professional list will be out. We just, as I said, hope that there are no injuries, so that we can call up our best players, and then we can go to the World Cup with our strongest squad possible, and not have to be in trouble of trying to fill a position, a player that is so influential, missing out, and then we have to start to look for what can be a makeup for the World Cup. But I'm sure we will name a very strong squad that it's difficult to name a squad that everybody will agree with, because people will always feel that this one should be in, this one shouldn't be in. But I'm sure we will have a squad that Nigerians will be proud of at the World Cup.
You know, I was hoping that we could fix a match, Super Eagles and home-based Eagles, so that we can rest this argument of, oh, why didn't they allow home-based players to get into the team? I'm one person who believes that only the best are good enough to play for us. It doesn't matter where they play. But track back to the results of our clubs in the continent this last 1 week. Hey, it creates a bit of heartache. So you come from that background, and some people will tell you, why are there no players from the league in the World Cup bound Eagles? So I would have liked a situation where they square up and let people see for themselves.
And the home-based players, in the bid to make the World Cup squad, can kick some of the other. but I mean, that's a valid argument that you raised, and I always tell some of my colleagues that when it comes to the Super Eagles, when it comes to international competitions, our yardstick should be international.
Exactly.
The best players wherever you play, once you are able to meet up to the standard required for a team of the profile and the pedigree of the Super Eagles, you must have that quality to be there. And honestly speaking, I mean, we have a lot of facts to back this up. In the last couple of years, our best players don't play here. Let's look back at the league and the quality of players that the league has thrown up in the last couple of years. The top scorers, I mean, the most valuable players in the league. A few years ago, it was Bola Salami. Bola Salami is not playing here anymore. He's playing in Finland, and I think he's moving into mainstream Europe, hopefully, in the new season. There was Stephen Ode just a few seasons ago. Last season, Stephen Ode is in Switzerland now.
But even talking about these players you're talking about, and just what Dudu has said, these players that were the best in the and they're now in Europe. Have you been monitoring them?
No,
yes. Have they been called at any point in time?
Yes, a lot of them have.
I would like to chip in one more player. Probably we have a lot of Nigerians have forgotten, but he's doing very well in the US. Obafemi Martins
in China.
In China.
In China.
Is there any look towards him?
Unfortunately, Martins is injured now, and he's going to be out for a few months. Yeah. But he's doing well, doing very well in China. But he's injured at the moment. And I was just giving you a list of some of those players that Nigerians clamored for, that this guy is good enough and is playing in the local league, call him to the national team. He plays a season, a standing season in the league, the next season is gone. Junior Lokosa right now of Kano Pillars is scoring goals every game. He's already on 14 goals, and we are not even up to the mid-season in the league. You can be sure that if he continues that run and is able to score maybe 25, 26 goals and set a new record, he may not be playing here.
Well, is he invited to camp?
No, it's just it's never been to any of our camps. It's just the league is ongoing now. It's just scoring the goals now. So you can be sure that if he continues this goal scoring run next season, one club from North Africa or one club from Europe will poach him, and then he's gone. So we find it difficult to keep our best players here. They always go abroad. But I want to always believe that wherever you are, I mean, a few years ago, Yakubu Egbeni will leave the shores of Nigeria from Julius Berger, go into Europe and becomes a superstar in Europe. He's polished in about 6 months, and he comes back and is able to deliver for Nigeria. But you know, there's a big gap between what we have in the domestic league and the quality of competition we will face at the World Cup, unless we want to deceive ourselves. And already we can see from how our clubs have performed on the continent, we can see that, look, there's a big gap. And I think the task for us is to find a way to make sure that we are also able to improve the quality of the team, the quality of the coaching. It's not just bringing people together to play football. There's a lot that goes into it. My experience with the national team has shown that, look, nutrition, very key. Welfare, medical, very key in preparing a team for a game. And when you look at home-based players, when they come into camp, it takes a lot of time to bring them up.
Yeah, tell me about it.
To that level that the other guys are coming from. So, and then when they leave camp, go back to their clubs. In 2-3 weeks, we have another camp. You bring them again, the level has gone down.
You start all over again.
You start to build up again. And when you have a FIFA window that is just 3 days, 4 days, you do not have the luxury of time to try to build up someone.
Can I just ask you something a little bit more, taking you away from the job of the coach to more of your own role? What is the dynamic of communication within the team and how you get out to the press? Because a lot of pressmen complain that some of the top players don't grant, especially when they go out of the country, don't grant them interviews. They rather grant foreign press. What role do you have to play to make sure that there is a free flow of information in what's happening within the team and how Nigerians back home, especially as most of the company is done away from Nigeria, how Nigeria can get direct information of what's happening within the team?
Yeah, it's that's a role that I've been privileged to play now, to make sure that the players are able to, the media are able to get access to the players. And anytime I see my colleagues happy that they've been able to talk to a player and do an interview, it gives me satisfaction that at least maybe I'm doing my job. It's a simple process. You want to talk to any player, you tell me. Maybe you send a request. You want to talk to maybe the coach or the captain of the team, John Mikel Lubi, or any of the star players. And then even a few weeks, you can do it. Some guys plan their schedule, particularly our colleagues who are the foreign guys who work for international media like the BBC and all the stuff. They send their requests weeks ahead that when you are in camp, we would like to speak to so and so. And so I'm able to send a message to the player that, look, there are interview requests for you once we are in camp. And so you are able to prepare your mind days before you come to camp, that once you are in camp, somebody is going to come to talk to you.
Do you coach them on how to talk to the press?
Of course, these players are international players. They don't need to be coached on how to talk. But of course, you guide the
Because you know some journalists are very smart and they're talking about something probably political issues in the country and try to.
It happens a lot, yes. and interestingly, more from the foreign guys who want to get some inroad. It's difficult for them sometimes to talk to these players at their clubs in England where they are, but they find it a lot easier when we are in the national camp to come to talk to these players. So we always tell them, look, your focus here is on this game. If you're going to be asking questions about, let me give an example of an Alex Iwobi, for example. You know, a few weeks ago, a lot of pressure. Up till now, there's still a lot of pressure on Arsene Wenger. And you know that the English media will always want to find out from these players their reaction to Wenger out or Wenger in and all of that. So you tell the player, look, this is the Super Eagles camp. The discussions here center around the Super Eagles, preparations for the World Cup, and so please, all your discussions should be tailored along this side. And the same applies to our colleagues who are from Nigeria. You send your request to the player you want to talk to, and we send the message to the player. And I mean, be fair to these guys, things have really improved. The players have really been very cooperative. Mikel, all the players are always very happy. Maybe because the mood in camp is different now. Always very happy to talk.
They have money. They have money. Their bonuses are even paid ahead of time and all of that.
And you know, when we are winning, there's a very healthy spirit around the team. The media, the coaches, the fans, when we are winning, when we are doing well. Even when we don't win some of those games, we are still able to forge a very positive spirit.
So tell me, before you rounds up for us, travel for Nigerians who want to go to Russia. I'm interested in that as well.
I know a
lot of people want to travel.
I had a very wonderful experience with you in Brazil, 2014, traveling around and enjoying Sao Paulo.
Nigerians want to travel, to go to watch games so on. What do they do?
But Russia is going to be a little different because there's the fan ID concept where everybody has got to be profiled by the Russian security system. So when the tickets, I'm sure the Nigerian Football Federation will be able to explain better what this is all about. But once you buy a ticket online to go watch any game, you are profiled so that everybody coming into Russia is known to the Russian government, and they can track the movement of everybody.
So no visa or what?
That fan ID represents your visa. Once you get the fan ID, it generates a code for you that allows you access to Russia. And I think there are arrangements for those with the fan ID, which is going to be different from the match ticket, to be able to move around free in train from city to city, because Russia is such a big country, about 8 times the size of Nigeria, I'm told. So you really need to be prepared to move around. Although they have done the organization of the World Cup so well that they've restricted movement to just a certain circle. You don't have to travel more than 2 or 3 hours by air maximum to any of the venues of the World Cup. So I think it's going to be manageable.
I don't understand what you have just said. What do you do? I don't know how it will play out.
They've picked the centers for the World Cup games. The old cities for the World Cup games.
In such a way
that you don't travel more than 3 hours from wherever you are.
And this visa thing.
By air. By air. So it's manageable.
Tell me something. Looks like this set of Eagles, because they are nearer themselves in age, they are within one very small age bracket, 20 to 25, maybe 1 or 2 just outside the place. Could it be one of the reasons why there's such a unit?
It's a possibility. We are ranked about the youngest team going to the World Cup, and when you have a lot of young players who want to make, who have a lot ahead of them, the attitude is very different. Maybe that's one of the reasons why the team is the way it is, because it's a team that can fight, it's a team that can play with intensity for long periods, and it's a team that is very organized and very disciplined. It's such fun to work with these guys, and they are friends, more importantly. So they are able to fight together on the pitch, and go out there to enjoy themselves. So it's a wonderful experience. And then there's a fantastic center to it all in John Mikel Obi, who is just an outstanding captain now. He's grown now, probably seeing that he has only a few more years to play at this level. It's a different attitude.
Well, Tony,
and it's really
we have 30 seconds to
positive.
go. We have 30 seconds to go. How far can the Eagles go?
We want to go all the way.
How far can they?
We can go all the way. But the most important thing, as the coach will say, Big Sheikh, is first game against Croatia.
Ene, you've never moved the emotion on this table before. I dare you. If there's nothing to move, we can move till next week. So move today's motion.
Well, I move a motion that the NFF will keep getting their acts together, because they've been doing that, and will release a way which Big Sheikh can understand how we can all get to Russia and support.
I have my ticket. The NFF president came here and promised to give me a ticket. So the rest of you can come along. So, well, thank you very much, Tony, for coming on the show.
Thank you,
on this show, time just flies.
Yes.
Well, that motion, I don't know what it is. All those in favor of, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. NS motion. You win now. Good night.
You're welcome to Corruption, the musical. This one na corruption song. This one na corruption song. Yeah. This one na corruption song. This one na corruption song. No be about government people. This one na for everyday people. Yeah. No job, yeah. You go look for left, you go look for right. Even though you're qualified, then carry the job, give them family. Now, Connie, you say where man they work. Now, the man go chop. So you take food meant for displaced people and sell it in the market for money. You buy malaria drug, you take it in the morning, you take it in the night. Condition the words you discover clean a fake drug. Now, Connie, you go for special center to write the exam. Before exam, they give you answer, they give you extra, you get this thing shot. Yeah, now Connie. We dey see you. I say we dey see you. And the Connie people, and the Connie do. We dey see, we dey see, we dey see, we dey see, we dey see you. Rocher. You be woman, you no go fit talk, they no go give you job. Why? They say your job dey for kitchen and the other room. Now Connie, make una hear me, make you hear me. You dump refuse inside the lagoon. The lagoon overflows, now there's a flood in your room. Now Connie, you claim to have a job, but you do internet fraud. Mr. Entrepreneur, now Connie. You the red carpet, and you the kid alright. Now wow, share now your private property. You the spoil everything with others. We the see you. We the see you. And the Connie people, and the Connie do. We the see. This song is not
about the person sitting next to you or one friend you knew a long time ago. It's about you and you and you too. We see you. We dey see you. Roche. Hey.
Taxation, that depressing but constant reality on the minds of everyone.
On a particular spot might turn out to be a breeding ground for mosquitoes. Mere okay for deadline.
It is obvious that's a negative relationship between taxes and business.
The government in bringing development to the grassroots. For Deadline 360, I'm Emmanuel Lene.
To generate electricity through nuclear energy, precautionary measures has to be taken. I am Muhammad Nasir reporting for Deadline 360.
Laws and regulations guiding revenue generation in Nigeria.
If the rent gets down to the landlords and business operators, it will eventually make them increase their service charges.
It's good to have you join us this week. I'm Hawa Sali.
This is the network service of the NTA.
The media, generally referred to as the watchdog of the society, have their role multifaceted. Far beyond just being the watchdog, the fourth estate fundamentally serves as a platform for social change and mobilization for the good of the society. But how do the media play their role as the major stakeholders in the vanguard for a new and prosperous Nigeria within the principles of the Buhari administration's change agenda? Moment for Thought takes this under close examination with those who should know in the studio. Malam Garba Shehu, Senior Special Assistant to the President, Media and Publicity. A seasoned journalist, Malam Garba Shehu was President of Nigerian Guild of Editors. He was Managing Director of the Triumph newspapers. Mr. Regional Nwadiegu Ibe, Publisher and President, LD Communications Limited, publishers of the 2017 Nigeria Outlook, a magazine which focuses mainly on the nation and the economy. An economist and solution journalist with expertise in management, Mr. Nwadiegu Ibe is former General Manager of the National Economic Reconstruction Fund, NAFUND. He was, among many other positions, editor and project manager of Vanguard newspapers. Mr. Nwadiegu Ibe was member Nigeria Vision 2020 Technical Working Committee. And I am Aliyu Baba Barrow. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
The fourth estate, actually. Well, they say politics, if you want where the noise is politics. And especially if you go to the legislative arms of government, you see the assembly is the platform for debate, for exchange of ideas, argument and what have you, marshalling points. Some they said, well, politics, a place, arena for political noisemakers, and perhaps it visits even the media as the fourth estate, especially in a society just like ours. Politics makes the headlines, if you're talking about the print media. Let me come to Malang Garbashifu first. Now, as part of the executive and as a journalist, how do you see the media in Nigeria today with the focus on really the activities of the society, but politics gaining ground more than perhaps the expediencies of the economy?
Well, like at any other time in a democracy, the mass media have the challenging opportunity. It's a challenging responsibility to play the kind of roles you just outlined. For us, as a government of change, there's a lot that obviously we expect from the communication system of the world, of the country. Now, it's been established quite a long time ago that in most countries such as our own, you find that the problems at development can be reduced to essentially problems of communication. If you're able to get your communications right, you are able to solve your problems of development. For instance, the media have this enormous power, this power of exposure beyond every other thing. I think it's the most essential tool that the journalist brings to the field. In fighting corruption in our country, I tell you, in Nigeria and in many other cultures, sometimes the fear of exposure is a far more effective deterrent, in the fight against corruption. A governor and his son, in handcuffs, and they presented before cameras, TV cameras, and their pictures, taken in television. So it's a far more effective deterrent than even a jail term in many countries. So therefore, it depends on how effectively the mass communication system in the country is mobilized. And I think that as much as possible, this government is trying to do that, because there cannot be change in any given society without the communication system playing their own role very effectively. I remember in one of his lectures, the late sage Obafemi Awolowo said something about, you call them the watchdog. He said, don't remove the teeth of your dog, because if you remove the teeth, with what will it attack the enemy when he comes? And I think that as much as possible is a lesson we have internalized. As I speak to you, under the current administration, there's not one single journalist who is in prison for the performance of their own duty. Yes. No newspaper closures, nothing of that sort. And that's a basis for mobilization, yes, and the recruitment of the mass media towards a change that is positive in a society.
You remind me of Chief Obafemi Awolowo in 1959, the first television in Africa in Ibadan. When he was inaugurating the television, he said, this powerful instrument of change, powerful instrument. This is what he's saying, the power of exposure. Do you see the media playing that role within the principle of social change today, especially with the change agenda on ground?
Yes, the media is playing that role to some extent, to a limited extent, really, because the development of the society depends really on the media. Is what the best education anybody can get in a society comes from the media, day-to-day education, life education. The media currently is not exposing enough. I think the media could do with more investigative journalism. In fact, in some countries, the media even leads the police and private public investigators and all that into stories. So the power of exposure is the most powerful power of the media. Here in Nigeria, we're not maximizing that power of exposure, and we're not watchdogging enough, maybe because of our own developmental and resource constraints. We're wagging the tail more than biting. Because if you look at all the people that have been brought in by EFCC, ICPC, DSS, I don't think up to 10–20% of them, you know, were exposed by the media before the DSS or EFCC or ICPC or police got to them. I think in a normal circumstance, or in normal circumstances, it's the media that will blow this thing up, and then the police follow up, you know. That is not happening right now. But I think it could be our developmental constraints, resource constraints, and even cultural constraints. Yeah, but we're not doing enough of that yet.
Well, actually, to some, they would say there's an issue of privacy of the individuals and group, so to speak. Let me come back to Malan Garba Shehu. You said at this stage of our national life, it's as usual, even during politics or military interregnum in this country, politics take the center stage, you know. I remember in those days of decamping, those were the words. Decamping, a kind of political shenanigans, the picadollos and what have you of the political elite, so to speak. Does it still hold center stage? Take, for instance, I remember in our last discussion with Mr. Femi Adishino, we're talking about all the hullabaloo about Mr. President in overseas. This and that, you and him, perhaps we didn't envy your position at that time. Even now, the kind of how to manage the media and government.
Let me tell you, maybe because, you know, the heat, as they say, is in the kitchen. And if you don't want the heat, get out of the kitchen. Now, right now, we're in the kitchen and we're feeling the heat. Look, let me tell you, we just celebrated Chief Obafemi Awolowo and all of these political icons. Yes. When they ran government, when they ran media and all of that, they didn't have the challenges of the social media, for instance, which is a now medium. And before you know it, you know, a small thing that breaks, it goes viral. That's saying that, and you are read now, there's no longer a small newspaper or small radio or TV station. Everyone is online. The moment you speak now, on this program, somebody is in Japan, is watching you in Iceland, in America, in Canada. It's because in the past, they had to wait for the following day in the morning to read the story. Now, they know it as it happens. As for politics, you mentioned, well, you know that since the media themselves, they don't descend from the moon. They are members of the societies there, and they are owners, and the journalists and publishers. And so, therefore, they are part of the culture, and they share in the temperature in the room. That's the point I'm trying to make. So, therefore, they are reflective of our own idiosyncrasies, our own differences. I'm saying that a newspaper that is published in Sokoto mustn't write an editorial as if it is published in Abuja or in Calabar. And I think this is the beauty of the diversity. Exactly. Yes, the diversity of our country, and everyone now throwing their own into the center. And then, as they say that, you know, when there is this huge combustion, they turn things around, the truth will always come at the top. So there is actually the beauty of it is let everyone be political, let everyone be partisan. That's their own business.
Yes. Well, against that backdrop, actually, and what we have today is the principle of change. We need change, economy generally. We're talking about agriculture, that is the government agenda. We're talking about manufacturing, solid minerals, and of course, empowering the youth towards a greater Nigeria. How do you see the media playing that role? You published 2017 Nigeria Outlook. Partly, or most of it, is economics. How will the media come in, perhaps to complement government efforts, in order to highlight all these kind of goods?
Yes, in that light, you know, exposing the opportunities available in the country, the immense agricultural, industrial, water resources. The media is doing a lot, you know, the television stations. I know you run a regular program on resources of the country around. So the media is doing a lot in that regards. I still think a lot more can be done because there's so much opportunity in this country. There are so many resources. There are so many viable small and medium enterprises that you could start with very little money, with $500,000 naira, 100,000. You could start processing moringa, you know, all this agricultural ginger and all that. With 100,000 naira, you can put somebody into the business of processing ginger, for instance. But that more can still be done so that everybody is aware of the enormous opportunities all over the country. And this way, we can generate momentum to overcome our current economic downturns. Because when you look at our economy now, we're in a recession, the naira is fluctuating and all that. But if you look at it more intensely, we don't really have a serious economic problem. We have a problem of lack of effective communications of our opportunities. We don't know exactly what we have and how we can transform those into money, you know, which I think the media can do more. With the 2017 Nigeria outlook, we're looking at the economy, governance, and investment opportunities. Yes. Identify our problems and also profile solutions and suggestions to governments and the citizens. You know.
Let me come back to Malan Garbashi. You see, there's a philosopher who said that an enlightened society is easy to govern, but hard to oppress. But an unenlightened society is easy to oppress and hard to govern. So the role of the media can chip in here, especially now that the pendulum is like a yo-yo. Economy, politics, going forward, taking down the vagaries of life itself. How do you see the coordinating factor within the principle of change in the media?
Well, as the regional began to say, it's very easy to see how this can be done. Because the media in their role as conveyors of information and news, they create awareness about products, whether they are agricultural or manufactured, whatever. When they give exposure, say it is a blue band, the buyer then is aware that it's available. And then when he knows or she knows that there's availability of whether soda, drink, or whatever it is, then they go on to buy. And when they buy, the shopkeeper now at some point runs out of stock, and then they go to the manufacturer to buy some more. And then the manufacturer, because people are coming to take from them, they now produce more. That's a simple, I think that's economic development. That's because it's a complete circle. So the media, they are at the heart of it, because they must give exposure to the availability of goods and services. And where this then is known, the buyers come to buy, the manufacturer increase their own thing, and then the manufacturer makes more money, and then he or she hires more people, and it creates employment for the people. And when they employ more people, they put more money in the pockets of their workers, and then the workers are empowered to go and buy more goods and services. It's a night cycle. You can't do this without the mass media being present. And it's a crucial role. And I like what he said. Look, when they look at the mass media, they say they are too full of politics in the country. Yes. And sometimes I agree, because it's not politics. Really, it's the economy that will drive growth in this country. It's not politics. That democracy is important, yes, but we need a good sound foundation, and this sound economic foundation must be structured on what is available, God-given resources of our own native land, of the things that we produce locally, not things that are imported and assembled as manufactured things. And this, if manufacturing is based on imported raw material, then you can't get anywhere. So yeah, the media must seize this opportunity and place themselves properly in the economic transformation and the economic agenda of the present administration.
Yes.
And the results are already showing.
Yes. Nigeria and the way forward, the media, the government, and within the political arena of governance, so to speak, we have the three basic institutions of democracy: executive, legislature, and the judiciary. The work is, you said, media is a forum for education. Even the relationship, the checks and balances, the media could help there, rather than hyping this, the worst scenario, so to speak. How do you see these principles have changed now?
Yes, I think one of our drawbacks as the media is that the media is currently not, providing leadership to the political and economic leadership of Nigeria, because the media is actually out there in front, a few years ahead of government and those in politics. And all the ideas, or most of the ideas, either come from the media or are passed out through the media. So it is the media actually that should lead the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary as the watchdog of all of them. It is the media that should decide what is normal, what is current, what is acceptable in society, what is not acceptable. Because as the watchdog, the fourth estate of the media, the fourth estate of the realm, is the watchdog of the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, and should provide intellectual leadership for these three arms of government, and provide corrections too, be able to criticize when it's necessary, advise when it's necessary, draw all the intellectual insights and knowledge that could move the economy and the people forward.
The media has been part of Nigeria. What I mean by part of Nigeria, prior to independence, media was at the helm of it in fighting for independence. From First Republic to this particular time, media went through a series of changes in Nigeria, the vagaries of nationhood, military interregnum, coming back to democracy, going back and coming back now. This, from nascent democracy to what we have today. How do you see Nigeria in the global community with a vibrant media to push it, as you said, the media to provide the good leadership which we want today for Nigeria to have that economic prosperity, to occupy its exalted position of greatness in the Committee of Nations?
I will say that there is a need to make a call to media ownership in the country, because the media, ideally, this role is perfect. I mean, that's how it should be. They should give leadership. In older societies, the editorial column in the newspaper is called the leader column, because they're supposed to give leadership to the country. But the question to ask is, do our media have the structural capacity to give that leadership, to even say the truth? I think that that's why I said this huge aspiration probably has to be linked to ownership and what their ability, what is the ability to take care of. You can't have you can't have journalists who are not paid salary or who are poorly paid. The watchdog then becomes a lapdog. The later MKO Abiola used to say, if you don't pay your journalists well, they will go and work for somebody who will pay them. It's a lesson I've taken from him, and it continues to be true up to today. Yes. Newspaper houses going for 10 months, 1 year without salary. How can that person speak the truth? Yes. So I think that is a big opportunity, big challenge there, but something must give. I come from union. Yes. I have done union in journalism. I will run from union. Yes. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Ebe, especially in Nigeria, some say that they take a look at the media in Nigeria. Sometimes they find themselves playing the regional role the ethnic role. You understand what I mean?
Yes.
Instead of nationalist tendencies that we need to have for nations to grow.
Yes.
Your last take on that.
Yes, I think I will add to what he said about the media. That the independence of the media, you know, can only come from the financial independence of journalists, members of the media, you know. As for ethnic orientations, all that, I think that should be blamed squarely on editors, you know, because the media really should have no time for ethnicism, religion, all those. Even though they might not be relevant, they are not really important issues, you know, in Nigeria, even though there are religious differences, even killings and all that. But religion is not really an important issue in the Nigerian context. Your friends do not all belong to the same religion with you. A lot of people are married to wives and husbands who are not of the same religion, you know.
So the media needs to be focused.
They need to
nationalistic.
be exactly. And to add to what he was saying, the journalist needs to be better taken care of. And professional management, you know, needs to come into the media. Because in other climes, you hardly find journalists becoming chief executives of a newspaper, you know, media houses. You know, normally they bring in MBAs, you know, Harvard MBAs to provide the management. In the newspaper industry, where I've had some experience, you find that there is absence of management, you know, not poor management, total absence of management, you know, because you have people who have come from reporter, correspondent to editor, then managing director of the newspaper. What, you know, what does he know about marketing, about packaging?
Management and administration must play a vital role
yes.
in media. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Regional Nwadiekwe Egbe, for honoring our invitation and for sharing your wealth of experience with us. Yes,
thank you very much, sir.
Malam Garbashehu, well, I wouldn't like to be in the kitchen with you. I will be at the dining table. Thank you very much for coming. Well, that has been media and national development and moment for thought. We've examined the situation and perhaps trying to provide solutions for others to contribute towards having a dynamic and media that really focus attention on national nationhood, so to speak. I am Aliyu Baba Baro. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
I tell you, man, music is the most powerful force for this world. As better jam they flow, and so everybody will feel and they rock out. You know, as a musician, I see this thing every time I did stage they perform. You know, everybody will just scatter body. You know, even when you bought yourself when they form, first way they feel like say, not if you touch yourself. Before you know, music don't they move there, they don't enter that side. You know, that time it don't matter which political party where you did or the person where they support. It don't matter. So why? It no fit be the same on election day. Why we no fit just go, jejely go vote without throwing blow, throwing stone, carry stick, carry machete, curse everybody. So just remember, say after all the political wahala and the brouhaha finish, we go still go back with the rock correct music together.
Nigeria with my voice. I will lift up Nigeria with my voice. With my voice. I will shout, sing, and speak of all the glories. I will lift up Nigeria with my voice.
Hi, I'm Abiodun Koya. 40 years is a significant milestone in the life of every being. So it is with NTA, the premier television network for the nation and her citizens. The history of Nigeria cannot be complete without acknowledging the role played by NTA. In any case, NTA is one of the very few institutions that can relate that history eloquently. I am a singer, and NTA has partnered with me and others in my profession to bring joy and happiness to millions across the nation and beyond. Here's to wishing NTA a happy 40th anniversary. Long live NTA, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I will lift up my country with my voice.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
This is the network service of the NTA.
There is always an evolution when it comes to fashion business anywhere in the world, and fashion designers will not hesitate to showcase their creativity and connect with you. And talking about showcasing creativity, this is one place where we'll bring to the fore our fashion designers and the stuff they're made of, today's style. And I welcome you on board. My name is Ruth Aguele. In a world of fashion and modeling, fashion shows are of extraordinary importance and the most valuable part of a fashion designer's career. In Nigeria today, there are a lot of avenues where fashion designers use to showcase what they can do and the stuff they're made of. Let's begin with the Indigo Fashion Show. Hashtag Made in Nigeria.
Personally, blue is my favorite color, and I felt that if I do an event where every designer is allowed to use any fabric, it might be a bit unfair. So I restricted them to one color to test creativity.
Whenever I design, I think of everyday people. So like this collection, I called it the Storm Collection. Indigo Sky is basically a show that showcases the creativity of the designers. We all had to use blue as our base color. We're growing in the fashion industry. We have a lot to give an average Nigerian out there. You know, we have the kaftan style, which is actually going viral now abroad. People are buying our made in Nigeria stuff, African wares.
Shout out to my one and only. Now you be my hello bam. In Kem, you're one in a million. Shout out to my baby honey. Now you be my girl, you. Demi, you're one in a billion. Aliman lolowo, ṣùgbọ́n àlàáfíà. Aliman nílé lórí. Ayé wa dùn lórí.
I think Nigeria have a lot of talented designers, so I think we need to like team up and show the world that we can actually do as good as the Western world. Because we have some fabulous designs and some nice fabrics that we can actually put to use.
The Indigo fashion show there, from the bright lights, the flashy clothes, the whole runway scene is what many live for. Now, I can understand how tasking it can be. I can understand how much effort that goes in to get that dress or that suit done. But do you know how much effort, these designers put in to meet your demands? Do you know what they have to keep up with to continually make this industry grow? There's only one way to find out. Good to have you back with us. It's still Today's Style, and it's the moment where we talk fashion business in Nigeria and the brains behind it. I have one already seated. My guest, Mr. Shehu Yakubu, Creative Director, The Munch. The Munch means Sunday, right, in French?
Yes, it does, actually.
But I used to know you to be the Creative Director of Sabali Fashion. What changed?
Yes, what changed is, let's not call it change, what evolved.
Okay.
Yes. Now Sabali is going to be solely producing shoes. Then the Munch will handle the clothing aspect. So we are merging two brands, creating a new one, and it's just better, it's more efficient, and it works for our future plans.
Now, what will be different from the Sabali we know? What unique touch are you going to give to the Munch?
I've been doing fashion for about 5 years, which is still young. I'm still a baby. All the things, yes, of course, all the things I have learned, all the mistakes I have made, picked up along the road, I have sort of compiled them, and so everything is better now. The service is better, the location is better, the finish is better, the fabrics are better, so we're basically giving you a better experience than we did before.
I know for a lot of designers out there, when it comes to satisfaction of clients, customers, is a task that not everybody really can get. Some customers can be impatient, you know what I mean. But how do you manage your customers? How do you give them that satisfaction they want? You're rebranding, so what difference are you going to put in?
Well, there is one thing I always keep in mind. Naturally, I love to make people happy with my work.
Yes, he's been making me happy.
My work is my pride. So it's shameful for me if I give you something you're not happy with. So I always do my best. And I put myself in the client's shoes. When they say they need something on Saturday, they're going for a dinner or whatnot, I imagine myself to be that person. So I don't take it for granted. I'm on my tailors. I'm like, we need to get this done. I share the tasks appropriately. And if one thing you always have to know is, out of 20 people, 2 people will always be dissatisfied with you no matter what. If you kill yourself because of them, then no. So the majority of them focus on making them happy. You have to listen to customers. It's very important. When a customer tells you, I don't like this, I don't like that, you make suggestions but don't force it on them. And understanding the customer is very key. If a customer comes in, you speak with them, you see the type of person they are, the type of class they are, what they expect, you give them something in that line. But if you give them something off that line, they can't be happy. So I do my best to always give my customers the best. And those few people that are just too hard to satisfy, I always still go an extra mile because I want to satisfy the unsatisfiable. But some human beings cannot agree. And those ones who cannot agree, we can't kill ourselves because of them.
And I know for sure you're a typical businessman. He studied business management and you did a bit of journalism for like 2 years outside the shores of Nigeria.
Yeah.
How are you putting all of this into your business, talking about fashion?
Fashion is image. Fashion is look. Understanding perception. What I wear, when you look at me, what you see me wearing, you perceive a certain personality. You imagine me to be a certain way. Your clothing can make you look modest. Your clothing can make you look crazy. And all these things register in the minds of people. So I join my experience with media in terms of how people perceive visuals, how people receive images and information, and translate them into what I give you to wear based on this is how you look when you come in. How do I want you to look? How can I improve your look? How can I make you feel like you're a star? Everyone has a certain image of what they want to be. So apart from the comfort I give you a look that sells your personality.
And I know for a lot of creative designers, they start this whole imagination from the sketch. Now for you, where do you draw your inspiration from? Those quiet times, what goes through your mind? I like to delve into that, because I want to know how crazy you guys can be.
Okay. Well, when people ask me what inspires me, I say everything. I can look at you now. I don't make clothes for women, but I can...
I know, and that's not fair.
It's reality. Okay. I can look at you now and see the beads you're wearing on your dress and imagine how can I translate this into a native wear. Maybe I can do beads around the neck, but okay, that would be too much. Maybe I do it only halfway and stop. Then I put a flap on it and that works. So when I'm in my quiet space, I think of new ideas. When I'm in my rough moving space, I think of new ideas. As I'm moving, I'm seeing things. So it's all about shape, lines. It's just lines, and everything in life has lines, even human beings. The kaftans, the suits, it's where the lines are. So if you play with the lines, you play with the designs.
Now, I noticed something we were talking about before we started this chat. In Abuja here, we don't get to see enough fashion shows. And I'm just wondering, why is it like that? Because if fashion designers like you guys can showcase, will have to showcase what they have, they will need a lot of fashion shows. But why are we not seeing that? What is wrong? Is it from the fashion designers or those who just love to put events together?
Well, it's a combination of the two. Many people have tried. I organize fashion shows. I've had about 5 fashion shows. Fashion shows are expensive to organize, especially when you want high quality fashion shows. The shows that they have in Lagos, they spend millions of naira and they get good sponsorship. See, the difference between Lagos and Abuja is Lagos is more commercial. So people are willing to give you money to deliver quality for them. In terms of sponsorship and partnerships, they are more lucrative in Lagos. If you have more to work with, then you create more.
No much investment.
Yes, so we are not having big companies say, okay, we're going to support you to make this happen. That's one of our major problems. We need that extra push to take us to the next level. If I had funding, I would do a free show. I wouldn't charge anybody to come.
But you know what they say, there's no free lunch in Freetown, right?
No,
so
there isn't.
Anyway in the world, fashion shows is what bring out fashion designers. Look at the likes of Gucci, Chanel and all of that. They organize fashion shows back to back.
Steady.
Now, if you're looking at your designs now, in terms of meeting up with international standards, if we have to say hashtag made in Nigeria proudly and stand anywhere in the world, what are you doing differently as a fashion designer?
For me, I'm going back to production. No matter how much you decorate a goat, you put a suit on a goat, you put cover shoes on a goat, put a cap on a goat is still a goat. If you fry that goat, it still tastes like a goat.
Sweet, very sweet.
Yeah, indeed. So it's all about the core. Marketing aside, promotion aside, fashion show aside, what are you producing? First of all, what's the quality of fabric you're using, the durability? Is it right for what you're making? Secondly, how are you sewing it? In what sense? Is the sewing going to be neat? Is it going to come out the way it is? How is the standard? Does it match the way it is done abroad? How can you make it better? Yes, there's a lot to be done in terms of marketing, but what are you marketing? If what you're marketing is not top-notch, if you're not killing yourself to do better, then what's the point of saying made in Nigeria if it's not good? We have to keep doing research. We have to keep thinking, why is it that Tom Ford suit is better than our own? Why is it that so and so is better than our own? We get a sample, we open it up, we'll check it.
What are they doing differently?
Exactly. Or we say, okay. Then we open it, we say, oh, this is why their shoulder pads are a lot better. Where do we find these shoulder pads? Okay, their threads are a lot thinner. We have to stop buying the Chinese threads. Let's buy from Germany.
From what you just said, let's look at production in terms of producing. Now, you mentioned something about, okay, if it's a shoulder pad that is better than ours, where do we get it from? So if it's a thread, where do we get it from? If we get to that level in Nigeria whereby we produce some of the stuffs, we produce the raw material needed, are we going to grow faster?
Definitely. You see, the problem with our business ecosystem in Nigeria is we don't have a business ecosystem. Everybody wants to be a fashion designer. Nobody wants to produce shoulder pad. Nobody wants to produce thread. Nobody wants to produce buttons. Even if we are growing in terms of the quality of our sewing, that means we are growing in our need to import high quality things to maintain that. So we need people to say, okay, I have 150 million. Let me not build estates. Let me make an industry that will support fashion. Let me make an industry that will produce so and so that the fashion industry needs. And there's no doubt you're going to make a hell of money. But it's the fact that I've never done this before, nobody has done it, is a risk, or should we do it? If the private sector is not heading this, which they are not, then we need the government to come in and say, okay, you guys need some help. Let's put a team together and see where you are lacking to improve this ecosystem and reduce our dependency on importation. Imagine if every thread we use for sewing comes from one factory in Nigeria.
And imagine how many fashion designers are using threads every day, because people must wear clothes.
And I can assure you that every minute, every hour, every second of the day, someone is sewing something in Nigeria.
Yes.
So it's a non-stop. I don't know how many millions of threads we've finished today. Even buttons, if you open a button factory and you're customizing buttons for fashion designers, when you man up and you get it right, you're good to go.
Before I let you go, let's hear your vision. The Manche is just a month old, I guess?
Yes, the Manche is...
So what's the future for the Manche?
The reason why I transferred clothing to the Manche is because, and why I call it the Manche, because I wanted a very simple name that you can use and other African countries can easily recognize. You know, there are a lot of French-speaking countries around us. The Manche just means Sunday. When you hear Sunday, you think comfort, you think rest, you think chill, you think freedom. I want to go out.
And you think that native attire.
Yes. So I want to add to that, and I want to create standardized products for the rest of Africa and the world.
Thank you so much, Shehu Yakubu, Creative Director, The Manche Fashion. Thank you very much. And you know, you just give me, or you give that person watching a business idea.
Abil.
Start doing thread. We wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Keep flying our flag so high.
We'll try.
Made in Nigeria.
Hashtag made in Nigeria.
Okay, that's how we roll. Okay, so let's take this break, Space Star. We'll be back. Moving on, pageantry is not new to Nigeria and Nigerians. Now, whenever there's a beauty pageant, there's only one thing that comes to mind. Who will be the next queen? For MAFA 2018, it is beyond the queen, but who would take motion picture to a whole new level on the MAFA? Up next is the face of MAFA 2018.
In a bid to promote culture and beauty, Magic Lens Pictures recently organized Face of MAFA Beauty Pageant 2018. Organizers of the Magic Lens African Film Academy Awards took a step further and delved into pageantry. The third edition of the Face of MAFA, which took place in Abuja, with its aim to find an ambassador, a representative that will project MAFA positively on the African continent. All 9 contestants stepped out in their first outfit, which was their casual wears, all looking glamorously beautiful. But in their hearts was anxiety. Who amongst these ones will be crowned tonight? The contestants thrilled the guests with some amazing dance steps. No pageantry is complete without a spice of cultural display, as the ladies gorgeously showcase their beauties in their different cultural attires from the different parts across the country. And the moment finally came to test their intelligence to find out who among these contestants is fit to be the new face of MAFA 2018.
The name of the CEO of MAFA is Mr. Charles Indubisi Awu. Thank you.
I know him for always wanting the best, so I expect that the best will win. I also expect a lot of progress. I expect a lot of improvement next year and a lot of profits.
I did choreograph them. You know, a lot of people think dance is just easy. We can just do it. And is it not just to dance? But dance is not like that. Dance is a language that you use your body to speak. And body language is different. So when we started, it was funny. Some couldn't get the steps. Some got it. But later afterwards, we all blended. And today we are here to give it out for you people. You see mothers, housewives, women that tomorrow can hold back the society. That's what I see in them.
Looking out for not just beauty, we are looking out for beauty and intelligence. Somebody who can carry MAFA's name far away. Magic Lens Pictures need the support of philanthropists, those who can come and help us produce movies. I want to use this opportunity to thank NTA. They've been very helpful to me from MAFA 2016 to this time.
Behold, the new face of MAFA 2018, a combination of rare beauty, elegance and intelligence.
I feel happy. I feel so much excited. All glory to God. I had no idea because I had a lot of competitors. Being the face of MAFA, MAFA is now mine and not Charles's own anymore. And I would handle it the way I would handle my own company, my own businesses. I'll make sure I do a back-to-back movie that is educating, not like our normal kind of movies that we normally watch. But I want to go into educating, picking up from domestic violence, VVF, and so on.
Beauty, they say, is in the eyes of the beholder. MAFA 2018 has come and gone, a celebration of culture, beauty and creativity.
Our face of MAFA there, we wish her the very best during her reign. And Queen Latifah said every woman is a queen and have different things to offer. So keep staying beautiful and keep staying in style. That's it on the program today. Thank you so much for being part of it. But we invite you to go follow us on our Instagram handle. It's at NTA_Todays_style. Send us your comments, your suggestions, and whatever you want to see on the show. Thank you so much. We'll see you next week. But remember to always keep that smile burning because that's your style. My name is Ruth Aguele. Bye-bye.
NTA language.
Jama'a masu kallon labaran NTA Hausa barkanmu da warhaka. Ni ne
Ekukale lode yin wise kudede ya.
Igbo murum kachano.
Broadcasted in the language you understand better. Our programs transmitting on the Star Times platform 24 hours.
àwọn onímọ̀ nípa ètò ẹ̀kọ́ lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà.
Hukumar tara kudaden haraji ta ƙasa.
Alanye na ọchịchị mba United Arab Emirates UAE.
The only channel that speaks your language.
Anyị ga-eweta akụkọ gbasara ọrịa ahụ nke wakporo obodo anyị.
Kálejì, mo kọ́kùnrin, mo kóbìnrin, mo kí ọmọdé, mo sì kí àgbàlagbà.
Mu yi kokari mu sauke nauyin alƙawarin da muka ɗauka.
Ẹ kú lẹ́yìn tèmi, ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò wa ètò yín ètò obìnrin tó dángájá.
Wa ya fi cancanta a ɗauka a matsayin ɗan aikin cikin gida.
Jama'a
masu kallon tashar NTA Hausa, barkamu da warhaka.
Kí ni ayẹyẹ ọdún iléyá tá máa ń ṣe lọ́dọọdún yìí rọ̀ mọ́?
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
You are watching NTA, Nigerian Television Authority. For more information and news updates, visit our website at www.nta.ng, or you can follow us on Twitter at NTA News Now, or you can like us on Facebook at NTA Network News. Stay connected on our YouTube channel at www.youtube.com/NTA News Online. Watch our live stream at www.nta.ng/live. NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Imagine a station where you access information. Think of a station that creates awareness for national development. Imagine a station that prepares you for a bright and greater future. A station for all ages. Documentaries, classroom and television, events coverage, children's programs and variety shows. Always stay tuned to NTA Knowledge on the StarTimes platform, channel 359. For partnership, sponsorship and advert placements, contact us on NTA Knowledge. NTA Knowledge, learning to broaden horizon.
What's up, beautiful people? Welcome to your favorite show, Base Real Talk. This is the show where you guys, the fans, take charge. So you know the drill. We have very sexy celebrities come through the building, and your questions are the questions that they are going to be answering right here on Base Real Talk. Today, we got the one, the only, the beautiful Rita Dominic. So you know it's going to be very interesting, people. So all you got to do is tweet at us at MTV Base Africa using the hashtag Base Real Talk. That's how we roll on Base Real Talk. So like I like to say, baby, welcome to the show, Base Real Talk. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Base Real Talk. This is the show where the fans take charge. So basically, we told them that you were coming on the show and they should send in a lot of questions.
Okay.
And yeah, it's quite going to be interesting.
I don't know how I feel about that.
All right, so before we go into that, let's just talk about you now. You've been doing this for a long time. What's your secret to being consistent?
For me, it's about the work. It's about putting in your best in every project you get and trying to improve yourself as an actor. You keep working on your crafts and, you know, as an actor and improving your skills. You know, that's really it for me.
So how long have you been doing? How long have you been an actor?
18 years.
18 years.
With 98 to now is what? No, is that? This, 18 years. 18. Yeah, 18 years.
18 years.
Yep.
Some of you were in band.
Exactly.
I got one more question for you. Being an actor, are there any kind of roles that you shy away from?
For me, I like roles that will challenge me as an actor, because I feel like when you get those very outside the box roles or characters, then I think those characters will encourage you to, how do I put it? It stretches you as an actor, because exactly. So it's like if you don't get those kind of roles, you don't really know how much you can do as an actor. You know, so I like those very just roles that are totally different from me, roles that are just outside the box, very challenging roles. Yeah.
Do we really go that hard? I mean, like you can see like international actors, they lose a lot of weight or they gain a lot of weight for a particular role.
Yes, I did.
You know, have you ever gone that hard?
Yes. 76, the movie, I had to gain weight in that film.
Okay.
Yes, because my character was expecting at the time, and they just needed me to gain weight. And
you ate everything?
I ate everything on set.
I like that.
I mean, we shot that film for 6 months.
I want to gain weight for a role. My role is in real life. So yeah, hope that works out.
I ate all sorts on set, and I just, you know, I didn't bother watching my weight on set, which was glorious.
All right, so let's go straight into it. All right, so the latest project is Surulere.
Yes.
In Surulere, you play the role of Akara Seller.
Akara woman.
Yes. Have you actually done this before?
An Akara woman. Yes. No, I've never. This is my first time, and it's Surulere is produced by the Audrey Silva Company, which is owned by me and my business partner Mildred Okwo, who directed Surulere as well. This is our second project.
Okay.
The first one was The Meeting, and then this is Surulere.
Okay.
It's Surulere is, I think it's a story a lot of Nigerians can connect with, you know. It's a story about survival, you know, I mean, it's a story about faith, hope, you know, and just a generally feel-good movie, you know. There's love in it as well.
Yeah,
there's romance in it, there's lots of laughter. It's just a very interesting story.
right, so let's go straight into the show. Well, the first question for you is from Cristobal Anayo, and she says, what's the one thing you wish you could change about yourself? One thing.
I've made a covenant with God that in my next life I have to be tall. Very
Were
tall.
you tall enough?
No, I'm wearing heels. Leave that thing. Please, I want to be tall. You're speaking on. I want to be tall. Is it okay?
What do you mean, 6 feet?
No, that's too much for a lady.
Okay,
no, I'm like, I'd like to be like a 5'8", 5'7".
5'7".
Yes. But every other thing stays the same. I'm just okay with the way I am, apart from my height.
Yeah, cool.
And I'm being honest.
You have to cue in the height cue. So we're stuck up on the beams a little when we're Okay, so yeah, let's go to the next one. The next one is from Simi Mute. What's up, Simi? She says, what is your secret skill?
My secret skill, what does that mean?
She tells you, I don't think it's a skill.
I'm not sure.
I don't understand.
That's exactly, I'm not sure I quite understand that question.
Do you have any special skill that a lot of people don't know?
Okay. I used to dance a lot when I was younger, and in my final year in school, studying theatre, I almost majored in choreography.
Oh, see?
Yeah, so it was between choreography and acting, and last minute, I majored in acting. I used to dance a lot as a kid. I was into a lot of choreography and breakdancing and all that.
Always a dancer, you know. So that used to, you can take it away. So I'm sure they drop a beat now, you can bust the move.
I'm not really sure about what you're saying. I don't know. You know, the bones are a bit. But yeah, I dance.
So you had like a dance group and stuff?
Yes, I used to do a lot of that in school then. Yeah.
Shout out to Unipop.
Yes.
Greatest Unipop in the building. All right, so Simi, I hope that answers your question. She used to be a great dancer, according to her. Used to be. Okay, so next question is from @robo_Temilola, and it says, what's the funniest thing that has ever happened to you? The funniest thing that ever happened to you? In your line of work, I'm guessing a lot of things.
There's so many things I can't pick on.
A lot of things.
Like, I can't even think off the top of my head right now.
How about the weirdest thing that's happened to you on set while you were filming?
Would I call it weird, or would I call it strange, or a bit of both? I was filming Shattered in Kenya. Yeah, Shattered is a Kenyan film. Now, that story was such an intense story. The character was so intense. And it's a true life story. I mean, my character went through 4 different stages of emotions.
Wow.
You know, and one day I got on set to shoot, you know, and the director calls action. And I just started crying. Like, I was just, and that's not what the character was supposed to be doing at that time. Okay. I was crying so much that I was feeling so sorry for the character. I couldn't work. The director had to take me out of that room to another room, and he started talking to me. And I'm like, I'm feeling so sorry for her. I can't take my lines. I don't know. I'm just connecting with her so deeply. Like, wow. It had never happened to me before. So I had to go on a break for a day, and, you know, we convened the next day and then shot. It just had never happened to me before.
Yeah, that's deep.
Yeah,
that's really deep.
Yeah.
And you actors, you got that cry key. Turn on action. You got that cry key.
Not necessarily.
What, do you like spots? Do you like spot tears in your forehead?
No. I think it's you have to connect with the character to feel, for it to be genuine. Because sometimes you can bring out tears, and I'm not feeling the tears.
True that.
Do you understand? It's about
you can tell.
Yeah.
True that.
You know, yeah. So you have to connect with that character and feel the way the character is feeling at the time for the emotions to be genuine.
Okay, I like that. But I don't know, man. If I was an actor, I'd probably rub like a buniki on my eye or something, so it can just work. Because I don't know about the tears thing.
Are you very hard inside?
No, I'm not. Well, the only way I cry sometimes is when I laugh too much, and I always laugh too much. So there's always tears that come all the time.
My assistant has that problem. She'll laugh so hard.
I laugh too much.
Tears all over the place.
So
yeah.
Okay, so the next question is from Homa Yusuf, and he says, you once lost a lot of weight. How did you maintain it?
Well, I just work out a lot. You know, I do a lot of insanity. I do a lot of insanity, and yeah, I just work out a lot basically. That's it. Yeah.
Well, we are workout guys. You understand each other.
Yeah. And you know, sometimes I cut down my carbs. Like what I do is, because you see, the truth is this, I love my Nigerian food. I love, apart from even Nigeria, I just love good food. So what I do is, sometimes I'll punish myself from Monday to Friday, work out, diet, and Saturday and Sunday, eat whatever I want. Then Monday, Friday, punish. That's how I strike a balance. Yeah.
Sounds appropriate. Can't do that. Monday to nah. Gotta stack on them fufu, man. You understand? Because
I don't blame you though.
I'm sorry, it's very nice.
I don't blame you.
You can't really say no to some fufu now.
I know.
You know. Okay, so this is my favorite part of the show.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So we have where we go back in time. We enter the time machine, we go back in time and we'll bring up pictures of our celebrities. So my lovely Diva. I have really nice pictures of you.
Like this
no. Trust me, I love you, man. Okay. Like, look, at the you understand, but I have pictures of you and your colleagues from way back in time. So, okay, let's do this first. Oh, this is Vika. Come on, man. Check this out. Yeah, baby.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so, I remember this film.
Do you remember this?
Yes.
What year was this?
Was it 2007?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, 2007
I'm
in
loving,
Ghana.
I'm loving the whole swaggy right here. This is a good one. You want to see the next one?
I'm not sure.
You sure?
Oh, vagina monologues. Oh my goodness.
This is hardcore, There's a lot of hardcore people in this picture.
This was 07 as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of hardcore people in this picture. There's a lot of hardcore people who have contention in this picture.
Yes. This was my first time back on stage after school, after studying theatre in school.
Okay.
Yeah.
How was this experience?
It was amazing. You know, the subject of the play is very important, and these are all amazing, very talented women. You know, and it was a great show.
Yeah. It looked like a great show.
It was a great play.
I'm telling you, it looks like
it is a great play.
Look like a print out of different world. I'm telling you. I mean, this picture right here looks like a picture every kid needs. And to just remind like, these people have been doing it for a very long time.
Yeah.
Now that you've been in the game for a while, you worked with a lot of people. You know what I mean? So there's a new wave of actors and
young
actresses.
Actors.
You understand? So what do you think about the new people?
I just think that Nollywood is blessed. You know, blessed in the sense that even with limited resources, you can't take away the talent. You know, both the older actors and even the crop of the new actors were blessed with so much talent. They're so talented, you know, and which is one of the things help some of these young actors, you know, find their feet in the industry, support them, encourage them, you know, just, you know, basically just embrace them and welcome them into the industry, because I feel like for the industry to get better, you need to support new talents, fresh talents, and just bring them into the fold and mix it, you know, mix them up.
All right, you know? I like that. Because I'm about to get my Francis Duro. You know? And so I don't know about R&B swag, but I got that Francis Duro in the middle of it. So, me no loss. Yeah. You can see me in the movie?
No, I can't actually.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we got to go on a quick break. I've been thinking about the movie in my head. But anyways, you know, it is Base Real Talk. We got Mr. Dominic in the building. You can join us in the conversation. All you got to do is tweet at us at MTV Base Africa using the hashtag Base Real Talk and send in your questions. And we'll be right back. Welcome back to Base Real Talk, people. You know, this is the show where you guys, the fans, take charge, and we got the one, the only Rita Dominic in the building. I can totally see you play like in like an international movie. I can see you like a fairy godmother in the Cinderella. I can totally see you changing somebody's pumpkin into like a chariot.
Really?
I'm telling you, man.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, man. And we didn't even got to boycott the Oscars this time because they would definitely have to nominate a black person. Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah. He is as crazy as he looks.
Endorsements. My mom made it.
Pinpoint.
All right, so welcome back to the show. Yeah, you already know how the drill is. All right, so before we head into the next set of questions, so the movie 76, which you started, was shot over like 4 years ago, And but it hasn't been released.
Yeah, 3 years ago.
3 years ago? Okay, so but it hasn't been released.
No, but it's going to be released soon. It's ready. They've done a private screening and a press screening. We shot that film. I was in Ibadan for 6 months for that film.
Oh.
So we shot for close to 4 months, and the first 2 months, all we did were rehearsals, you know, just planning the production as the producers and rehearsals and different things, getting ready. I think because the Army people had Army consultants on set as well, so we had to work with the time and schedule and things like that. So for the first 2 months, that's what we did.
Okay.
So for 4 months, we shot 76.
Okay. Why the delay though?
You'd have to ask the producers. A lot of things. You see, this film is a period film.
Okay.
And it looks like they needed to get real footages from that period, you know, and I think they had to go. It's unfortunate those footages weren't here. They were in the UK. So all those things take a while to get, and even post-production. The post-production was done in Munich, in Germany. So all those things, I mean, they take a while.
So you in 6 months, you spent 6 months in
yeah,
Ibadan?
in Ibadan.
That's a whole lot of amala.
Yes,
there.
yes.
What are you saying?
Yes. We're eating all that. And you see, I didn't have to watch my weight because I needed to gain weight for that character anyway.
Yeah, so speaking about the character, so say, was the role very challenging for you?
It was it was emotionally challenging, yes. Okay. Because I played an army wife. I mean, this army wives they're unsung heroes. You know, they go through all sorts when their husbands have been deployed and all that. So I practically lived with the army wives for 6 months in Mokola Barracks, because we were going there from morning till night, you know, living with them, talking with them, you know, sharing their story. They shared their stories with us, which was very kind of them.
I like that.
Yeah.
You already know. Okay, let's head back into gear. But this is the part where you have to now drink the truth serum, because there's a couple of questions. Mad scientist, where are you? I need the truth. You understand? Because I have some really strong questions that, yeah. Mad scientist, he doesn't really talk, by the way. He doesn't really say anything. There you go. Oh gosh.
If anything happens to me,
highlight your boy. Nothing will happen to you. I'll take you home. You know, bath. What?
If anything, okay.
Don't worry, if you're sick, we'll rub a boniki for your side. You will sweat the sickness. Come on. There you go. There you go. Yes, there you go. 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 Somebody likes them shots. One time. If I told you that was my pee, would you believe?
Are you mad? How dare you?
My pee tastes nice, eh?
Are you crazy?
That's not like a 7 a.m. pee.
Are you mad?
Hot and juicy,
oh my goodness,
baby.
Stop it!
Oh.
He's sick. I told you guys, he's sick.
Okay, let's go on with the questions. This next one is from Henry Ogazi, and it says, has any man ever had your mumu button?
I think so, yeah. It happened one time. Then that's all I'm going to say.
One time?
Yeah, just once.
Just one time?
Yeah, so I'm an MBC girl, I'm an Igbo girl, so you know, we're very you know, sensible and strong like that, and hard.
The mumu button is quite hard to find.
Yeah, it's hard to find. Once bitten, twice shy.
Okay, so the next question is from Ola Aziz. Ola Aziz says, do you have a bad habit your friends want you to get rid of?
Well, to me, it's not a bad habit.
Okay.
You might call it an OCD. I don't know. But so I wash my hands constantly. Okay. You know, I wash my hands constantly. I could wash my hands up to 10 times in a day. And
zero Ebola zone. Zero.
And then I like my bed sheet and bed cover to be aligned a certain way. It has to be. Yeah, I keep touching my bed, you know, my bed sheet and my bed cover. I do it constantly, and people find it annoying.
But you're not one of them people that like small plates in front and the top, big plates at the back?
No, but I don't like being served in small trays. I don't like big trays. I don't like small, like medium-sized trays.
I don't understand what.
I know.
But you're not eating the tray, are you?
No, I'm not. But I like the plate to be okay. You know what?
In a particular place.
Yes, in a particular way. Not a big tray, not small tray.
A
medium-sized tray.
Okay, take notes. Medium-sized trays. Okay, the next one is from Jane Olaya, and it says.
Sorry, what was in that thing I just drank?
I told you. I told you. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I'm actually sweating.
Would you ever consider doing plastic surgery? Jane Olaya, so would you ever consider doing plastic surgery?
Never say never. Never say never, you know, because really you don't know what your mindset will be tomorrow, or in 10 years, or 5 years, or in 2 years' time, you know. So never say never. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to decide to do tomorrow. I just take one, even though you make plans for the future and all that, but I just go as I see it, really.
Never say never.
Never say never.
We might want to fix something, and yeah, man, I love you too. Look, I'm glad you said never say never.
Yeah, never say never.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Moving on now, the next one is from @Jumai_Mats, and it says, can you describe what it's like in your head? Wow. Wow. Yo.
Sweetheart, are you sure you really want to know what goes on in my head? I'm a creative person, I'm an artist. And to me, the things that go on in my mind or in my head creatively may seem normal to me, but they might not be normal to you. So let's leave that question for another day. Yeah.
What's happening? I don't.
What?
No, it was just, that question was just like, you needed like a standing ovation. Like the answer, I don't know, it just, inside me, I just feel, I feel like giving like an acceptance speech, thank you. But it's just, yeah, no.
Oh my God.
Straight focus, you know what I mean? Actor swag, you know?
I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever you say, whatever.
Okay, so the next question is from @Bonnie Sams, and it says, would you ever do music like some of your other colleagues?
No, for the upteenth time, no. I am an actor, and I'm a filmmaker, and that's really what I'm about. I am not a singer. No, I won't sing. Sorry.
Sure?
No, very sure. I mean, if I was going to do that, I would have done that a long time ago.
Okay.
Because I was a pro.
You don't twerk?
I don't know how to do it.
You don't?
I've tried. Is it that I'm not trying hard enough?
I don't know. I don't know. I know a couple of people who can, twerking one-on-one.
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
No, but I do the nay-nay.
Oh, is he? Yeah. I like that. So she's not a twerker. But she's willing to learn, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we'll make it work. All right, people, that's it for Base Real Talk, the Rita Dominic special. Yeah, I feel very nice. Today was kind of like easy.
Yeah, it was.
I know.
Yeah, it was enjoyable. You made it fun. Thank you. I usually don't like, interviews, but you made it fun, so thanks.
My invoice just went up. See, anybody that wants to do business with me, guess what? My price just went up. Hey, endorsed, baby. It's been beautiful. Remember, you can tweet at us at MTV Base Africa using the hashtag Base Real Talk. You can say anything you want to say, and we are going to reply you with super mega answers. So thank you very much for coming through.
Having me.
Go check out the movie Sue Leary.
Yes.
You will love it. You should see it. On that note, we're out of here, and we'll see you guys next week. Office. There you go.
Yes.
Look beyond the tired faces, look beyond the scattered races, see the heart of a true Nigerian. Hear the people saying Oshe, see the children singing Sandu. That's the heart of a true Nigerian. See, all we need is love. Checking tracks and sorting faces. Get the notes and leave no traces. That's the tone of the old Nigeria. But knowing these are passing phases, spreading peace across the races, that's the mark of the new Nigeria. See, all we need is love. Together we'll find a way through the storms. But you gotta believe, gotta believe, gotta believe. Nigeria can rise again. Peace can reign. Hope will rise together. But you have a part to play.
To Nigeria. Nigeria, my nation, my pride.
Nigeria, the giant of Africa, covers a total land area of about 923,768 square kilometers. 910,768 square kilometers is covered by land, while water takes the remaining 13,000 square kilometers. The entire country is highly blessed as it enjoys benefits brought by the vegetation zones that nature has gracefully endowed Nigeria with. From the rainforest, freshwater swamp, Guinea savanna, Sudan savanna to Sahel savanna, Nigeria is indeed on top of the world. Also blessed with enormous tourism potentials, unequaled deposits of mineral resources, and vast land for agricultural practices of choice, Nigeria is open for investment. All these are accompanied by a wonderful and hospitable people of diverse and charming cultures. Come and invest in Nigeria, the land of abundance and hospitality.
Change does not just happen. You and I and all of us must appreciate that we all have our part to play if we want to bring change about. We must change our
NTA International News.
25th Commonwealth Heads of State and Government Summit targets future of 2.4 billion people of the Commonwealth. Bangladesh joins League of Developing Nations of the World, hopes for stronger ties with Nigeria. Commodity Forum in place to support rural farmers in the Savannah Belt in Nigeria. Hello and thank you for joining us. This is the news on NTA International and I am Lami Ali. President Muhammad Buhari has joined 57 other heads of state and government for the 2018 Commonwealth Summit in London, the British capital, towards the common future. For the Commonwealth's 2.4 billion people will be the major focus of the summit, which is the 25th in the series. State House correspondent Adam Sambu has the details.
Holding for the first time in London since 1997, the Commonwealth leaders are here to chart a pragmatic course towards ensuring that at all times the Commonwealth is responsive to global challenges and delivers a more prosperous, secure, sustainable and fair future for all its citizens.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
In a unique Commonwealth tradition, the heads of state and government were ushered into the ballroom of Buckingham Palace, opened in 1856 for the official start of the biannual meeting last held in the island nation of Malta in 2015.
No one else can speak the words on your lips. Judge yourself in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open.
Queen Elizabeth II, who declared the two-day summit opened, welcomed the leaders to her own home and observed with pride as well as satisfaction that the Commonwealth, as one of the world's greatest convening powers, is a flourishing network.
It is my sincere wish that the Commonwealth will continue to offer stability and continuity for future generations. I believe we will secure a safer, more prosperous and sustainable world for those who follow us.
Describing her service to the Commonwealth as a great pleasure and honor, the Queen appealed to the leaders to appoint her son, Prince Charles, to succeed her, although the role is not hereditary. Other speakers at the opening, including the British Prime Minister Theresa May, challenged participants to take on some of the 21st century biggest questions. Mrs. May in particular noted that there have been difficulties, successes as well as controversies, but wholeheartedly believes in the good that the Commonwealth can do.
Our responsibility as leaders is to build a Commonwealth that we can be proud to hand on to the next generation.
I pray that this Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting will not only revitalise the bonds between our countries, but will also give the Commonwealth a renewed relevance to all its citizens, finding practical solutions to their problems and giving life to their aspirations.
We believe in the Commonwealth. We have faith in the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting is a springboard for action. It is the launch pad that propels us onward, upward, forward, together.
Over the next 2 days, the participating heads of state and government will be discussing issues of common interest, including ocean conservation, cybersecurity, and trade amongst member countries. From London, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
And away from the Commonwealth, Nigeria's military collaboration with the multinational Joint Task Force and support from friendly nations like the United States has been instrumental to the achievements in the fight against Boko Haram. The Minister of Defense, Mansour Dang Ali, said this in a message to the closing ceremony of the 2018 African Land Forces Summit in Abuja. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa has the details.
Activities of different terror groups and organizations have accounted for instability in some African countries, with terrorism having no regards for boundaries and race. These African Land Forces service chiefs and those from the U.S. African Command are united in the cause to address the dynamism in their common security threats.
We must have been aware of the various collaborative initiatives and concerted efforts that have been put in place not only to ensure a secure Africa, but to also attain global security.
Deliberations at the summit with 40 African countries and the U.S. in attendance focused on how to ensure effective command and control of operations to combat insurgency, proliferation of small and light weapons, and piracy on the Gulf of Guinea.
The cooperation that has been existing over the years between Nigeria and the United States of America has strongly been put in the forefront. We've enjoyed a number of support through the provision of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance facilities.
Those of us who wear military uniforms have committed ourselves to a life of service, defending and protecting others. Let us never forget the tremendous faith and confidence that has been placed in us.
Botswana has secured the hosting right for the next African Land Forces Summit. Ismail Musa, NTA News.
Now to diplomatic matters. Gender-based violence took center stage as the global financial meetings of the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and World Bank Group 2018 Spring Summit in Washington, D.C. Bosede Abel reports that delegates believe the issue is a global problem that needs coordinated effort to tackle.
Since 2013, a World Health Organization data reveals that 1 in every 3 women has been beaten, coerced into sex or abused, and 1 in 5 women are sexually abused as a child. This, delegates at the spring meeting say, must be addressed.
Almost 1/3 of women around the world who've been in a relationship have experienced violence by their intimate partner. WHO, the World Health Organization, estimates that the prevalence of intimate partner violence is as high as 43%.
The latest World Health Organization report indicates that women who have been physically or sexually abused are 16% more likely to have a low birth weight baby and are twice as likely to have an abortion, while a UNAIDS report puts it that such women and girls are 50% more likely to acquire HIV in some regions of the world.
It's really important to involve men and boys, because without that, it's very difficult to have real change.
There's lots of social harms. Children are vulnerable to rape, to murder.
The United Nations Population Fund is currently working in about 135 countries to address violence against women and has invested more than $93 million 2 years ago to eliminating gender-based violence and harmful practices.
It is hoped that this will reduce the 38% of women said to be murdered around the world by their partner, compared to just 6% of men, and also address unequal earnings, overworking, underpaid, and others. From Washington, D.C., I am Bosede Ebu.
Nigeria and Bangladesh are hoping to improve bilateral relations as they share experiences in the areas of developments, poverty alleviation, infrastructure developments, and fighting terrorism for the mutual interests of their people. Just as the People's Republic of Bangladesh celebrates her graduation from the United Nations list of least developed countries and now a developing nation, the Bangladesh Acting High Commissioner to Nigeria hopes Nigeria reciprocates the initiative of opening their mission in Bangladesh. Justin Bemoyi reports.
The South Asian country, Bangladesh, one of the world's most densely populated countries with a population of more than 160 million people, became independent on 26 March 1971 from Pakistan. For the second time in the history of independence, on March 16, 2018, the country was adorned with a crown for its achievements in development, as she became eligible for graduation from the UN list of least developed countries, LDC. Only 5 countries were able to graduate from the LDC group. These include Botswana, Cape Verde, Maldives, Samoa, and Equatorial Guinea, with Bangladesh being the only country that met all 3 criteria of gross national income per capita, Human Assets Index, and Economic Vulnerability Index. Bangladesh and Nigeria enjoy friendly bilateral relations ever since the establishment of diplomatic ties in the 70s, and the potentials for enhancement of trade and economic cooperation between the 2 countries is immense, especially now with Bangladesh taking its status to a new height.
You know, Bangladesh, despite being a developed country, they have advanced in some other sectors, especially in pharmaceuticals, ICT, and education. And they have also an excellent military outfit, and Nigeria has been collaborating on that. Nigeria has just launched an economy recovery and growth plan. Nigeria is diversifying its economy, so we wish that Bangladesh, where they have comparative advantage, they should be able to team with us and help Nigeria to achieve that for the benefit of the 2 countries.
Graduation of this Asian nation from the less developed countries would be an important stepping stone to her aspiration to become an advanced economy as envisioned in the Vision 2041. While there are challenges, the authorities say new windows and opportunities will also be opened up for Bangladesh with this graduation process. In Abuja, Justin Bemunyi, NTA News.
Many thanks, Justin. Now, earlier we had in the studio Bangladesh Acting High Commissioner to Nigeria, Her Excellency Shahnaz Ghazi. Here is an excerpt of the interview.
We are very happy to be able to graduate from the LDC list. You know, it happened last March, last month. By becoming eligible, Bangladesh has taken its status to a new height. The LDC category was introduced in 1971. Coincidentally, this is the year when Bangladesh got its independence from Pakistan. At that time, there were only 25 LDC countries, and in 2018, the number has increased to 47. And so far, only 5 countries have been able to graduate from the LDC group, and Bangladesh is the only country that met all the 3 criteria for this graduation, including GNI per capita, Human Assets Index, and Economic Vulnerability Index.
Correct. We understand that the Bangladesh scales through 3 basic graduation criteria to attain this new status. How did you do this? I mean, what were the processes that you put in place to achieve these goals?
You see, firstly, the credit mostly goes to our leadership. When we started our journey in 1971, we had to start from scratch. You know, in 9-month-long liberation war, 3 million people died, 10 million people, refugees, had to flee to our neighboring country. So we started, we really had little to start with. But our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, he made us dream of a country, of Sonar Bangla, that means Golden Bengal. But he was assassinated in 1975 along with most of his family members. Only 2 of his daughters are alive, and the first daughter is now our Prime Minister. So it is her leadership, it is her vision, and it is the effort and unity of our people that that gave us development and took us where we are now.
All right, talking about Bangladesh towards sustainability, what's your prospective plan towards Vision 2021 and 2041?
Thank you. As I told before, our leadership, they have different development plans. One is Vision 2021. Okay. You know, in the year 2021 marks the 50th anniversary of our independence. So, by 2021, our leadership want our people to have, you know, less poverty and better living standard for all our people, rule of law. So these are the things we are planning. And 2041, we would like to be a developed country.
All right, finally, what are the prospects for Nigeria-Bangladesh diplomatic relations?
Thank you very much. Bangladesh and Nigeria started their journey in terms of diplomatic relations in the 1970s. 2 years back, not really 2 years, in 2016, in November 2016, we opened our diplomatic mission in this country, and we are hoping that Nigeria will also do the same. And we have great relations with Nigeria. Many students are studying in my country, and the army officials, they are participating in different training programs in our country. You know, the trade is not that much satisfactory, but we would like to enhance our trade and you know, official exchanges, and we hope that in the coming days our relationship will reach to new heights.
That was the acting Bangladeshi High Commissioner to Nigeria, Her Excellency Shahnaz Ghazi, in an interview. Further reports on the 25th Commonwealth Summit, here is Ado Adamu also.
Welcome and thank you for joining us. The Queen of England has opened the Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit with an appeal to leaders to appoint her son, Prince Charles, their head. She made the appeal while hosting the 53 leaders gathered at Buckingham Palace. Addressing the gathering of dignitaries, royals and Prime Minister, the Queen said it was great pleasure and honor serving as their leader. Issues under discussion at the two-day summit include oceans conservation, cybersecurity, and trade between the countries. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump has threatened to cancel planned talks with North Korea's leader if they are not fruitful. Speaking alongside Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe at a media conference, the U.S. President was optimistic over a planned meeting with Kim Jong-un, but said he would respectfully leave if the summit will turn out unproductive. Abe implored the international community and the U.S. not to reward Kim just for showing up for talks. And NASA's test spacecraft has blasted off from Earth in a search for a new planet that could support life. Tests lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida Wednesday evening, local time, riding a SpaceX Falconet rocket. The transiting exoplanet survey satellite will spend 2 years scoring 85% of the sky and hundreds of thousands of its brightest stars. The Chief of Staff of Renegade General Khalifa Haftar's army in Libya have survived assassination attempt outside the eastern city of Benghazi, according to a military source. General Abdulrazak Nuteri and his convoy were heading to a military base in Al-Marash on Wednesday when they were targeted by a car bombing. A spokesperson of the Haftar self-styled Libyan National Army said in a statement on Twitter that the army general survived an assassination attempt. Nuteri is believed to be one of the two contenders in line to replace Haftar, who is currently receiving medical treatment in France following the report of stroke. And that is it from here. The news continues.
Now to legislative matters. The Nigeria Police Force has handed over the recovered maize to the management of the National Assembly. Correspondent Abdullahi Aminu has the details.
Deputy Inspector General of Police Abila Joshak handed over the maize to the clerk to the National Assembly, Sani Omolori. The clerk formally took the mace into the Senate chamber. Meanwhile, following the invasion of the Senate on Wednesday, where the mace was taken away, security was beefed up around the two chambers of the National Assembly on Thursday.
Can we move out?
People who had no business at the National Assembly were turned away.
In the meantime, Senate plenary Thursday commenced with a lengthy executive session presided over by the Deputy Senate President, Ike Ekweremadu. National Assembly correspondent Dennis Adigulu reports that following the closed-door session, the Deputy Senate President made some key statements relating to the disturbance at Wednesday's plenary.
Senate President Ike Ekweremadu commenced his address with commendations to various quarters for the support and shows of solidarity to the National Assembly over Wednesday's incident.
I want to register deep appreciation to you, my colleagues, for your understanding and maturity in the face of flagrant provocation. I want to also especially appreciate the leadership and members of the House of Representatives, the management and staff of the National Assembly. Ugly and provocative as the event of yesterday was, it shows that the entire nation and the world stood together in total condemnation of the ugly drama.
Ekweremadu also commended the security agencies for the swift recovery and presentation to the National Assembly management of the mace. What perhaps might be considered the critical aspect of the Deputy Senate President's comments are what he said regarding bringing the perpetrators of Wednesday's disturbance to justice.
We will get to the roots of this matter. We therefore call on the Inspector General of Police and the DGSSS to ensure that all those who plotted, aided, abetted and executed this dastardly affront on our democracy must be brought to book to serve as a deterrent to others. I want to assure Nigerians that we will never waver in the responsibility they have elected us to shoulder.
Normal legislative business continued thereafter with the passage of the Chartered Polymer Institute of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2018 and the passage of 4 bills for second reading, including a bill for an act to establish the National Child Protection and Enforcement Agency. From the National Assembly, Dennis Adigulu, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the mace snatching scenario which played out at the Red Chamber of the National Assembly has been condemned by a cross-section of Deltons. Though the mace has been reportedly recovered by the police, respondents want drastic measures to be taken against the perpetrators of the undemocratic act. Austin Idemodu tells us more.
The incident of mace snatching at the hallowed chambers of the legislature is not new to the political terrain in Nigeria. However, the recent invasion of the Red Chamber of the 8th Senate by hoodlums who made away with the mace has not gone down well with some Nigerians in Delta State. This is coming from the alleged involvement of Senator Ovie Omo Agege, representing Delta Central, who was recently suspended by the Senate.
What happened yesterday could be likened to a coup, and we must, as a country, do to those persons involved, irrespective of how highly placed they are, to what we do to those who decide to overthrow the government of a country, because they were playing with our collective will.
That is condemnable. I'm sure that my party APC has condemned it. Nigerians in their entirety condemn it. But again, people must not lose sight of what is taking place in the National Assembly. National Assembly must learn to operate within the confines of the law.
Court ruled that they don't have right to suspend anybody more than 14 days. So I think there's some mix-up somewhere.
Though there has been varied arguments on whether the suspension of the senator was valid or not. However, the manner in which the snatching of the mace was carried out has left more questions than answers on the nation's security.
You have series of check-ins. So there must be complicity in what has happened, which needs to be really investigated. It's not a thing they have to sweep under the carpet. Let us assume that it was Boko Haram. That means all our senators, even those in House of Rep, all of them would have been slaughtered.
Interestingly, the mace has been recovered by the security agents as Nigerians await the next line of action in bringing the perpetrators to book. From Asaba and Austin Edemodu, NTA News.
In another development, the textile industry is one sector that is capable of creating more than 1 million jobs for Nigerians. This was the argument of members of the House of Representatives as they passed for second reading a bid for an act to establish the Nigerian Textile Industry Trust Fund. National Assembly correspondent Ignatius Nkwo reports.
In a prolonged debate, members of the House of Representatives argued on a bill that seeks to provide financial assistance to operators of textile industry in the form of loans and grants. The bill, sponsored by Representative Jerry Alaboso from Imo State, was generally supported.
We tackle the unemployment, promote made in Nigerian goods, and we contribute to the GDP. Once you don't have the technology of adding value to your product, you are going to be perpetually and eternally tied to the apron string of the developed world.
You see, the problem about us as Nigerians, we value imported items to the detriment of the locally produced.
What steps can we take to get this market competitive? Because the consumption of textile materials, especially in the northern part, is huge.
So I think we should go back to the basic. We start from the production of cotton. There is Bank of Industry that is specifically established to support industries and textile industry inclusive.
Two other bills for an act to establish the Federal Polytechnic, Mulumfashi, Katsina State, sponsored by Representative Babangida Ibrahim, and the one for an act to establish the Federal College of Education, Efon Alaye, by Representative Johnson Oni, were also passed through second reading. Health matter also resonated on the floor as Representative Edward Pajok from Plateau State moved the motion for the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, to immediately check the practice of ripening fruits artificially by fruit sellers.
Banana, plantain, and oranges, fruit dealers use a chemical, calcium carbide, to ripen fruits, causing cancer.
You see them with all manner of things, but I thought I was coming from the farm. My sister said to me, this is the process of ripening it. They use carbide.
Food is also equivalent to drug in most cases. What we are talking about is simple respiratory process that is being hastened.
NAFDAC should do more than just alert us. They should go into the market as the mover of the motion is insisting.
7 bills were passed through first reading, including a bill for the establishment of the Bakassi Resettlement, Integration and Development Commission, sponsored by Representative Essien Ebenyong from the National Assembly. Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
You're watching the news on NTA International, reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital. We take a short break now. More news when we return. Stay with us.
Say it as it is.
We always believe in going to mosque and going to church without looking at the nitty-gritty of even the family value.
If I am the president of the country or the Senate, we will publish every state what they collected. And in the next 6 months, we'll go to the state to say, if nothing has happened in this state, hold your governor to ransom.
Without that bill in place, no scientist in Nigeria is allowed to practice.
Issues of the moment. Join us every Tuesday on NTA International at 7:30 p.m. Issues of the moment. Let your opinion count.
NTA International News. Africa as it is.
Many thanks for being there. With 32 states currently benefiting from the Ecological Fund, the federal government has made tremendous stride in ensuring the well-being of Nigerians, especially those who are victims of ecological problems, and reiterated the commitment to do more in addressing ecological issues in the country. This was when the Vice President, Yemi Oshibajo, received a delegation of Urumba North and Urumba South communities of Anambra State on a thank-you visit to the presidential villa. State House correspondent Jide Unifadi reports.
The visit was a follow-up to the national burial given to late Alex Ekweme, former Vice President of Nigeria. The delegation, led by Ben Nwankwo, a member of the House of Representatives, thanked the federal government for giving the deceased a befitting burial. The delegation commended the federal government for tackling ecological challenges in the southeast and called on it to step up the action.
There is erosion haram in the southeast, particularly in Anambra State.
The vice president also gave audience to Governor Emmanuel Udom of Akwa Ibom State.
It's been a good meeting. We've discussed the entire economy of the nation. I'm also looking forward to a whole lot of, happenings within this period, because I can see our economy should move much faster. Yesterday, the oil price was well over $73 a barrel. This is a good sign of an economy that should get into a boom very soon.
The governor appealed to the media, saying it's a critical time for objective and good reporting of Nigeria as a country. He also cautioned against making uncomplimentary comments that have the capacity to disrupt the peace of the country. In the State House, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
Meanwhile, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has reiterated the belief of the Buhari administration in the ability of the youths to take the country to greater heights. The administration, he says, remains committed to supporting young Nigerians in different areas, including politics. This was when he met a delegation of not too young to run campaigners who were in the villa to canvass for support of the federal government on their advocacy. State House correspondent Jide Onifade again reports.
Entirely, I don't have any problem with people running for office at any age. As a matter of fact, I have benefited from being very young and being able to vote.
Experience is a great asset, and sharing this experience with youth as a leader who has seen it all prepares them for the great task ahead.
It's a government that is focused on the youth. We believe that the vibrancy that we need to take the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian nation as an idea to the next level lies with the youth. They are resilient, they are innovative, they have energy, they are bursting with a lot of life, and that is why this government is focusing a lot on what young people are doing in areas of technology, even in entertainment, in all areas of human endeavor.
At this meeting with Not Too Young to Run group, the Vice President reiterated that young Nigerians should be allowed to run for elective positions as they have demonstrated capacity and competence in the fields of technology, education, and other sectors of the economy. While congratulating the group on its achievements so far, the Vice President urged them to lend their voices to campaigns on issues related to anti-corruption. Samson Itodo led the delegation.
Here a few weeks ago, when we marched to the villa to deposit our letter of demand, calling on the executive and the Buhari-led administration to answer the call of history by assenting to Not Too Young to Run. And so we've just come here to place that demand on the need to assent to this bill once it is transmitted by the National Assembly to the executive for assent.
He says the group is excited to see a significant number of young people working in the office of the Vice President, which he notes showed the commitment of the administration to engage young Nigerians in the process of governance. In the State House, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
And still on politics, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, says it is willing to form alliance and work with like minds ahead of 2019 general elections. National Chairman of the PDP, Uche Secondos, stated this during the 79th National Executive Committee meeting of the party. Political correspondent Abdullahi Garbabin Nkudu reports.
Top on the agenda of the meeting, attended by notable National Executive Committee members, includes the state of affairs in the party, especially reconciliation of members and matters concerning two governorship elections in Ekiti and Osun states. Prince Uche Secondos stated that the Senator David Mark Committee on Ekiti election has succeeded in uniting aspirants, and similar efforts is being extended to Osun state chapter of the party.
We can't do it alone. And so you must join us to make the necessary contact. Let's open up conversation. Let's open up discussion with groups, interest groups, political parties. Whatever sacrifice needs to be made, whatever accommodation needs to be made, you have to make it. We form political parties to win an election, not just to socialize.
The party leaders also condemned the invasion of the National Assembly by some talks calling on the federal government to bring the culprit to book. In Abuja, Abdullahi Garba Kudu, NTA News.
In the meantime, determined to ensure credible, free and fair election come 2019, electoral stakeholders across the country converged on Calabar for leadership and conflict management training. The 5-day program seeks to improve the leadership capacity of INEC management at all levels and equip them on mitigating conflict situations during elections. Umar Basiadet reports.
The leadership and conflict management for electoral stakeholders lead training is one of the first to be conducted in Nigeria. National Chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, represented by the Resident Electoral Commissioner of Cross River State, Dr. Brian Frankland, harped on the importance of the training as elections draw closer.
We've gone through the planning process and we're in the almost implementation process now, and from the look of things, the very moment the election project budget is approved, all that we need in terms of equipment and other things is going to be actualized.
Director of Voter Education and Publicity, Mr. Oluwole Osaze-Uzi, as well as other stakeholders, said effective communication remains critical in every electoral process.
It's in line with the Commission's commitment to training and generally improving capacity of its staff.
To have credible election, you need to have a lot of explanation, a lot of communication, and we hopefully, with this heads of voter education of the 36 states, we can target more the message that INEC is trying to deliver.
At the end of the training, the INEC heads of voter education and publicity reps from the 36 states of the country are expected to acquire extensive skills and techniques on conflict management through effective voter education. In Calabar, Umar Basidet, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the federal government, with the support of International Fund for Agriculture, has set up what is called Commodity Alliance Forum, aimed at supporting rural farmers in 7 states of the Savannah Belt. The program, which is climate adaptation based, is expected to boost food production and eradicate poverty among farming communities. Musa Baba Aliyu has the details.
No doubt, climate change remains a major threat to food security and economic activities in rural areas as well as rural development. To help farmers finding a lasting solution to this challenge, the federal government and IFAD are committing $93.5 million to support agricultural activities in the affected areas. The goals of the program include reducing rural poverty, increasing food security, accelerating sustainable economic growth, and reducing vulnerability for smallholder farmers, particularly women and young people.
Then the project itself covers all the value chain, starting from an input standpoint, technical knowledge on how to grow climately smart, transformation in the terms of technology, small scale. At the same time, financing is available.
To work with community associations, so to work with organizations at the community level, to assist them to build their capacity to be able to identify and prioritize investments in community infrastructure.
The benefiting communities are to engage in the cultivation of 7 major crops, and they will be linked to off-takers.
Now the farmers know what they want. That's the most and the most important. And we have formed them in groups, in clusters, and they now have a stronger bargaining power through what we call community development associations.
The program is being implemented in 7 states comprising Borno, Jigawa, Katsina, Kebbi, Sokoto, Yobe and Zamfara, which constitute the Savannah Belt of Nigeria. From Kano, Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
Over 200 graduates of various skill acquisition programs have been presented with empowerment tools by the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons in Potiskum, Yobe State. Mohammed Musa Askira reports that the recipients of the tools, most of whom are IDPs, have vowed to utilize the items to refix their economic life shattered by Boko Haram insurgency.
There are 4 different items presented to these newly graduated students of Skill Acquisition Program. These items include sewing machines, grinding machines, cap making materials and water pump machines for dry season farmers. The essence for the skill acquisition training and consequently the presentation of tools to the trainees, according to the representative of the Federal Commissioner, National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons, Mrs. Caesar Nasorabada, is to boost their economic condition, having lost their means of livelihood to the years of Boko Haram insurgency, affecting 3 out of the 6 northeastern states of Nigeria. Distancing the gesture away from politics, Mrs. Caesar Nasorabada said it is part of President Muhammadu Buhari's commitment to Nigerians by way of empowering them. Director General, National Orientation Agency, Dr. Garba Abari, urged them to make good use of the empowerment tools to better their lots.
From the insurgency, our commerce, for which we have been known for decades, has suffered. Agriculture has suffered. Fishing and animal rearing has suffered. Trading generally has also suffered. So this kind of support will go a very long way in not only empowering the selected people, but also bringing back the spirit of commerce and the trade. And we thank the federal government for this gesture.
Representative of the Federal Commissioner, National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons, Mrs. Caesar Nasorabada, alongside the DG NOAA, Dr. Garba Abari, issued the beneficiaries certificates indicating their successful completion of their respective skill acquisition program. Some of the beneficiaries who spoke to NTA News expressed gratitude to the federal government for the kind gesture. The event attracted representatives of traditional rulers, village and ward heads of the benefiting communities, among others. In Damatru, Muhammad Musa Askira, NTA News.
And for news from the business world, here is Rachel Schreibu.
We begin with the IMF economic forecast for Africa. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, predicts that sub-Saharan Africa's biggest economy, including Nigeria, will benefit from a global upswing this year. Nigeria, Africa's biggest economy, is projected to be at 2.6% growth before the end of 2018, compared with 2.4% at the beginning of the year. Ghana will probably be one of Africa's fastest growing economies at 7.8% this year, the poll predicts. This is up from the 7.0% in January. Kenya's economy, largely dependent on agriculture, is still expected to grow 5.5% this year, as it was in January. Meanwhile, the World Bank recognized Nigeria as the only low-income commodity-producing economy that has maintained public debt below 20% of GDP since 2016. It says the federal government needs to ensure it borrows responsibly and concentrates on prioritizing expenditures on investments. Before I go, here's a quick graphic illustration of the outcome of transactions at the Nigeria stock market. And that's business news.
You're still watching the news on NTA International, reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria. Another break is Bacon's. We shall be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Whole problem started with the oil boom.
Because the parliament is the assembly of the people.
Frontiers, analyzing topical issues across the globe. It's analytical, educative, and incisive.
Traditionally, our people, are liberal in the sense that they sit down and dialogue among themselves.
The standards of the products that they bring into the country are not the same standards that they take in other countries where they invest in.
First, look inwards and fight for the right thing always.
Explore all sides of issues. Showing on NTA International every Wednesday at this time. Don't miss it.
NTA International.
Thank you for joining us again. The head of civil service of the Federation, Winifred Oyoita, has promised to look into challenges confronting the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development with a view to proffering solutions. This was at a peer review visit to the ministry.
Stagnation of your members. Well, the lady who talked about stagnation, you have to improve yourself. Talking about, finally, about training and orientation of your staff, all these are things we are already carrying on in our 8-point activity plan.
National Demographic Health Survey, yes, and we're part of it. We want to do census for our children, the people with persons with disabilities, and since we don't have fund, we can't afford to do it. It would be nice if we can get them to do that.
The head of service called for extension of their mandates with a view to establishment Department of Psychology for Men to enhance reduction in violence against women and children as a result of financial stress and other psychological issues. Now to corruption. For Nigeria's fight against corruption to be holistic, religious leaders must be involved as government alone cannot tackle the menace. This all-inclusive strategy was the focus of a one-day workshop on promoting good governance and anti-corruption organized by the Just Foundation, an NGO in Abuja. Correspondent Ahmed Ondas Ahmed reports.
Corruption has been a threat to all facets of Nigeria, especially the economy, as its effect is felt in the everyday life of Nigerians. Effort by governments in the past and the present one is aimed at combating the scourge in order to give Nigerians dividends of democracy. To this end, no governmental organizations in the country are advocating the utilization of religious clerics in the anti-corruption crusade, as informed by this gathering.
Fighting corruption, especially in Nigeria today, is beyond the ability of the government alone. It should be duty for everybody to fight corruption. The young and the aged, men and women, civil servants, those who are on private sector, the ulamas, the pastors, leaders of the religion actually have a bigger role to play.
It's our little way of supporting Nigeria and the government in ensuring that we also throw our own punch against corruption.
I think we should all support this government. We appreciate what they are doing, this fight against corruption, because it is the thing that is affecting everybody all across.
The forum is having participants drawn from both the academic and religious organizations to brainstorm on the best possible way to combat the scourge in Nigeria. In Abuja, Ahmed Ondas Ahmed, NTA News.
And the Delta State government says the entrenchment of sustainable peace in the Niger Delta region to boost oil and gas fortunes is a task that must be accomplished. The Deputy Governor and Chairman Advocacy Committee Against Vandalism of Oil and Gas Facilities, Kingsley Otaro, stated this at a meeting with critical stakeholders held in Warri. Elo Akbara has the details.
To stem the tide against oil and gas installations vandalism, which took a toll on the country's economy in 2016, the Delta State government swung into action with the Advocacy Committee against vandalism of oil and gas facilities. They have been transversing the nooks and crannies of the oil-producing communities, appealing to all stakeholders to pursue peace for the much-needed growth and development. The latest of such efforts is the meeting following a two-day conference held in Ogulaha, where community leaders and the locals bared their minds on the effects of oil and gas exploration on their land.
For us in Delta State, we are deeply committed to ensuring the sustenance and security in the oil-producing environment in the states, because we cannot, for any reason, afford to have a repeat of what did happen in recent past.
Representative of one of the leading oil firms in the country described the steps taken by the state government as apt. He said the presence of a multinational company in an area should add value to the host community and improve revenue generation.
Facilities resulted in the dwindling economic fortunes of the states, the region, and the nation at large.
However, the efforts of the Delta State Advocacy Committee engaged oil and
Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, says cultural festivals not only provide job opportunities for Nigerians, they also attract tourists to the country and preserve our culture for future generations. The minister represented President Muhammadu Buhari at the opening of the 2018 edition of the African Drum Festival in Abuja, Ogun State.
We will continue to support this festival by making all our media platforms available to create awareness for it. We will also ensure that it is included in our national calendar of festivals.
As we now move to the 4th year, this is the 3rd year, I'm sure clearly we will now, this will be self-funded, this will be self-driven, and it will be majorly private sector driven. So
Lauded the Ogun State government for the brilliant initiative and pledged the federal government's unalloyed support to take the festival to a higher level. The festival, the third in the series, has participants from across Nigeria and 16 African nations. Alake of Egbaland, Oba Dedotun Badibo III, and other traditional rulers commended the Ogun State governor for sustaining the drum festival. Time now to peek into the sports world with Tamara Ebiwe.
Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu, has reiterated the ministry's commitment towards embarking on the production of sports equipment in a bid to boost the nation's economy. Dr. Onu was speaking in Abuja Thursday while receiving organizers of the 2019 Nigeria Building and Research Institute Games Festival, who visited him with the hosting rights flag.
Many of our research institutes do a lot of research in finding out ways we can develop equipment, sporting equipment that are cheaper than even the best that you find anywhere in the world.
Team Nigeria athletes who returned to the country midweek have expressed satisfaction with the country's performance in the just concluded Commonwealth Games in Gold Coast, Australia. Some of them who spoke to Oche Ngbede on arrival at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, said they will not relent but up their games ahead of subsequent competitions.
All what I have to tell the youth and sports is for them to help us to do what they need to do at the right time so that we can be able to do well at the 2020 Olympics.
And in wrestling, President, Nigeria Wrestling Federation, Daniel Igali, has been elected Vice President of the Commonwealth Wrestling Board. Igali, former world and Olympic champion, polled 19 out of the available 22 votes at a meeting of the General Assembly of the Commonwealth Wrestling Committee at the just concluded 2018 Commonwealth Games in Australia to emerge one of the 3 vice presidents of the body. With sports updates, Tamara Ebiwe, NTA News.
It's time now for a quick check on Friday's weather prospects for Nigeria and some cities of the world. That does it on the news on NTA International. We thank you for watching. I am Lami Ali.
Welcome to Nigeria, a fascinating country. Take a trip through one of the most beautiful places on earth. A journey of discovery. A unique opportunity to get in touch with unspoiled nature. Enjoy your time in a place that offers something for everyone. A land of beautiful contrasts. An experience you won't forget. Fascinating Nigeria.
Have you been thinking about coming to Nigeria? Then what are you waiting for? Come share in our wealth of vast resources. Come discover treasure. Come to where there's lots of business opportunities. Nigeria. Nigeria, my nation, my pride.
Nigeria, the giant of Africa, covers a total land area of about 923,768 square kilometers. 910,768 square kilometers is covered by land, while water takes the remaining 13,000 square kilometers. The entire country is highly blessed as it enjoys benefits brought by the vegetation zones that nature has gracefully endowed Nigeria with. From the rainforest, freshwater swamp, Guinea savanna, Sudan savanna to Sahel savanna, Nigeria is indeed on top of the world. Also blessed with enormous tourism potentials, unequaled deposits of mineral resources, and
This is the network service of the NTA.
Thank you for joining us again on the live broadcast of the plenary of the House of Representatives today, Thursday, the 12th of April 2018. Well, at the moment, the House of Representatives have reconvened for Thursday's plenary. And without wasting much of your time, we will now cross over to the Green Chamber to follow proceedings for today's plenary.
Concerned that the security system could be easily overwhelmed and personal gruesomely killed in security facilities is an issue that calls for serious concern. Also aware that the citizens have the right to security and right to life as guaranteed in Nigerian Constitution, Section 33(1). That this cannot be overemphasized or looked down or undermined. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, the House resolve condemn this action of this robber in entirety. 2. Commiserate with the people of Ofa in Kwara State and Nigerian police for the loss of life, humanity, and material resources. 3. Mandate the Nigerian police to investigate and unravel the robbery in order to bring the culprits to book and prevent future occurrence. That the Nigerian police should look into the site and locations of police stations all over the country in Nigeria. 5. Urge the House to observe a minute's silence for the repose of the departed souls and quick recovery of the injured. I so move.
Second, Honorable Shekarau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable Hassan Adam Shekarau. I represent Birnungwari Giwa Federal Constituency. I'm from Kaduna State, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion as ably moved by my honorable colleague. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Tokwe, please lead the debate.
This incident of robbery becomes the order of the day and part and parcel of Nigerian system that is actually proving the insecurity in totality in Nigeria. If on a broad daylight, a bandit in this same country, where we have the Nigerian police, we have the army, we have the navy, we have all security personnel and paramilitary, and a bandit rising to 30 could come in a broad daylight, visit Nigerian police station, kill all the officers on duty to a number of 14 in a broad daylight. It calls for inquiry. It's an evidence that it seems the security is lacking and there is no synergy among all the security agents. This is not the end. They move straight to the banks. If they could rob 4 banks at the same time and kill the people who are working there, injured citizens of that same town, rendering the entire town in mourning, a black day in entirety for people in Ofa, what they will think will happen next and who will be the next victim. It's necessary for us today to take some decisions that are quite very germane about the loss of life and insecurity relating to this armed bandit. If there is no synergy among the security agents, Mr. Speaker, it's good you pass a law that will bring them. And if there are laws that are now becoming uncalled for and who are not updating, who are not no longer relevant to the order of the day relating to what is happening in Nigeria, please, we need to amend them. Mr. Speaker, most police stations are located outside the town when those towns have not grown. The towns now have grown, and most police stations now are at the center of the town, where all these armed robbers take advantage of maybe the high tension and population of the town to rob. They are now going beyond that robbery only, now killing people just like that. This is what happened in Ofa. Mr. Speaker, this is a deadly thing in Ofa. He turned the entire Ofa to mourning. He turned the police to mourning. He turned the bankers to mourning. Today, all banks in Kwara South, today, Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you the reality, in Kwara South, in Kwara State, are all closed. That means the economy of that place is dead. That means the insecurity is no longer there. If they are business, where will they keep their money? If you are not careful, different housebreakers will come on board now. The little thieves will be coming now, not armed thieves now. Mr. Speaker, we need to look into this and call the Nigerian police to look into this. Those that are being killed, those that are being injured, just like that, as if we are in the war front, as if we are there where Boko Haram are operating. Boko Haram, we are condemning it in entirety. Now it comes to issue of armed robber. If we are not careful, the door of members should be the next target. Because once, if there's no bank working, nothing meant for anything, the business will become dilapidated and everything will be closed. Mr. Speaker, I want this House, distinguished colleagues, for us to look into this issue and call all the security agents into order.
Honorable Benny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Benny La. I represent Lantan North and South Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, Nigeria is becoming a beehive of crime activities that are going unabated, unchecked, and unresolved. Mr. Speaker, every day we hear cases of crime, people being killed, people being attacked, whether it's in our homes, in our communities, in our places of worship, mosques and churches. Today is the banks. Mr. Speaker, if the banks in this country are not safe, where are we going to go to be safe? Where in Nigeria is safe today? I want to, first of all, commiserate with those who are the victims of this violent bank robbery in Kwara State and their families. I've never, in all my years of life, being alive in Nigeria, my years on earth, heard of a bank robbery of this magnitude, where 4 banks are attacked at once, and this number of people being killed. That means crime is getting more sophisticated. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the National Assembly to intervene in the security apparatus of this country. Mr. Speaker, my prayer is that not only will we pass this motion, but we'll put in some steps to check this sort of situation that seems to be rising by the day. Before, it was merely the case of one chance in taxis or the cases of people being robbed in their homes. But now it's banks. Where are we safe? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kiruka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Kiruka Onyejosh. I represent the good people of Isukwatu Federal Constituency. I am from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my heart goes to the victims of this unwarranted robbery. And the critical question to ask at this point is, what has happened to our security systems and apparatus? And if robbers can go to police station of all places, I'm not even talking about banks, because at the time, sometime a few years ago, there were no banks that operate around my own constituency, from Isukwatu to Umunochi to Okigwe, because the banks were closed down because of robbery. So we've had such incidences in the past, and nothing will ever happen, because what they will do, they will close the banks, after some time they will open the bank. But the critical issue here, which is worrisome, is for robbers to enter police station. That one is out of the place because police station is supposed to be a place where security people are seated and are away, and of course they are armed. And so if these people can do police station, so what less about bank that you have few operatives in the banks? So this is an eye-opener to this current political situations in our country. For banks, they have had issues in the time past, but sir, I urge that the police committee should go on and investigate the matter. What went wrong? At what point did these day robbers begin to have a confidence that they can attack police stations or even go to the barracks to collect arms? So, Mr. Speaker, it's a very sad situation that we find ourselves in. But that is to say it is also an eye-opener and a wake-up call.
Honorable Pategi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues. My name is Honorable Aliyu Aman Pategi. I represent the people of Edu, Moro, Pategi. I'm from Kwara State. Let me first start by offering my condolences to the families of the bereaved, 30 and counting, and several people that are in various hospitals in the state of Kwara. Mr. Speaker, the shocking thing about this attack is the brutality where victims were shot directly so that they die immediately. It is not, people say it's armed robbery. I don't see it as armed robbery. It is more of a cult-like killing. The age of the people that came to carry out this attack are between the ages of 18 and 21 from the people that saw them. Armed robbery does not take place in this fashion. There was a case of a little girl that was selling plantain. She held on to that plantain because while shot, she didn't know what happened. She died holding the bunch of plantain that she was hawking. Anybody they saw, they just shot. They shot, I think, about 8 policemen. But beyond that, the entire town, and this thing took place, this operation took place for over 1.5 hours. And there was no reinforcement. The Olofo of Ofa said they called Abuja, they called the presidency, they called the military, they called the police in a lorry to send reinforcements. They called the barrack in a lorry to send reinforcement. The distance between the scene and where the barrack, the army barrack in a lorry was, is no more than 40 minutes. And the road is good because it has been patched and FEMA had worked on that portion of the road. We don't know why they could not get reinforcement in Ofa on that fateful day. And for kids to rampage a town, a local government headquarters in Nigeria, for 1.5 hours without anybody coming to the rescue of the little police force that was on ground, then I think we need to check the entire security apparatus of Nigeria. The first thing I think we should look at here is this. Why should an entire senatorial district be so scared that all the banks had to close? Because this had happened in a neighboring town, in Kwara South, in Oro. It happened in another town, I think in Omuaran. This was about 3 years ago. The same kind of situation. And today, only last week, Ofa, that had about 6 banks, 4 of them were raided, including the 5th one, which is a private microfinance bank. All these people came in about 8 vehicles. They abandoned it in a town called Igosun, a neighboring town in Ofa. They left the vehicles there and they disappeared. We are told that the police caught about 8 of them. Since then, we've had nothing. This is not what happens in other climes. When communities are invaded by bandits like this, when people are killed as a result of no fault of theirs, we see minute by minute, day by day account of the security agencies informing the public, assuaging them of their fear, those that are traumatized. This is not the case in this case. Nobody knows what has happened. We read from social media. Our people are still traumatized. And this is an entire senatorial district. This is how Boko Haram started. When they went, after the killing of their leader at the time, they went and were attacking police stations. And from police stations, they got enough arms to start attacking the banks. We should be very careful about the general well-being and the life of our citizens. And why should an entire senatorial district not have a military establishment? So these are the things I would like us to take seriously. And Mr. Speaker, I want us to conduct what we call a security, as a house, to ask for a security summit so that we can better address this issue and see a way of looking at the holistic security architecture of Nigeria. Thank you.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues, my name is Lasun Yusuf. I represent Irepodun, Olorunda Orulu, Osogbo Federal Constituency. I'm from the state of Osun. I will start very immediately from where Pategi stopped. And when I first heard about this, my mind went straight to the stages the Boko Haram people took when they started some 8-9 years ago. And I want to totally, without investigation, believe that they are of the same nature. But there is one thing that other colleagues have not touched. Probably if I had not gotten up this time, maybe others will have touched it. We have all suddenly forgotten that there is a federal polytechnic in Ofa, and one of the most notorious institutions in terms of court group. And that institution is right in the heart of Ofa. And it's corroborated by what Aman Pategi said, that from the footage, those who actually carried out that operation, their ages ranges between 18 and 21. And so, the kind of school we attended at in our own generation are schools far located outside the center of the town. I remember in those days, Ife was far from Ife center. But today, you have an institution right in the heart of the town. You have an institution where court activities is like the order of the day. They have even forgotten the learning they went there to go and do. And so it's just so interwoven that you can't separate what happened in Ofa from the fact that there is an institution there and from the fact that this was exactly the same way Boko Haram started. And we should run away from looking at our problem in isolation. We already know, we always say it, the statistics that is being bandied about in the last 2 days, for those of us who read newspaper very well, is that Nigeria is now 180 million people. 188 million people. That is the statistics in the last 2 days. It's prominent. Yesterday, Nigeria is now 198. Today, Nigeria is 198. And yet, we have been told several times that the totality of the Nigerian police is just between 400 and 500,000. And I've done my little calculation here. That is an average of one police person, one personnel, to 500 Nigerians. Are we not deceiving ourselves? So, if you look at it and you are talking about security apparatus of Nigeria, you are only looking at what we are doing in isolation. Because the recruitment is there, recruitment is taken out of the system. You have the other ones that I've said. It's sad. It's sad. It is only in Nigeria where people want to be rich as quickly as 30. People want to be spending millions of naira at 30. Whereas the white man that colonized us will tell you that men are their best during their 40s. You don't begin to get very responsible and accountable in life until you are beyond 40. That is when what you have done, the input of your life will become to germinate. But when you have a university or a polytechnic student at 21, wants to ride a Range Rover, wants to ride a G-Wagon, wants to even ride on this 2018 Toyota Camry, and they say they started by calling them Yahoo, and those was the one doing these things on computer. But Mr. Speaker, if they say somebody is a Yahoo Plus in Nigeria, you know what it means? He has gone to make ritual with human parts to make money. And you find this particular age group within that system. So when they are not able to do that, of course, they get daring. They have access to gun. Other than the gun I see with the police, I've never touched a gun all my life. Other than the AK-47 I see with the police. So this thing, my advice is this. My heart goes out to those who are killed in that incident. It was horrible. We have forgotten to, or let me remind us, that Offa is the second largest town in Kwara State. Which goes to show that if the economy of Offa is brought down, that means a chunk of the economy of the Kwara State is already down. And so it's huge. What we are talking about here is very huge. Though banks have their own problems. Banks have their own problem because there are so many inside problems. Some of them at times even collaborate with robbers. We have had cases like that. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not about security summit. It's not about calling police. It's about looking at Nigeria in entirety and begin to make sure that we begin to piece together our problem in a manner that when you are able to solve one, either wholly or partly, it affects positively another problem. That's our problem. Because if that could happen in Offa, in some, why I'm touched is that by September of this year, Osun will be going to governorship election, and we are the nearest to Offa. And this is me here, a poor man here. I can't handle a gun. I've never touched a gun, and I don't use struggling all these things. It's in the lighter mood, but this, and I've had situation in the past when people will go to the same offer that I've just spoken about to go and carry area boys and students to come and invade us in terms of politics. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. We pray that those who are killed in that operation, we pray for the repose of their souls, and we pray for the town of Offa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Time is far gone. I recognize one or two more and then we'll close the debate. Honorable Toby, and then rules and business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I represent an area of Abuja River Federal Constituency from Enugu State. Mr. Speaker, we have railed out statistics here, but I want to add to that. We have armed robbers, we have Boko Haram, we have herdsmen, we have IPOB, we have militancy in the Delta, we have kidnapping. Added to that, the other statistics I want to give you is that in the past 2 weeks, we lost 21 people in Benue. We lost 30 in Kwara. In Biriningwari, we lost our men and women, 13 of them that were serving the Nigerian Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks back, we lost 41 in Zamfara. Mr. Speaker, the other day, there were claims of our having lost 800 people in Taraba. Mr. Speaker, what we have is an armada of crimes. Like you pointed out the other time, we like to dump money on problems. We don't like to prevent them. You went to Ajokuta the other day. Not a few Nigerians listening to you because you know Ajokuta has the potential to create about 10,000 jobs. And the collateral consequence of those 10,000 jobs will create another 20,000. But the state is not thinking. The state is not thinking. We do not know why our people are giving. Nigerians are not known to commit suicide, Mr. Speaker. We are not given to crime, Mr. Speaker. Something is occasioning it. And that is when the economic environment is not enabled. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you a story. I left my village some time ago in the past, and I was attacked by armed robbers. And I drove back. This person in front of me was attacked. I drove back to a police post. And I asked the policeman, oh, please come, let us use gun and go and prevent this. He told me, Oga, make you no talk like that, oh. That if, say, we get arms here, that these people don't come stack us. And you ask, is it because na one break amara akpuisi kona aguma adehenko? Is it because the barber does not know how to cut hair? Or is it because the razor is not sharp? Is the police equipped? And the story in Kwara State gives away our state of readiness. If you have a concentration of 3 banks in a place, it means that that town is sufficiently commercially viable. It means there must be police presence around the corner. But if they come and they were able to rob one bank, and the second bank could not get ready, they robbed the third one, the fourth one could not get ready, something is wrong. We need to have a holistic approach. So there has to be a proper approach to it. And the proper approach is that Parliament, as a body, have to deal with these security committees. Let us find out fundamentally what the challenge is. Not excuses, not blames. If you want to give excuses, please give way. I support this motion. We should know what is happening in our various states. The character of Boko Haram, herdsmen, the other insurgency, militancy, kidnapping. My friend from Biriningwari can't go home. So what an honorable member, you can't get home. 13 people from Nigerian Armed Forces were killed and they were buried about 2 weeks back. So what are we talking about? The state is in a total dysfunction. So we must support this motion and make sure it succeeds. Thank you very much.
Rules and business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, Jeff. I represent the good people of Buruku. My dear colleagues, I'm from Benue State. Mr. Speaker, I too stand to lend my voice to this motion. Mr. Speaker, before the House sat, Honorable Tokwe came over to me and was showing me the gory pictures of those who were killed. And it's like we are living in an urban jungle. My dear colleagues, I can confirm in my vantage position as Chairman of Rules and Business that insecurity is one subject that we've had the highest number of motions on this floor. And I'm sure it will continue because insecurity is the single most important subject that we must tackle. I think if we have to cut out Section 14, subsection 2B of the 1999 Constitution and place on each seat to remind ourselves that that is the primary purpose why we are here, we should do it. So for me, I think it's not too much that every day that we have such an issue, we should come here and discuss until we find a solution to it. Even though personally I think as a parliament, we do have our inadequacies. Now, what do we do? What do we do? Do we invite the security chief to a summit again like we did several months back, 14 or so months back? What did that yield? We've had more killings. In fact, in my home state of Benue, we have never known it worse than presently we do have, because even now with the cat race, you have more killings. More killings now that the race is going on. So, and insecurity is one democratic phenomenon in this country because it doesn't discriminate. Every part, if it doesn't happen to you today, it will happen tomorrow. So what do we do? I agree with the Deputy Speaker that we have to look at the fundamental issue. Because if you buy arms and give to the police, would that solve the problem? Maybe, to some extent. But we have a problem now that the police themselves are feeling insecure. Doctor was telling me off record that the police in the distance of those that could not escape, all of them were mowed down. All of the policemen at the station that couldn't run, that couldn't escape, all of them were mowed down, and he showed me the pictures. So it is an issue that bothers, because it has come to a stage like the policemen, we too are afraid. The police are afraid, we who are supposed to secure the people are afraid. So we have to look at it in a very holistic manner. Because I personally have brought quite a few motions on insecurity here. We have come to resolutions and the killings have continued. So what will make this one different? I think that's the challenge that we have on our hands. And I think I go along with the DS that a more holistic approach to this thing, rather than taking each one on its own merit or demerits, because that would mean that coming back again and again and again, and it continues like a broken record. We repeat ourselves every day that an issue of insecurity comes on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I'm worried, but I think we just have to sit together and iron out the bullet points of insecurity in this country and tackle them. Thank you so much.
Amendment from Honorable Nkiruka Oyechocha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the mover of the motion was saying, he said the police should investigate. So it's an intervention that police may be doing their own, but they mandate the House Committee on Police to investigate the matter and report back to the House in 2 weeks.
Any seconder to the amendment? Honorable Marin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My dear colleagues, Engineer Solomon Maredi is my name, and I represent the very good people of Mangu Bokos Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from the home of peace and tourism, Plateau State. I rise to second the amendment ably moved by my colleague. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against it say nay. Ayes have it. Those in favor of the motion as amended say aye. Those against it say nay. Ayes have it. I think in the resolution we have, we carried a prayer for a minute silence. I think so. Honor of those killed in the unfortunate incident. So may we please rise to observe a minute silence. And may the gentle souls of the departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Honorable Madaki.
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, my name is Aliyu Sani Madaki, and I represent the Ala Federal Constituency of Kano State. Mr. Speaker, I want to come under Order 8.4, Order 8 Rule 4.1, matters of urgent public importance. And the matter I want to bring before the attention of this honorable House has to do with abuse or disregard of prohibition of the Constitution of Nigeria 1999 as amended by men and officers of the DSS. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution, which is the grand norm in Nigeria, is very clear. It talks about the supremacy of the Constitution. That is talking of Section 1.1. Then if you go to Section 1.3, it says any law that is inconsistent with any provision in the Constitution, that law is void to the extent of its inconsistency to the Constitution. And then if you go to Section 35.4 and 5, Mr. Speaker, it states in no unclear terms that if anybody is arrested in Nigeria for any crime, he should be taken to court within 24 hours. Mr. Speaker, it is because of this reason that I want to bring this matter, and I want the relevant rules to be suspended so that we may take the matter now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable T.J. Yusuf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm T.J. Yusuf. I represent Kababulu Jumfara constituency. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to second the first leg of the motion that the matter is urgent and important enough to be considered. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against it say nay. Ayes have it. Seconder to the second limb will be, oh, okay, Henry, you're now on your seat. Honorable Joseph.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Ayodeji Joseph. I represent our Papa Federal Constituency. I'm from Lagos State. I rise to support the second leg of the motion that all relevant rules should be suspended. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against it say nay. Ayes have it. Honorable Ali Umadaki, you can now move your motion.
Mr. Speaker, abuse of fundamental provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended by the Department of State Service, DSS. The House note the provision of Section 1, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, which provide thus: this Constitution is supreme, and its provision shall have binding force on all authorities and persons throughout the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Also note that the provision of Section 1, subsection 3, which state that if any law is inconsistent with the provision of the Constitution, this Constitution shall prevail, and that other law shall, to the extent of the inconsistency, be void. Aware that over 3 weeks ago, men of the Department of State Services, DSS, arrested Dr. Yunusa Adamu Dangwani, a renowned consultant, urologist at Kano, and possibly brought him to Abuja, to their headquarters in Abuja. Also aware that since the arrest, Dr. Yunusa Adamu Dangwani has been denied access to his lawyers and family, which is in contravention of the provisions of the 1999 Constitution. Disturbed that the arrest and eventual detention of Dr. Dangwani has adversely affected his reputation as a good citizen of Nigeria and contravenes Section 17 of the 1999 Constitution, which provides thus: 1. The social order is founded on the ideals of freedom, equity, and justice. 2. In furtherance of the social order, every citizen shall have equality of rights, obligation, opportunities before the law, and B, the sanctity of human person shall be recognized and human dignity shall be maintained and enhanced. C, government actions shall be humane. Regret that the action of the DSS towards the right and sanctity of Dr. Angwani has not been humane, neither was his dignity maintained and respected. Lament that the continued detention of Dr. Angwani by men of the DSS has violated his right to the dignity as a person, contrary to Section 34, subsection 1A of the 1999 Constitution.
Any seconder, Honorable Pondi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Julius Babos Opondi. I represent the very kind people of the Federal constituency, Mr. Speaker, in Zonkame from Delta State. I rise to second the motion, ably moved by my colleague as a second.
I think, Honorable Madak, you have elucidated your points in the course of the debate. So our rules is simple: those who speak for and then against. Has it been seconded? You just moved it, and Pondi seconded it. Okay. So it's better we're properly guided, and I think by virtue of the oath of office we took here, we're meant to defend the provisions of the Constitution without fear or favor. But that being the case, Honorable Madaki have spoken to certain issues relating to an individual who is supposed by virtue of provision of Constitution to be charged to court within a reasonable time which is defined in the Constitution. The circumstances under which he has not been charged is not known to us. And I guess the only thing that can unravel that is an investigation, sincerely speaking. So if we open these things to debate and then the debate is very speculative, it's not going to help us as a house. So we may want to have hard facts based on which the house can come to a conclusion. So I'll recognize Chairman Rules and Business to recommend that we do the needful and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, Jeff. I represent the good people of Buruku, my dear colleagues. I'm from Benue State. Mr. Speaker.
Please, honorable members, please, silence, please.
Mr. Speaker, I think the needful here is the one that you have just said. We put the question, but before the question is put, we put the question without debate, but before that is done, I would like to amend the first prayer of this motion so that we do an investigation and get to the root of this issue. We'll be concerned if the Constitution, there is an infraction of the Constitution, but let's exactly find out what's going on there before we can take any other decision. So I recommend that we delete prayer 1 and put the question thereafter.
Any seconder? Honorable EJ.
My right honorable Speaker, I remain Honorable EJ Agbonyima, representing the good people of Ego, Bubaha Federal Constituency, Edo State. I hereby second the amendment moved by the Chairman of Rules and Business, my senior colleagues. I so second, Mr. Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues.
Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against it say nay. Ayes have it. Those in favor of the motion as amended say aye. Those against it say nay. The ayes have it. So we await the outcome of the investigation before the House will come to a conclusion on the matter. We'll move to motions first before we take bills. So we'll now move to the fourth order on the other paper, which is a motion on need to address the plight of the victims of landslides at Tuomo community in Burutu Federal Constituency Standing in the name of Honorable Julius G. Pondi. Honorable Pondi is now invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Respected honorable members, my name once again is Julius Pondi. I represent the very good people, the very hospitable people of Butu Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, is Zonkame from Delta State. Need to address the plight of the victims of landslide at Tobo community in Butu Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the House notes that on the 18th and 26th March 2018, two massive landslides hit Tobo community of Butu Federal Constituency, which resulted in destruction of property worth millions of naira and displacement of indigenes living in the affected areas. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, aware that consequent to this landslide, members of Tobo community are faced with lack of food, loss of shelter, and farmlands, exposure to communicable diseases and other devastating effects, including imminent death, if not urgently addressed. Also aware that the non-completion and abandonment of the shoreline protection project awarded to Viable Flotation and Geotechnical Nigeria Limited by the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, led to the avoidable but dreadful landslide. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the House resolved: 1. Urge the National Emergency Agency, Management Agency, NEMA, to, as a matter of urgency, provide relief materials to Tobo community in Butu Federal Constituency so as to ameliorate the sufferings of the displaced persons. 2. Also urge the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, to immediately recall the contractor, Viable Flotation, Geotechnical Nigeria Limited, to site to complete the shoreline protection project so as to avoid future landslide in the area. 3. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, mandate the Committee on Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, an emergency and disaster preparedness to ensure compliance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable members. I so move.
Honorable Evelyn Oboro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Evelyn Omabonga Oboro, representing Okme Saple, Ubia Federal Constituency from Delta State. I rise to second the motion ably moved by my colleague, Honorable Julius Pondi. I so second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is a motion on disaster, so I'll put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against it say nay. Ayes have it. Fifth order of the day is a motion calling for audit and upgrade of facilities at the Benin Airport, Edo State. Standing in the name of Honorable Omosade Ibinidium. Honorable Ibinidium is now invited to move the motion. Chairman, Rules and Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I move that item number 5 on the order paper be stepped down as Honorable Ibinidium is not available to move it.
Fifth item on the order paper stepped down by leave of the House. Sixth order of the day is a motion on need to investigate the proposed payment of $17 million to lawyers by the Attorney General of the Federation for recovery of a bachelor loot, standing in the name of Honorable Mark Tisa Bila. Honorable Bila is now invited to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My very honorable colleagues, Mark Tesek Bila, representing Gwe East, Gwe West Federal Constituency of Benue State. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, I rise to move a motion on
silence, please.
To
please, honorable members, please.
The proposed payment of $17 million.
Honorable Babale,
by the
Nasiru Babale, please. Chairman House Services, please.
For recovery of Abacha loot.
Honorable Sharif, Honorable Pake, please.
is aware that
Honorable
Mr.
Sharif,
Enrico Monfrini,
Clerk of the House, please.
Lawyer,
Resume your
was
seat.
engaged by the Nigerian government since 1999 to work on recovering the Abacha loot, for which the sum of $321 million was a part, and had finished the Luxembourg leg of the job since 2014, when Mohamed Bello Adoke was the Attorney General of the Federation. The House is again aware that Mr. Monfrini had since been paid by the federal government for his legal services for the recovery of the money, which was then domiciled with the Attorney General of Switzerland, pending the signing of an MOU with Nigeria to avoid the issues of accountability around previous recoveries. The House notes that all that was left was the signing of the MOU, which is a government-to-government communication for the money to be repatriated to Nigeria. The House is also aware that Abubakar Malami, SAN, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, had curiously engaged the services of another set of Nigerian lawyers in 2016, namely Oladipo Okpesheyi, a senior advocate of Nigeria, and Temitope Adebayo, for a fee of $16.9 million, which is about 6 billion naira, without due process. And the House is informed, it's alleged, that these lawyers had cause to have related with the Attorney General in a different circumstance. The House also recalls that the terms of the agreement reached with Mr. Monfrini for the recovery clearly spelled out that no other lawyer will be engaged for the return of the money to Nigeria. The House, therefore, resolves to set up an ad hoc committee to investigate the circumstances surrounding the engagement of Nigerian lawyers, namely Oladipo Okpesheyi, SAN, and Temitope Adebayo, for a fee of $16.9 million, when the actual work had been concluded by Mr. Enrico Monfrini and was paid by the Nigerian government for the recovery of the sum of $321 million, part of the Abacha loot from Luxembourg, and whether due process was followed, and to report back within 6 weeks for further legislative action. The House also resolves to request that His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, DCFR, to suspend the payment of the said fee of $16.9 million or any part thereof, pending the investigation of this matter. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Minority Leader, but this is just for secondment. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looks like you noticed that my spirit is a bit charged today. My name is Chukwuka Onyema. I represent Obaru Federal Constituency of Anambra State. I rise to second the motion, ably moved by my brother, Mark Bila.
Honorable Bila, your motion was quite extensive as well, so 2 minutes to round up your arguments on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is no longer in doubt that certain monies that were part of the Abacha loot, specifically the Luxembourg aspect of it, were recovered. Curiously though, Nigerians were not made aware that this money had been paid until the recent allegations that came to the fore from media reports. Now, the Attorney General himself confirmed to Nigerians that all that was required for the repatriation of these funds was an MOU, which he took to the Federal Executive Council and was given approval for. Now, there are allegations now that another set of lawyers, which in my opinion will be a conflict of interest if it is proven that he previously had relationships with these lawyers in another circumstance, in his previous assignment in another circumstance. Now, the minister curiously confirmed the payment of the funds, but did not mention whether or not there was any such request. She only said that she didn't write a letter to the president requesting the stoppage of payment of those funds. So the question Nigerians want to ask is, so was there a request of that sort, even though you didn't write to the presidency stopping it? Is there any such request for payment? And the lawyer in question, finally, Mr. Speaker, has also made a public statement saying that in his own knowledge, there was no need for the engagement of any other lawyers because the work had been done and the funds were with the Attorney General of Switzerland awaiting the signing of an MOU, which the Attorney General himself confirmed publicly when he said that that was all that he was waiting to execute for those funds to be repatriated. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is noteworthy that this Honorable House carry out a forensic investigation of this issue to understand why these funds, if requested in the first place, were supposed to be paid and whether or not additional lawyers were actually engaged. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Oguma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I remain Honorable Johnson Aguahide Oguma. I represent all the people of Etako Federal Constituency from Edo State. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this motion is coated with malice, and at the same time, the
Honorable Johnson, have you read our rules? So you have to withdraw that statement with the speed of light. Thou shalt not attribute improper motive.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, but I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, this motion has not told this House how much was negotiated with Mr. Enrico Moffrey of Switzerland and how much was paid to Enrico Switzerland, and when was the negotiation carried out, and at the same time, Mr. Speaker, for the past 16 years, Mr. Enrico, as purportedly written in this motion, was hired for the past 16 years, and this present government came in about 2.5 years ago. And within 2.5 years ago, they have retrieved our money that for the past 16 years has been contracted to a Switzerland lawyer. But the money has been retrieved by Nigerian lawyers. And the offense committed by the Nigerian lawyers is that they are Nigerian lawyers that have worked with the president before. But the issue now, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that this money has been retrieved within 2.5 years that this government came into power. A contract that was given since 1999 for 16 years, nothing has been heard of the $321 million. It's been retrieved now by a Nigerian lawyer and within 2.5 years, and yet it's a subject of investigation. I just want this one to be placed on record.
Honorable Rita has a point of order. What's your point of order, Honorable Rita?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Barrister Mrs. Rita Oji, member representing Ajeromi, fellow of the Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm coming under Order 9, Rule 1(7). It shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language on members of the House. And Mr. Speaker, I'm coming on the reference again. We thought that on this rule of debate, sir, we are talking about people going for 4 before against. So I don't understand what my honorable member was saying.
Okay, I think he had already withdrawn the offensive language, except that he's speaking against the motion, and by virtue of our rules, you are supposed to take your turn last. So take those who are for the motion. Honorable Abonta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Uzoma Nkim Abonta, Mr. Speaker, I'm from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, I have looked at the body of the motion, and the fact contained therein is quite explicit with figures. The motion is merely saying that some fund as recovered by Mr. Moforini. The last speaker but one seemed not to have grasped the gist of the motion. The motion is saying that we're in era we should eliminate corruption and people over-invoicing or being paid for service not rendered. The motion is saying that the Nigerian lawyers mentioned here have no business in the collection. Nigeria engaged. We will follow this matter for long, Mr. Speaker, and I can boast of institutional memory. The Committee on Justice in the 7th Assembly and even had sat and even agreed on modalities of paying judgment debts, assuming this is part of it. The motion is saying that the lawyer from his reason or wherever had completed the assignment, have gotten the money. If for us to enter MOU of government of that country and Nigeria to say, we are getting you this money, it requires no further legal services. Somebody wants to create free money, $16 million free money at this era for no job done. What is the Ministry of Justice doing? What is the duty of the Attorney General? If it's going to firm out $17 million to go and collect money that is kept for us to take. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, what we are saying is that Nigeria hired a foreign lawyer at the cost of more than 30 million, whatever, to secure this money. The man had walked around, collected the money, kept with his government. The government is saying, we cannot give it to Nigeria except there's a proper MOU understanding for a Nigerian government. So what he's saying is that we need MOU from government to government. What is Attorney General engaging another firm of lawyers for? To go and sign an MOU? And then $17 million will just disappear? What are we talking? What kind of change are we in? And, I mean, we'll be here talking about what to do. Mr. Speaker, it is the height of injustice coming from the justice quarter that we will get 3 lawyers who they claimed had been their partners, who worked for them. That's not even an issue. You can even see conflict of interest in the matter. You can see sharp conflict of interest. And we are saying, let Mr. President, having considered the matter disclosed here, put on hold that payment pending the House investigation, the circumstances within which one is being paid. We shall be failing in our duty, in our oversight function.
Please,
if we do not intervene in
silence, please, honorable members. Please.
It is very, very necessary for us, in carrying out our constitutional duty and oversight functions, to see what will the lawyers do, what have they done to warrant them to earn $17 million without no work. I therefore support
Honorable Benilar, please.
Society, only to add that the committee should be able to report back to the House
Honorable John Bull, please.
Time frame, not more than, in fact, 14 legislative days. They should report back to us as what the motion is entirety.
Abubakar Lawan, Honorable Abubakar Lawan, please.
We must stop all
outreach,
sharp practices, more so from the justice quarter. We want justice. And the Minister of Justice should be able to give Nigerian justice. I so support the motion, Mr. Speaker.
I think one other aspect of the argument we're not looking at is assuming without conceding that anyone is entitled to, a firm of lawyers is entitled to the payment of the sum of about $17 million. Where is the money coming from? Has it been appropriated? Is this money anywhere? Or the executive can just sit, appropriate the money and pay the firm of lawyers? So that's an angle that I want someone to address. Honorable Henry.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues. Henry Nwawuba, representing the enterprising people of Mbitolu Ikeduru Federal Constituency, Imo State. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate the emotion that my brother, my colleague has just shown, I think there are three critical issues in addition to what Honorable Abonta has just raised. I think they're all contained in the body of the motion itself. And I would like to refer this Honorable House to the second paragraph, and indeed the third paragraph, that says that this money has actually been paid to the Swiss lawyer, but that they have been unable to access the money because they are waiting for a government-to-government transaction, a government-to-government communication. And I think the first question that we need to ask is, what is holding this communication so that the monies can be paid? That is the first issue arising from the body of the motion. The second one is that this motion has said that this new agreement with the lawyer has been done without due process. And I think that this House has a responsibility to find out, is it true that this government is going into serious contractual agreement of up to $16 or $17 million without due process? Can one man sit in his office and engage this country in an agreement that will expose us to this kind of amount without following due process? And then thirdly, sir, it says that the monies for the recovery was clearly spelled out, that the Nigerian government cannot engage another lawyer in this transaction. This brings a contractual breach. If left unattended, it will expose us as a country to say that we have gone into an agreement that has not been discharged fully, and we're entering.
I rise to support this motion on three premises. The voice of this motion is investigative. And I want to believe that nobody has been jailed or sentenced, and the House have no reason to condemn or give anybody anything that somebody is wrong or right. But there is something. Is there really an abuse of process in this procedure? Does National Assembly still retain the right of appropriation, going by what people are asserting on this motion? Mine is that if this motion, as is clearly spelled, is investigative, there is no reason why we will not give it a thought. Every information we are having now almost is at the doorstep through the social media. A lot of Nigerians have started asking questions. Some have even said a lot of us know about it, that we are all together in corruption. For the House to raise their voice in this issue for clearance is very, very important. And I urge my distinguished colleagues to assist by supporting this motion so that we can be able to assist in asserting these 3 points, whether there is really abuse of process, whether this money has been given to other people that is not supposed to be, or what was mentioned in this motion, that is only MOU that is needed, which has been obtained by the Attorney General through the FEC. If this MOU has been given really, and any other payment is coming away from what is needed, these are the things National Assembly has to go in. And if something like that has happened, who appropriated the sum? Where is it coming from? And who is the one funding it? Thank you, distinguished colleagues and honorable members.
With parliamentary approvals for any payments that government will make, Now, my take on this is this. This motion is very, very important. And I would have even wanted us to have expanded the scope of this motion, because this one has to do with a particular transaction, which has to do with just the Abuja loot and one section of it between two lawyers. The totality of the extra budgetary spending that takes place in the Ministry of Justice, those that should know, is so enormous to the extent that it has turned some of our lawyers into those who are suddenly the, what do you call it, private jet group in Nigeria. Over the years, Federal Ministry of Justice has put a lump sum in the budget without details on what they call judgment debt. This is why it comes in. Now, the interesting thing about this is this. All a minister needs to do is to take a proposal to the Federal Executive Council that the council should approve an MOU between the ministry and a lawyer on a transaction that is international. And then they use international rates to charge whatever values they want to charge. This has happened from the days of Okonjo-Iweala negotiating the 18 billion naira Paris Club debt buyback, where lawyers were paid fantastic consultancy fees, unknown to the parliament. The problem is that it is unknown to the parliament. We are not saying they shouldn't pay lawyers. In 2014, 27 billion was withdrawn from Natural Resources Fund and used to pay for Kashim Bila Dam. The following year, 26 billion was withdrawn and paid for that project. We as a parliament didn't know about it. This is the same thing that has happened in this case in Ministry of Judgment. They call it judgment debt. And I'd warned the parliament at the time that it also happened in the Ministry of Interior, where an MOU was signed in the case of our passport. It was domiciled with an Indian company, and they will charge a fee, retain some, and give stipends like 20% to the Nigerian government. So this is the same pattern. So I want it to be that an holistic approach be taken to address this issue. It should cover the entire gamut of all the judgment debts that is domiciled on behalf of the Nigerian government in the Ministry of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
When you read the subject before us, the motion before us today, need to investigate. I wouldn't want to pass judgment. I wouldn't want to take side. It is this House, Mr. Honorable Speaker, like you rightly said, is an investigative matter that when it's now referred to the other committee that will be set up, they should be able to come back to this House. But we cannot stand here to call names. Why? Mr. Speaker, sir, and dear colleagues, when I read this motion, Mr. Speaker, what worries me is about Mr. Enrico Mofrini, a Swiss lawyer. But he was engaged by former government under former President Jonathan. And the money that the lawyer was paid was not mentioned here. That is worrisome. And ever since then, since 2013, 2014, that this lawyer was engaged. Nigeria's money that belongs to you and I, stashed in foreign account, in Swiss account. While the government of Switzerland using our money to develop their country. Many billions and trillions of Nigeria's money all over the world looted by government, by Nigerians. Now we are here to say that this matter should not be investigated. I'm not saying it should not be investigated. I'm not saying it should not be looked into. But what I'm saying is for us not to take side until proven guilty you are and innocent. So let's look at it holistically, Mr. Speaker, that the former lawyer who worked over the years could not return the money back to Nigeria. Now, this government, under President Buhari, engaged another lawyer. Today, that money is returned to Nigeria. Please, my dear honorable colleagues, let's look at this motion. It is an investigative motion. The mover of this motion came up with this motion. It is left for the House to now refer this matter to the ad hoc committee to investigate and report back to this House before we start discussing on the issue who is right or who is wrong. First of all, why was the lawyer from Swiss, the money paid to him wasn't mentioned here? Why? He was paid. And the service he's supposed to render, he did not achieve it. From 2013 to 2014, we couldn't get our money back to this country. And here is somebody, whether they are Nigerian lawyers or not, but they did all they needed to do to make sure that our money was returned and returned back to this country. And we should appreciate those lawyers. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
There's no amendment here. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against it say nay. The ayes have it.
I hereby move for a bill for an act to repeal the Arbitration and Conciliation Act, CAF A18 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the Arbitration and Conciliation Bill to provide a unified legal framework for the fair, efficient settlement of commercial disputes by arbitration and conciliation, make applicable the Convention on the Recognition and Enforcement of Foreign Arbitral Awards, New York Convention, to any award made in Nigeria or in any contracting state arising out of international commercial arbitration, and for related matters, House Bill 1377 be read the second time. I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, Jeff. I represent the good people of Buruku. My dear colleagues, I'm from Benue State. I rise to second the motion as moved by the acting leader of the House. I so second.
The instrument of arbitration and conciliation was institutionalized in both our international jurisprudence and our own national jurisprudence, purely as a result of many reasons. One of the reasons is that in the course of adjudication, in our normal jurisprudence, a lot of time is wasted as a result of technicalities. Sometimes cases are bogged down as a result of checkered history of adjournments that they usually suffer. And sometimes also the outcome of litigation may not necessarily satisfy the needs of the litigants. So it was against this backdrop that the instrument of arbitration and conciliation was institutionalized in both international and our national jurisprudence, so that the outcome of arbitration and conciliation agreed upon on the free will, on the volition of the parties to a dispute will now be adopted by our courts, and then disputes will be settled. So what this bill seeks to do is to make the New York Convention on the enforcement and recognition of foreign arbitral awards in Nigeria in any commercial dispute, so that any commercial dispute that involves a foreign partner will be made applicable in Nigeria, square to the New York Convention. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this bill came for concurrence from the Senate. As I always kept on saying, the Senate is a house of wisdom, and therefore, if they pass a bill for a concurrence, we should respect their wisdom and also follow suit. Thank you.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against it say nay. Ayes have it. Clerk is invited to read the long title of the bill.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to repeal the Arbitration and Conciliation Act, Chapter A, 18 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, and enact the Arbitration and Conciliation Bill to provide a unified legal framework for fair, efficient settlement of commercial disputes by arbitration and conciliation. Make applicable the Convention on the Recognition and Enforcement of Foreign Arbitral Awards, New York Convention, to any award made in Nigeria or in any contracting state arising out of international commercial arbitration and for related matters. Second reading.
My distinguished colleagues, my name is Abubakar Hussaini Moriki. I represent the people of Shinkafi and Zulmi Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Zamfara State. May I move that this Honorable House consider the report of the House Committee on Industry on a bill for an act to repeal the Small and Medium-Scale Industries Development Agency Establishment Act 2003 as amended, and to establish the Small and Medium-Scale and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria to regulate, oversee, coordinate, monitor, and evaluate the development activities and the operations of the micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nigeria and for other related matters, and a bill to amend the Small and Medium-Scale Enterprises Development Agency Act to expressly provide the agency with powers to protect artisans, market women, and the traders to organize them into clusters for optimum benefits and for related matters, SBS 803 and 808. I so move. The House do resolve to your Committee of the Whole.
Repeal the Small and Medium-Scale Industry Development Agency Establishment Act 2003 and to reenact the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDAN, and other related matter, House Bill 803 and 808. I now invite the Chairman of the Committee on Industry to speak to the report.
Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, this report is a report of the Committee on Industry on a bill for an act to repeal the Small and Medium-Scale Industries Development Agency Establishment Act 2003 as amended, and to establish the Small and Medium-Scale Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria to regulate, oversee, coordinate, monitor, and evaluate the development activities and operations of the micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nigeria and for other related matter, and a bill to amend the Small and Medium-Scale Enterprises Development Agency to expressly provide the agency with powers to protect artisans, market women, traders, to organize them into clusters for optimum benefits and for related matters, SBS 803 and 808. Mr. Chairman, these are two bills, but the second one is an amendment which has been subsumed in the main new act to repeal the former one The objectives of the bills are given there. The bill intends to repeal and to reenact a new act to establish the Small and Medium-Scale Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria in order to regulate, oversee, coordinate, and monitor development activities and operations of SMEs in Nigeria. Mr. Chairman, permit me to go straight to the structure of the bill. The proposed bill is divided into 9 parts and further subdivided into 49 clauses, as against the former act, which was divided into 6 parts and 30 sections. And the bill, which is the new bill, seeks to repeal the existing act. The divisions of the bill have been given as part 1 to 9, captured in item number A to I, including objectives and application, establishment of SMEs, Development Agency of Nigeria, functions, and the rest of them. And the new issues introduced into the bill, they have to do with new provisions introduced into the bill to conform with the modern system of lawmaking and to situate the role of MSME in Nigeria to align with the international best practices. Mr. Chairman, the clauses have been given there, and the committee, conducted public hearing in order to find out what are the views of the major critical stakeholders. And it is at this moment that all these observations, comments, and the rest of them have been captured, incorporated, embedded now into the report which is just before this House for consideration. And the major recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is in view of the foregoing, the committee recommended the passage of the bill as consolidated, and the detailed clause by clause observations, comments, and the recommendations have been included in the major report which has been circulated for consideration of honorable colleagues. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, the committee expressed its appreciation to the leadership of the House of Representatives for the confidence reposed in it and the pray for speedy consideration and passage of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, honorable colleagues.
Very much, the Chairman House Committee on Industry. The report has 49 clauses. We now go ahead to consider the clauses. Clause 1, Clause 2, Clause 3, Clause 4, Clause 5, Clause 6, Clause 7, Clause 8, Clause 9, Clause 10, Clause 11, Clause 12, Clause 13, Clause 14, Clause 15, Clause 16, Clause 17, Clause 18, Clause 19, Clause 20, Clause 21, Clause 22, Clause 23, Clause 24, Clause 25, Clause 26, Clause 27, Clause 28, Clause 29, Clause 30, Clause 31, Clause 32, Clause 33.
Honorable Chairman, honorable members, I hereby move that the House revert to plenary to report progress.
The House hereby reverts back to plenary to report progress. Honorable colleagues, the House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Committee on Industry on a bill for now to repeal the Small and Medium-Scale Industry Development Agency Establishment Act 2003 and establish the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria to regulate, oversee, coordinate, monitor, and evaluate the development activities and operation of the micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nigeria, and amend the Small and Medium-Scale Enterprises Development Agency Act to expressly provide the agency with powers to protect artisans, market women, and traders, and to organize them into clusters for optimum benefits and for related matters, and approved clauses 1 to 49, the schedule, the explanatory memorandum, and long title of the bill. The House stands adjourned to Tuesday, 17th of April, 2018, 11 a.m.
Well, this is where we'll round off today's live broadcast of the plenary of House of Representatives. But at the moment, the House has considered 3 motions. Out of these 3 motions, 2 of them came under matter of urgent public importance, and one of them is a motion that calls for a check and an investigation into the recent armed robbery attack in Offa, in Kwara State, where several persons died and so many others injured. Well, the members are saying that if this is left unchecked, there could be a recurrence, and at the moment they've resolved that the House will investigate. The House Committee on Police Affairs will investigate the circumstances that surrounded that attack and report back to the House in 2 weeks. I am Ignatius Nko, and on behalf of the Outside Broadcast crew, I say bye for now.
NTAE brings you the best of entertainment.
I thought I was being sarcastic. I went on to do other productions.
Everything music.
Hear what which one you say.
If you look at the platforms of for a particular product,
they call a new school playing.
That's in the hot or we go carry
the hair go and
got the smell.
Somebody sad, you feel it.
I love you.
Just a little. I know of this. Chop, they are already washed.
It is all a mindset. Delicious.
To a president.
They depended on you. What else can I do? Get a shower for and dancers.
Watch these programs and more on NTA Entertainment Channel 105 on Star Times. NTAE, your one-stop entertainment channel.
Tiny entertainment, baby.
Timba, flip es okay bye, ole bale bye. Tiny kid la mache bye, ya shale jale bye. Uri mala de ori, what we ballin' in the vibe. Flipping my ghetto stories to something great that can buy. Money come, money go. This life it be like go slow. Steady hustle for the go. I put my life on the line. I put my life on the line. Any balo more, any balo more. One any balo more. One more push a little shit back to the return galamo. You just my shit, everybody got it follow more. Thank God I can still learn in the parliament. You cool any goddamn time. You on the low any goddamn time. You on the blow any goddamn time. One day cinnamon go die. You on the low any goddamn time. You on the cool any goddamn time. You on the blow any goddamn time. One day cinnamon go die. Nothing, 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 nothing can stop me from Oluwa blessing. Nothing, 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 nothing can stop me from Oluwa shine. Nothing, 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 nothing can stop me from Oluwa blessing. Nothing, 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 nothing can stop me from Oluwa shine. I'm a man, you know, say, ain't nothing stopping the boy. By belly keep judge, you disturbing the boy. I just dropped an EP that be shocking the boys. Yo, shout out to Tiny, discover the boys. Say, and you only blow when you got that time. Spit flows to blow your goddamn mind. Then the hits like we smile like I stand wide. DT, Vado, the 3-shot guys, yeah. Right now, I don't be the one. She stay mouth like saying I some. Fine girls, they saying they want some. But now I go walk, it can't be undone. Nothing, 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 nothing. Blowing up, you know not shorting. Stack it up, the money coming. Hey, keep just. They only cool when they got them time. They only low when they got them time. They only blow when they got them time. One day, cinnamon go die. They only low when they got them time. They only cool when they got them time. They only blow when they got them time. One day, cinnamon go die. Nothing, 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 nothing can stop me from Oluwa blessing. Nothing, 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 nothing can stop me from Oluwa shine. Nothing, 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 nothing can stop me from Oluwa blessing. Nothing, 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 nothing can stop me from Oluwa shine. Sometimes I made them turn up the bass. Sometimes I made them turn up the bass now. I got my guys and girls. We want to party, we want to party. Sometimes I made them pop champagne. Sometimes I made them pop champagne now. I got my guys and girls. We want to party, we want to party. Tonight. Anointing. Brother man, you see me, I'm shining. Don't let them tell you say easy. Give them tell you say easy. I'm on a set up. Oluwa ba sibuku, Oluwa wa shileku, Oluwa mo kolekun ofo. Bele jeniyan, ṣùgbọ́n bí paniyan, iṣẹ́ dem paniyan, ayọ̀ ní pààyàn so mi gbéra. Súré tètè máyọ̀ mọ́ mi lé bí n fọkàn iṣẹ́ tí aṣọ rẹ̀ ògùn yé. Iye bọ́sẹ̀, yé ronú mọ́sẹ̀, jẹ́mi yà lọ ṣáṣẹ́ máa yọjú wọ̀nyí láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ anointing. Brother man, you see me, I'm shining. Don't let them tell you say easy. Give them tell you say easy. I'm on a set up.
It's DJ.
Holy.
I see Africans today. What will we just win? Someone will smile. Every African smiles. How are you?
Listen. Holy. I see there for the other claim you holy soul. I hope you hold it past Elijah. Hope you hold it past the prophet Shah. And I see there for the other form of my soul. I hope you get all the credentials, Shah. I hope the people know you, Shah. I only hope as you see me, so I know they bother nobody. But sometimes they misunderstand me. And I keep it simple. I don't really care what anybody and about me. I just try to keep my head up. There's no need for compromising. There's no time, so no delay. Just be maintaining it up. Motivating, elevating, fortified and visualizing. Every day providing for my peeps and family. But still they want to run me down, Sarah. Them only want to see me frown, nah. Them only want to see me hanging. All the hypocrites and Pharisees, yaga down. Them only want to pull you down, Only want to see you frown, But Jaja love is so amazing. So keep on elevating. I see you there for God to claim you holy soul. I hope you hold it past Elijah. Hope you hold it past the prophet Shah. And I see you there for the form of my soul. I hope you get all the credentials, Shah. I hope the people vote you, Shah. I only hope as you get opinion, make you know say other people get opinion too. As you do a thing you sabi do, make you know say their opinion no one sign you. They come easy, no they hurry, make you look before you leap. Steady moving to the grooving, keep it moving non-stop. As you see me so I no go lie, no they easy. To make money come they jolly, come they live with no easy. So he who has no sin should Cast the first stone, no they sit down for corner, try to dirty my throne. And anything you yarn to Baba go just a bone. Because no be waiting there for Nigerian, in there for road, dada. Just they try to pull me down, yeah, yeah. They try to always make me frown, yeah, yeah. That your love is so amazing. I'll keep on elevating her. I should never die to claim you holy soul. I hope you hold it past Elijah Shah. Hope you hold it past the prophet Shah. And I should never die to form of my soul. I hope you get all the credentials, Shah. I hope the people vote you, Shah. I only see them one start they count down. They're monitoring spirit on the down. They look for who they want to cool down. They look for who they want to make you frown. So sacrifice your glory for the crown. So at the end, make you not start to frown. Just tell you how for your life now you will be the figure. And they see as they look you, they hope for them to be bread. And they see as they look you when your eye on the red. And they see as they look you when your woman to get the bed. So as you know, say, life no matter anyway. As you never end, we just never hear look out anyway. As you know, say, life no matter anyway.
Rain on the mix.
No be my power, say I buy a house, yo. Ẹbí mi kọ́ pé mo lọ́lá o. Olúwa ló fún mi lọ́mọ o. Na Jehovah dey bless me o. Make you no hate me. I no get your time o. Na Baba God dey bless me o. Make you no hate me. I no get your time o. Oh na 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 na, mo ga ju ayé lọ o. Ẹ ò lè rí mi mú, ẹ̀yin kọ́ lọ́lọ́run mi. Ẹ jẹ́ ń ṣe tèmi à, I'm higher than the world. Don't go get me o, ẹ̀yin kọ́ lẹ́lẹ́dà mi. Ẹ jẹ́ ń ṣe tèmi à, make I live my life. Instead, make you dey pray. You dey carry my gist around o. Instead, make you dey walk yo. You dey carry my matter around o. Na Jehovah dey bless me o. Make you no dey hate me o. I no get your time o. Olúwa dey bless me o. Make you no dey hate me o. I no get your time o. Oh na 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 na, mo ga ju ayé lọ o. Ẹ ò lè rí mi mú, ẹ̀yin kọ́ lọ́lọ́run mi. Ẹ jẹ́ ń ṣe tèmi à, I'm higher than the world. Don't go get me o, ẹ̀yin kọ́ lẹ́lẹ́dà mi. Ẹ jẹ́ ń ṣe tèmi à, make I live my life.
Sábà yìí pọ̀ jù. Ẹ ò lè rí àṣírí wa tẹ̀ràn ojú kòkó mọ́. Ẹ ò lè rí. Ó ga jù.
Oh na 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 na, mo ga ju ayé lọ o. Ẹ ò lè rí mi mú, ẹ̀yin kọ́ lọ́lọ́run mi. Ẹ jẹ́ ń ṣe tèmi à, I'm my blessing dey vex you o. Lójó fún Chineke, ìwọ kọ́ ló dá mi o. Jẹ́njẹ́ tèmi o. Make I live my life, ẹ ò lè rí mi mú. Mo ti bẹ ẹlẹ́dá mi o, kó máa tọ́ mi o. Mo lọ́jú ìlà o, ẹ ò lè rí mi mú. Ẹ̀yin kọ́ lọ́lọ́run mi, ẹ jẹ́ ṣe tèmi a. Make I live my life.
Stand at attention. I'm talking to you, you are respond. Give me your curry messon. How can you be asking me question? You know they look face so. It's like you don't know my name, no. Mo fẹ́ ká máa date though. Èyí tó pé ní boyfriend ò lè tó. Now me say so. See I stand, I balance. Because I'm a chief lieutenant. You know see my car is German. You know see the swag gallant. See many they claim I'm madam, but I know these babes from madam. They just want to follow the ladder. They know that nobody is better. She say why ain't they flex like happy Jim? Make it a hope, they dare, they dream. You see by force to be with him. Is this a military regime? I be soldier man, I say stand at ease. Jury dollar, my feet by it's only me, there's no competi. I will make you rain like it's confetti. Show my body, show the love berry. I will take you and your happy. No mess up, now I holla. I'm a Hitler, I'm a Basha. You better respect how they run the town. Even that I go, no fit turn me down. See weapon, where you carry, come and be general in my hammy.
So go, so do what you want, but don't fall in love with me. So do what you want, but don't you fall in love with me. Mr. Soldier, me I the wonder, she is it by force, you the form superpower.
Yeah, I'm super, I get power, wagba paper, wafi shower. I get babes, the age of your mama, so just stop this your drama.
See this man, I say your father.
Oh yeah, repeat
your father, oh, see me, see wahala. Don't tire,
oh yes, now yawa where you enter. It's a one chance. I tell you no man over trauma from this romance. Only coup d'etat.
Soldier do what you want, but don't fall in love with me. Soldier me I know they do. Soldier find another boo. Just don't fall in love with me. Soldier me I know they do. Soldier me I know they do. So don't you fall in love. Money, don't you fall in love with me. With me. Don't you fall in love. Don't you fall in love. Yeah.
I cannot believe this. A whole chief lieutenant of all the military forces, somebody that is a role model to the younger ones. I'm the one that somebody is feeling to play long tennis, embarrassment of highest order and pedigrees. This is a madness.
Sakuron Luabi. Or Leoshi. Sergeant, if you want the girl, come and collect her.
One thing will lead to something.
TY Mix.
This is another one coming from that temple. If you like it, bony face, now your face. If you like it, go to Gold Coast for our name. If you like it, run your rat race, now your race. If you like to be my girl, you go stay. Show me your love, I go show you mine. Give me your trust, I will give you mine. Water, fire. Water, fire. Now water, they quench fire. Water, fire. Water, fire. Now water, they quench fire. All I'm okay, what chop up with the biggie book. Oh yeah, baby, let's check up. Everything Ferragamo. I'm feeling good. I'm a good boy. I want you. You are super girl.
Money can't do get size. They born now. How long it they last? Show liar. I got you.
Beat the chest. I wanna let go. Show me your love. I go show you mine. Give me your trust. I will give you mine. Water, fire. Water, fire. Now water, they quench fire. Water, fire. Water, fire. Now water, they quench fire. This is another one coming from the temple. This is another one coming from the moon. Or image. I wanna see the things you do.
Coming through me, coming through like a war tool. Me I run the pole dry. Entire motion, test me potion, gentle like a lotion. Baby, this thing is real. I demand over you. We go run the town, we don't need time.
Yeah, your love and your touch, no battle, Clara. Yeah, you know mine if I speak on you like super glue. Show me your love, I go show you mine. Give me your trust, I will give you mine. Water, fire. Water, fire. Now water, they quench fire. Water, fire. Water, fire. Now water, they quench fire.
It's just
with peace all alive.
Mastercraft on the beat.
Gigi Moji, oh, Baba Gbadura, oh. Kaye mi dada, oh, Baba Gbadura, oh. Royce, no be met with Akura, oh. Plenty money, la fe babagba, fun wa, oh. Me. Look, if na lion teeth the money day, not to carry dentist follow body. My eyes on Zobo, believe me. Ghana must go dope, no be color money. I hear many talking about me, saying this VEC now wow. Lafiaji they hot, Lafiaji. Take it easy, but bro, my wow. Many things I want to do, find won't be me. If enemy like make it on scarf, Konile body me. Gigi Moji oh, Baba Adura oh. Kaye mi dada oh, Baba Adura oh. Rolls Royce no be met with Akura oh. Plenty money la fe Baba fun wa oh. Me. Something you don't know, Jollof Fuji don't know. Nibi tegbe mi ba shere, kemi le rowo no. Baba da kunda boye o, je kin ki owo kabo. Baba she mi lore, Baba mi ti she mi lore. Kid out dollar, we hustle every day for the dollar. Shop boy, don't be a dollar. Make hunger no go round your neck like collar. For those people talking about me, saying this VEC now wow. Lafiaji they hustle, Lafiaji, but Jesus Christi ni babao. Jesus Christi ni babao. Gigi Moji oh, Baba Adura oh. Kaye mi dada oh, Baba Adura oh. Rolls Royce no be met with Akura oh. Plenty money la fe Baba fun wa oh. Me.
You people sell imported materials here. As beautiful as the shop is.
Auntie, buying foreign goods does not help our economy. Neither does it boost local production. And the good thing is Nigerian-made products are high quality. Really? And to make Nigeria great again. That is why I only sell.
An experience you won't forget.
NTA International News.
25th Commonwealth Heads of State and Government Summit targets future of 2.4 billion people of the Commonwealth.
Holding for the first time in London since 1997, the Commonwealth leaders are here to chart a pragmatic course towards ensuring that at all times the Commonwealth is responsive to global challenges and delivers a more prosperous.
Hello and thank you for joining us on the news on NTA International. I am Lami Ali. President Muhammadu Buhari has joined 57 other heads of state and government for the 2018 Commonwealth Summit in London, the British capital, towards the common future for the Commonwealth's 2.4 billion people will be a major focus of the summit, which is the 25th in the series. State House correspondent Adam Sambo reports.
Holding for the first time in London since 1997, the Commonwealth leaders are here to chart a pragmatic course towards ensuring that at all times the Commonwealth is responsive to global challenges and delivers a more prosperous, secure, sustainable and fair future for all its citizens.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
In a unique Commonwealth tradition, the heads of state and government were ushered into the ballroom of Buckingham Palace, opened in 1856 for the official start of the biannual meeting last held in the island nation of Malta in 2015.
No one else can speak the words on your lips. Judge yourself in words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open.
Queen Elizabeth II, who declared the two-day summit opened, welcomed the leaders to her own home and observed with pride as well as satisfaction that the Commonwealth, as one of the world's greatest convening powers, is a flourishing network.
It is my sincere wish that the Commonwealth will continue to offer stability and continuity for future generations. I believe we will secure a safer, more prosperous and sustainable world for those who follow us.
Describing her service to the Commonwealth as a great pleasure and honor, the Queen appealed to the leaders to appoint her son, Prince Charles, to succeed her, although the role is not hereditary. Other speakers at the opening, including the British Prime Minister Theresa May, challenged participants to take on some of the 21st century biggest questions. Mrs. May in particular noted that there have been difficulties, successes as well as controversies, but wholeheartedly believes in the good that the Commonwealth can do.
Our responsibility as leaders is to build a Commonwealth that we can be proud to hand on to the next generation.
I pray that this Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting will not only revitalise the bonds between our countries, but will also give the Commonwealth a renewed relevance to all its citizens, finding practical solutions to their problems and giving life to their aspirations.
We believe in the Commonwealth. We have faith in the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting is a springboard for action. It is the launch pad that propels us onward, upward, forward, together.
Over the next 2 days, the participating heads of state and government will be discussing issues of common interest, including ocean conservation, cybersecurity, and trade amongst member countries. From London, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
From the Commonwealth, Nigeria's military collaboration with the multinational joint task force and support from friendly nations like the United States has been instrumental to the achievements in the fight against Boko Haram. The Minister of Defense, Mansour Dan Ali, said this in a message to the closing ceremony of the 2018 African Land Forces Summit in Abuja. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa has the details.
Activities of different terror groups and organizations have accounted for instability in some African countries, with terrorism having no regards for boundaries and race. These African Land Forces Service chiefs and those from the U.S. African Command are united in the cause to address the dynamism in their common security threats.
We must have been aware of the various collaborative initiatives and concerted efforts that have been put in place not only to ensure a secure Africa, but to also attain global security.
Deliberations at the summit with 40 African countries and the US in attendance focused on how to ensure effective command and control of operations to combat insurgency, proliferation of small and light weapons, and piracy on the Gulf of Guinea.
The cooperation that has been existing over the years between Nigeria and the United States of America has strongly been put in the forefront. We've enjoyed a number of support through the provision of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance facilities.
Those of us who wear military uniforms have committed ourselves to a life of service, defending and protecting others. Let us never forget the tremendous faith and confidence that has been placed in us.
Botswana have secured the hosting right for the next African Land Forces Summit. Ismail Musa, NTA News.
Meanwhile, gender-based violence took center stage at the global financial meetings of the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and World Bank Group 2018 Spring Summit in Washington, D.C. Bosede Abel reports that delegates believe the issue is a global problem that needs coordinated efforts to tackle.
Since 2013, a World Health Organization data reveals that 1 in every 3 women has been beaten, coerced into sex or abused, and 1 in 5 women are sexually abused as a child. This, delegates at the spring meeting say, must be addressed.
Almost 1/3 of women around the world who've been in a relationship have experienced violence by their intimate partner. WHO, the World Health Organization, estimates that the prevalence of intimate partner violence is as high as 43%.
The latest World Health Organization report indicates that women who have been physically or sexually abused are 16% more likely to have a low birth weight baby and are twice as likely to have an abortion, while a UNAIDS report puts it that such women and girls are 50% more likely to acquire HIV in some regions of the world.
It's really important to involve men and boys, because without that, it's very difficult to have real change.
There's lots of social harms. Children are vulnerable to rape, to murder.
The United Nations Population Fund is currently working in about 135 countries to address violence against women and has invested more than $93 million 2 years ago to eliminating gender-based violence and harmful practices.
It is hoped that this will reduce the 38% of women said to be murdered around the world by their partner, compared to just 6% of men, and also address unequal earnings, overworking, underpaid, and others. From Washington, D.C., I am Bosede Ebu.
Still on international relations, Nigeria and Bangladesh are hoping to improve bilateral relations as they share experiences in the areas of development, poverty alleviation, infrastructure development, and fighting terrorism for the mutual interests of their people. Just as the People's Republic of Bangladesh celebrates her graduation from the United Nations list of least developed countries and now a developing nation, the Bangladeshi Acting High Commissioner to Nigeria also hopes Nigeria will reciprocate the gesture, the initiative, by opening its mission in Bangladesh. Justin Bamwinyi reports.
The South Asian country, Bangladesh, one of the world's most densely populated countries with a population of more than 160 million people, became independent on 26 March 1971 from Pakistan. For the second time in the history of independence, on March 16, 2018, the country was adorned with a crown for its achievements in development, as she became eligible for graduation from the UN list of least developed countries, LDC. Only 5 countries were able to graduate from the LDC group. These include Botswana, Cape Verde, Maldives, Samoa, and Equatorial Guinea, with Bangladesh being the only country that met all 3 criteria of gross national income per capita, Human Assets Index, and Economic Vulnerability Index. Bangladesh and Nigeria enjoy friendly bilateral relations ever since the establishment of diplomatic ties in the 70s. and the potentials for enhancement of trade and economic cooperation between the two countries is immense, especially now with Bangladesh taking its status to a new height.
You know, Bangladesh, despite being a developed country, they have advanced in some other sectors, especially in pharmaceuticals, ICT, and education. And they have also an excellent military outfit. And Nigeria has been collaborating on that. Nigeria has just launched an economy recovery growth plan. Nigeria is diversifying its economy. So we wish that Bangladesh, where they have comparative advantage, they should be able to team with us and help Nigeria to achieve that for the benefit of the two countries.
Graduation of this Asian nation from the less developed countries would be an important stepping stone to her aspiration to become an advanced economy as envisioned in the Vision 2041. While there are challenges, the authorities say new windows and opportunities will also be opened up for Bangladesh with this graduation process. In Abuja, Justin Bemunyi, NTA News.
And earlier we had in the studio Bangladesh Acting High Commissioner to Nigeria, Her Excellency Shahwaz Ghazi. Here is an excerpt of the interview.
We are very happy to be able to graduate from the LDC list. You know, it happened last March, last month. By becoming eligible, Bangladesh has taken its status to a new height. The LDC category was introduced in 1971. Coincidentally, this is the year when Bangladesh got its independence from Pakistan. At that time, there were only 25 LDC countries, and in 2018, the number has increased to 47. And so far, only 5 countries have been able to graduate from the LDC group, and Bangladesh is the only country that met all the 3 criteria for this graduation, including GNI per capita, Human Assets Index, and Economic Vulnerability Index.
All right, we understand that Bangladesh scales through 3 basic graduation criteria to attain this new status. How did you do this? I mean, what were the processes that you put in place to achieve these goals?
You see, firstly, the credit mostly goes to our leadership. When we started our journey in 1971, we had to start from scratch. You know, in 9-month-long liberation war, 3 million people died, 10 million people, refugees, had to flee to our neighboring country. So we started, we really had little to start with. But our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, he made us dream of a country, of Sonar Bangla, that means Golden Bengal. But he was assassinated in 1975 along with most of his family members. Only two of his daughters are alive, and the first daughter is now our Prime Minister. So it is her leadership, it is her vision, and it is the effort and unity of our people that that gave us development and took us where we are now.
All right, talking about Bangladesh towards sustainability, what's your prospective plan towards Vision 2021 and 2041?
Thank you. As I told before, our leadership, they have different development plans. One is Vision 2021. Okay. You know, in the year 2021 marks the 50th anniversary of our independence. So by 2021, our leadership want our people to have less poverty and better living standard for all our people, rule of law. So these are the things we are planning. And 2041, we would like to be a developed country.
All right, finally, what are the prospects for Nigeria-Bangladesh diplomatic relations?
Thank you very much. Bangladesh and Nigeria started their journey in terms of diplomatic relations in the 1970s. 2 years back, not really 2 years, in 2016, in November 2016, we opened our diplomatic mission in this country, and we are hoping that Nigeria will also do the same. And we have great relations with Nigeria. Many students are studying in my country, and the army officials, they are participating in different training programs in our country. You know, the trade is not that much satisfactory, but we would like to enhance our trade and you know, official exchanges, and we hope that in the coming days our relationship will reach to new heights.
And that was the Bangladeshi Acting High Commissioner to Nigeria, Her Excellency Shahnaz Ghazi. Moving on now, let's join Ado Adam also with stories from the foreign scene.
Welcome and thank you for joining us. The Queen of England has opened the Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit with an appeal to leaders to appoint her son, Prince Charles, their head. She made the appeal while hosting the 53 leaders gathered at Buckingham Palace. Addressing the gathering of dignitaries, royals and Prime Minister, the Queen said it was great pleasure and honor serving as their leader. Issues under discussion at the two-day summit include oceans conservation, cybersecurity and trade between the countries. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump has threatened to cancel planned talks with North Korea's leader if they are not fruitful. Speaking alongside Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe at a media conference, the U.S. President was optimistic over a planned meeting with Kim Jong-un, but said he would respectfully leave if the summit will turn out unproductive. Abe implored the international community and the U.S. not to reward Kim just for showing up for talks. And NASA's test spacecraft has blasted off from Earth in a search for a new planet that could support life. Tests lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida Wednesday evening, local time, riding a SpaceX Falconet rocket. The transiting exoplanet survey satellite will spend 2 years scoring 85% of the sky and hundreds of thousands of its brightest stars. The Chief of Staff of Renegade General Khalifa Haftar's army in Libya have survived assassination attempt outside the eastern city of Benghazi, according to a military source. General Abdulrazak Nuteri and his convoy were heading to a military base in Al-Marash on Wednesday when they were targeted by a car bombing. A spokesperson of the Haftar self-styled Libyan National Army said in a statement on Twitter that the army general survived an assassination attempt. Nuteri is believed to be one of the two contenders in line to replace Haftar, who is currently receiving medical treatment in France following the report of stroke. And that is it from here. The news continues.
Many thanks, Adamu. Nigeria Police Force has handed over the recovered maize to the management of the National Assembly. Correspondent Abdullahi Aminu reports.
Deputy Inspector General of Police Abila Joshak handed over the maize to the clerk to the National Assembly, Sani Omolori. The clerk formally took the maize into the Senate chamber. Meanwhile, following the invasion of the Senate on Wednesday, where the maize was taken away, security was beefed up around the two chambers of the National Assembly on Thursday. People who had no business at the National Assembly were turned away. The Senate busy attending to their legislative functions. From the National Assembly, Abdullahi Aminu.
In the meantime, Senate plenary Thursday commenced with a lengthy executive session presided over by the Deputy Senate President, Ike Ekweremadu. National Assembly correspondent Dennis Adegunu reports that following the closed-door session, the Deputy Senate President made some key statements relating to the disturbance at Wednesday's plenary.
The Deputy Senate President, Ike Ekweremadu, commenced his address with commendations to various quarters for the support and shows of solidarity to the National Assembly over Wednesday's incident.
I want to register deep appreciation to you, my colleagues, for your understanding and maturity
in the face of flagrant provocation. I want to also especially appreciate the leadership and members of the House of Representatives, the management and staff of the National Assembly. Ugly and provocative as the event of yesterday was, it shows that the entire nation and the world stood together in total condemnation of the ugly drama.
Ekweremadu also commended the security agencies for the swift recovery and presentation to the National Assembly management of the mace. What perhaps might be considered the critical aspect of the Deputy Senate President's comments are what he said regarding bringing the perpetrators of Wednesday's disturbance to justice.
We will get to the roots of this matter. We therefore call on the Inspector General of Police and the DGSS to ensure that all those who plotted, aided, abetted and executed this dastardly affront on our democracy must be brought to book to serve as a deterrent to others. I want to assure Nigerians that we will never waver in the responsibility they have elected us to shoulder.
Normal legislative business continued thereafter with the passage of the Chartered Polymer Institute of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2018 and the passage of 4 bills for second reading, including a bill for an act to establish the National Child Protection and Enforcement Agency. From the National Assembly, Dennis Adignoye, NTA News.
Related developments, the maize snatching scenario which played out at the Red Chamber of the National Assembly has been condemned by a cross-section of Deltons. Though the maize has been recovered by the police, respondents want drastic measures to be taken against the perpetrators of the undemocratic act. Austin Demodu tells us more.
The incident of maize snatching at the hallowed chambers of the legislature is not new to the political terrain in Nigeria. However, the recent invasion of the Red Chamber of the 8th Senate by hoodlums who made away with the maize has not gone down well with some Nigerians in Delta State. This is coming from the alleged involvement of Senator Ovie Omo Agege representing Delta Central, who was recently suspended by the Senate.
What happened yesterday could be likened to a coup, and we must, as a country, do to these persons involved, irrespective of how highly placed they are, to what we do to those who decide to overthrow the government of a country, because they were playing with our collective will.
That is condemnable. I'm sure that my party APC has condemned it. Nigerians in their entirety condemn it. But again, people must not lose sight of what is taking place in the National Assembly. National Assembly must learn to operate within the confines of the law.
Court ruled that they don't have right to suspend anybody more than 14 days. So I think there's some mix-up somewhere.
Though there has been varied arguments on whether the suspension of the senator was valid or not. However, the manner in which the snatching of the maize was carried out has left more questions than answers on the nation's security.
You have series of check-ins. So there must be complicity in what has happened, which needs to be really investigated. It's not a thing they have to sweep under the carpet. Let us assume that it was Boko Haram. That means all our senators, even those in House of Rep, all of them have been slaughtered.
Interestingly, the maize has been recovered by the security agents as Nigerians await the next line of action in bringing the perpetrators to book. From Asaba and Austin Edemodu, NTA News.
Legislature, the textile industry is one sector that is capable of creating more than 1 million jobs for Nigerians. This was the argument of members of the House of Representatives as they passed for second reading a bill for an act to establish the Nigerian Textile Industry Trust Fund. National Assembly correspondent Ignatius Nkwo reports.
In a prolonged debate, members of the House of Representatives argued on a bill that seeks to provide financial assistance to operators of textile industry in the form of loans and grants. The bill, sponsored by Representative Jerry Alaboso from Imo State, was generally supported.
We tackle the unemployment, promote made in Nigerian goods, and we contribute to the GDP. Once you don't have the technology of adding value to your product, you are going to be perpetually and eternally tied to the apron string of the developed world.
You see, the problem about us as Nigerians, we value imported items to the detriment of the locally produced.
What steps can we take to get this market competitive? Because
the consumption of textile materials, especially in the northern part, is huge.
So I think we should go back to the basic. We start from the production of cotton. There is Bank of Industry that is specifically established to support industries and textile industry inclusive.
2 other bills for an act to establish the Federal Polytechnic, Mulumfashi, Katsina State, sponsored by Representative Babangida Ibrahim, and the one for an act to establish the Federal College of Education, Efon Alaye, by Representative Johnson Oni, were also passed through second reading. Health matter also resonated on the floor as Representative Edward Pajok from Plateau State moved the motion for the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, to immediately check the practice of ripening fruits artificially by fruit sellers.
Banana, plantain, and oranges, fruit dealers use a chemical, calcium carbide, to ripen fruits, causing cancer.
You see them with all manner of things, but I thought I was coming from the farm. My sister said to me, this is the process of ripening it. They use carbide.
Food is also equivalent to drug in most cases. What we are talking about is simple respiratory process that is being hastened.
NAFDAC should do more than just alert us. They should go into the market as the mover of the motion is insisting.
7 bills were passed through first reading, including a bill for the establishment of the Bakassi Resettlement, Integration and Development Commission, sponsored by Representative Essien Ebenyong from the National Assembly, Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
You're watching the news on NTA International, reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria. We take a short break now. More news when we return. Stay with us.
Say it as it is.
We always believe in going to mosque and going to church without looking at the nitty-gritty of even the family value.
If I am the president of the country or the Senate, we will publish every state what they collected. And in the next 6 months, we'll go to the state to say, if nothing has happened in this state, hold your governor to ransom.
Without that bill in place, no scientist in Nigeria is allowed to practice.
Issues of the moment. Join us every Tuesday on NTA International at 7:30 p.m. Issues of the moment. Let your opinion count.
NTA International News. Africa as it is.
Thank you for joining us again. With 32 states currently benefiting from the Ecological Fund, the federal government has made tremendous stride in ensuring the well-being of Nigerians, especially those who are victims of ecological problems, and reiterated the commitments to do more in addressing ecological issues in the country. This was when the Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo, received a delegation of Urumba North and Urumba South communities of Anambra State on a thank-you visit to the presidential villa. State House correspondent Jide Unifadi reports.
The visit was a follow-up to the national burial given to late Alex Ekweme, former Vice President of Nigeria. The delegation, led by Ben Nwankwo, a member of the House of Representatives, thanked the federal government for giving the deceased a befitting burial. The delegation commended the federal government for tackling ecological challenges in the southeast and called on it to step up the action.
There is erosion haram in the southeast, particularly in Anambra State.
The Vice President also gave audience to Governor Emmanuel Udom of Akwa Ibom State.
It's been a good meeting. We've discussed the entire economy of the nation. I'm also looking forward to a whole lot of, happenings within this period, because I can see our economy should move much faster. Yesterday, the oil price was well over $73 a barrel. This is a good sign of an economy that should get into a boom very soon.
The governor appealed to the media, saying it's a critical time for objective and good reporting of Nigeria as a country. He also cautioned against making uncomplimentary comments that have the capacity to disrupt the peace of the country. In the State House, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
Meanwhile, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has reiterated the belief of the Buhari administration in the ability of youths to take the country to greater heights. The administration, he says, remains committed to supporting young Nigerians in different areas, including politics. This was when he met a delegation of not-so-young-to-run campaigners who were in the villa to canvass for the support of the federal government on their advocacy. Again, State House correspondent Jide Unifade has that report.
I don't have any problem with people running for office at any age. As a matter of fact, I have benefited from being very young and being able to support.
Experience is a great asset, and sharing this experience with youth as a leader who has seen it all prepares them for the great task ahead.
It's a government that is focused on the youth. We believe that the vibrancy that we need to take the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian nation as an idea to the next level lies with the youth. They are resilient, they are innovative, they have energy, they are bursting with a lot of life, and that is why this government is focusing a lot on what young people are doing in areas of technology, even in entertainment, in all areas of human endeavor.
At this meeting with Not Too Young to Run group, the Vice President reiterated that young Nigerians should be allowed to run for elective positions as they have demonstrated capacity and competence in the fields of technology, education, and other sectors of the economy. While congratulating the group on its achievements so far, the Vice President urged them to lend their voices to campaigns on issues related to anti-corruption. Samson Itodo led the delegation.
Here a few weeks ago, when we marched to the villa to deposit our letter of demand, calling on the executive and the Buhari-led administration to answer the call of history by assenting to Not Too Young to Run. And so we've just come here to place that demand on the need to assent to this bill once it is transmitted by the National Assembly to the executive for assent.
He says the group is excited to see a significant number of young people working in the office of the Vice President, which he notes showed the commitment of the administration to engage young Nigerians in the process of governance. In the State House, Jide Unifade, NTA News.
Still on politics, the People's Democratic Party says it is willing to form alliance and work with like minds ahead of 2019 general elections. National Chairman of the PDP, Prince Uche Secondos, stated this during the 79th National Executive Committee meeting of the party. Political correspondent Abdullahi Garba Birnunkudu reports.
Top on the agenda of the meeting, attended by notable National Executive Committee members, includes the state of affairs in the party, especially reconciliation of members and matters concerning two governorship elections in Ekiti and Osun states. Prince Uche Secondos stated that the Senator David Mark Committee on Ekiti election has succeeded in uniting aspirants, and similar efforts is being extended to Osun state chapter of the party.
We can't do it alone. And so you must join us to make the necessary contact. Let's open up conversation. Let's open up discussion with groups, interest groups, political parties.
Whatever sacrifice needs to be made, whatever accommodation needs to be made, we have to make it. We form political parties to win the election, not just to socialize.
The party leaders also condemned the invasion of the National Assembly by some talks calling on the federal government to bring the culprit to book. In Abuja, Abdullahi Garba Birnunkudu, NTA News.
In the meantime, determined to ensure credible, free and fair election come 2019, electoral stakeholders across the country converged in Calabar for a leadership and conflict management training. The 5-day program seeks to improve the leadership capacity of INEC management at all levels and equip them on mitigating conflict situations during election. Umar Basi edits reports.
The leadership and conflict management for electoral stakeholders lead training is one of the first to be conducted in Nigeria. National Chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, represented by the Resident Electoral Commissioner of Cross River State, Dr. Brian Franklin, harped on the importance of the training as elections draw closer.
We've gone through the planning process and we're
in the almost implementation process now, and from the look of things, the very moment the election project budget is approved, all that we need in terms of equipment and other things is going to be actualized.
Director of Voter Education and Publicity, Mr. Oluwole Osaze-Usi, as well as other stakeholders, said effective communication remains critical in every electoral process.
It's in line with the Commission's commitment to training and generally improving the capacity of its staff.
To have credible election, you need to have a lot of explanation, a lot of communication, and we hopefully, with this heads of voter education of the 36 states, we can target more the message that INEC is trying to deliver.
At the end of the training, the INEC heads of voter education and publicity reps from the 36 states of the country are expected to acquire extensive skills and techniques on conflict management through effective voter education. In Calabar, Umo Basidate, NTA News.
The federal government, with the support of International Fund for Agriculture, has set up what is called Commodity Alliance Forum, aimed at supporting rural farmers in 7 states in the Savannah Belt. The program, which is climate adaptation based, is expected to boost food production and eradicate poverty among farming communities. Musa Baba Aliyu has the report.
No doubt, climate change remains a major threat to food security and economic activities in rural areas as well as rural development. To help farmers finding a lasting solution to this challenge, the federal government and IFAD are committing $93.5 million to support agriculture.